When the Black Army came near, Jack used Inspect on several of them. All he had inspected were level 50 special elites and rare elites. It was safe to assume all of them were level 50. The soldiers here were the strongest within the limitation of this ancient battleground. But the Golden Knights here were not to be underestimated as well. All of them were level 50 rare elites. These Golden Knights followed 3 leaders who included the female Golden Knight. These 3 leaders were all mythical level 50. The Golden Knights separated into 2 halves. One clashed directly with the 500 enemy soldiers. The other half took a roundabout way and headed towards the supply carts. The Black Army saw this second team's intention and tried to break away to intercept, but the Golden Knights engaging them charged through and put themselves in positions that caused the enemy difficulty to chase the second team. The second team of the Golden Knights broke again into 2 smaller teams. One continued to head towards the supply carts while the other went towards where the enemy commander was. All 3 split teams were spearheaded by 1 mythical-grade Golden Knight. Jack and the others had decided to follow the Golden Knights that clashed with the 500 black soldiers. Since they wanted to collect scores, they wanted to kill as many enemies as possible. They summoned Thuras and Brave King again. Seeing that there were more opponents than allies, they had plenty of targets. However, each of these targets was extremely tough to kill. It took a long while to wear the enemies down. Not to mention each of these opponents also packed a punch. Peniel and Grace were hard at work with their healing skills to keep everyone alive. Jack had transformed into a black werewolf and activated his gold scale armor. He tried to kill as many as possible to gain scores. He saw their 3 scores on the sky increase with each opponent killed. Unlike the kill count before, the one who dealt the killing blow didn't receive all the scores. Although those who did still received most scores, those who had dealt damage to the killed soldier also received some scores. So, it was similar to EXP points rules. Grace, who cast healing spells, also received scores whenever her heal helped her teammates or the Golden Knights. On the other side, one of the smaller teams of the Golden Knight had clashed with the enemy elite bodyguards. The bodyguards' number was less, but they were able to keep the Golden Knights at bay. On the further side, the other smaller teams started hacking the supply carts. However, some black soldiers chased after them and started clashing with them. There were just too many enemy soldiers the main team had to hold. They couldn't prevent all of them from chasing the ones trying to destroy the supply carts. Some supply carts were destroyed, but it was just a very small percentage of the existing supply carts there. That team over there was having difficulty destroying more carts as more enemies came trickling. Jack wondered if they destroy those supply carts, would they get scores as well? Throughout the confrontation, the enemy commander continued to sit on his chair, not paying the fighting behind him any attention. The team that clashed with the enemy elite bodyguards was one led by the female Golden Knight. The main team's fighting had moved and was now close enough to those bodyguards that Jack could use Inspect on them. All of the bodyguards were at least rare elites with 5 mythical grades. 3 of these 5 mythical were fighting the female Golden Knight. Jack was amazed she was able to fight all 3 to a standstill. Yet, her fellow knights were having trouble dealing with the rest of the bodyguards. The battle went on for some time until they heard the sound of a horn from the distance, from the direction of the defending base. Jack assumed the horn was signifying that the battle there had ended. All the defenders in the base were no more. The enemy commander stood up after hearing the horn. He turned back and floated over to where the battle at this place was still ongoing. He held a long staff with a skullface head on its tip. Even from a distance, Jack could feel the pressure from him. This was the first time that he felt such pressure after learning Mana Sense. The pressure was even more than what he felt from the golden dragon, Syndrillis. The commander landed not far from the fighting, close enough for Jack to use his Inspect. Herald of Greed, Eternal Human, Corrupted Lord, level 50, health point, 2,200,000. Eternal. This was the highest grade an NPC or monster had before the divine. In the other words, this man before them was the strongest being below gods and goddesses. Jack was too stunned to warn his other 2 partners when this Herald of Greed tapped his long staff onto the floor. Rune formed one after another on the tip of his staff, culminating in a 9-rune spell formation. The entire ground where the battle was still taking place was shining with red light. Jack felt an unbelievable amount of mana building up under there before his entire vision was covered by dense flame. Then he found himself in a void, together with Padawan and Grace. "What the hell was that?" Padawan asked. "I just saw that black-robed man cast a spell a euro," Grace said. "That was the ultimate fire spell. Hell Inferno?" Penuel informed. "It's a 9-rune spell cast by an eternal grade being. What do you expect? We are a goner the second the spell was cast," Jack uttered. "I am more concerned about where we are. Why are we not back to the hall with the device?" "It's because we have successfully gathered scores," Padawan answered. "When I get the healing potion for complimentary reward, it was also in this space." "You got a healing potion for a reward?" Grace asked. While they were chatting, a voice interrupted them. "Congratulations on your effort on the ancient battleground. 3 brave participants, these are your scores." Words appeared in the air. Stormwind, scores, 5220. Padawan, scores, 2460. Unequaled Grace, scores, 2340. "Wow, these are a lot of scores. When I get the complimentary rewards." "My scores were only 90, Padawan said. The voice was heard again. "For gaining sufficient scores, every participant receives bonus EXP points of 300,000 EXP for every 1,000 scores and 200 mana cores for every 5,000 scores. These EXP points and mana cores were given instantly. Jack received a total of 1,500,000 EXP points. It was not enough to level up all of his 3 classes, but his Beastmaster class increased to level 41. His mana core stock also increased to 660. The voice continued, "This is the list of exchangeable items that can be purchased with your current scores. Your current achievement only opens up the list till super rare grades. Please note that scores cannot be saved. Once you leave this place, your scores will be reset." A projection appeared showing a list of items. "This is generous," Jack uttered. "We got EXP points and mana cores, and we can still exchange the scores for items? I told you this ancient battleground is good, didn't I?" Padawan said. You did, Jack said. The 3 of them studied the item list. Mostly were equipment and materials. The equipment was mostly rare grade with costs ranging around 1,000 to 2,500 scores, while the super rare grade one was around 5,000 to 20,000 scores. "HM not many interest me," Jack mumbled. "My equipment is all super rare grade already except for accessories." There were also super rare grade accessories for exchange in the list, but they all cost above 10,000 scores. His scores were not enough to get those accessories. "Oh, divine gem," Jack uttered when he saw it in the list. He needed that material to upgrade his lightning god barrage. Yet, this divine gem cost 15,000 scores. No hope for him to get it. Padawan and Grace could only exchange for rare grade items with their scores. Padawan exchanged his scores for a rare grade one-handed gun. His dagger was rare grade, but his current equipped gun was still an uncommon grade. Now both his weapons were rare grade. Grace exchanged her scores for a rare grade accessory. When Jack was about to exchange his scores with a random super rare equipment, he noticed a technique book within the list. Universal Technique Book? He read the name. This book cost 5,000 scores. Just around the amount he had. The book's grade was super rare. "Oh? They got this book here," Penuel uttered after hearing Jack. "Is it good? What skill does this book contain?" Jack asked. "This book is rather special," Penuel said. "Although it is super rare grade, this book is much harder to find than a regular super rare item. It has no possibility to drop from loots. The avenue to get this book is very limited. Also, this book can only be used once for one person. Ain't that the same as any other technique book? Learning the same book will only get you the same skill, right? As I said, this book is rather special. It didn't teach you a specific skill. It let you learn a standard skill." Standard skill? Jack was confused. Why would one learn a standard skill? "Yes, any standard skill outside of your own class," Penuel said. "So? Are you going to get that book?" Penuel asked. Of course I will. Jack clicked on the projection and selected the Universal Technique book. Universal Technique book, super rare consumable, grant any standard skill or spell from any basic, advanced, or elite class can only be used once. What standard skill will you choose? Peidoin asked. Although I said any standard skill, there is also limitations, Penuel informed. You cannot choose the exclusive skills where one gets when they pass their class trial on the first try, and you also cannot choose level 50 skills. Why I can't choose level 51s? Is it because I have not yet reached that level? Jack asked. Even if you are level 50, you still can't. Level 50 skills are special because they are the last level an elite class outworlder will get a standard skill. Level 50 is the highest for the elite class? Grace asked. You will increase in level past level 50, but level 50 is the limit that your elite class will grant you standard skills. After that, you won't receive any more free skills. You have to either buy the non-standard skills or become special classes. You are very knowledgeable, little miss, Grace praised. I am. Penuel held her chin high. Still, higher level doesn't always mean the best, Jack said. For example, Technocraft's Techno Golem. It could be said the best skill for a technocraft. You want to get a Techno Golem skill? Peidoin asked. No, too much work for the part settings. I already have a skill in mind, but I will use this book later. Why? I want to copy it first. Copy it? Both Peidoin and Grace asked. Jack then told them about Genie's divine treasure that could copy things. Wow, Peidoin uttered. You trust me with such a secret? Grace asked. Yes. Why? Uhayuro, I have a good feeling about Uhayuro. Grace didn't continue saying anything. She just gave Jack a stare which made him look away. Jack stored the technique book. It would be some time before Genie could copy this book. She had exhausted her mana core reserve to copy Jack's unique grade technique book, 100 Shadow Strikes, on their first night here. That unique technique book required a whopping 2,500 mana cores to copy. Jack only learned the skill after that and had Genie keep the copy. She had only very few mana cores left after that. Guild members had been donating mana cores regularly after they put up the requirement, but with so many options for items to be copied, the mana cores were never enough. Not to mention the EXP pills and 1,000-year wine that Jack had given Genie to copy. Those things would never be enough if they wanted to let all the core members have access to it. Genie, Jack, and John had agreed that for technique books, they would only copy those with super rare grades and above. As for equipment, they will only copy unique grades if they ever found one. They won't copy any materials except if it was a legendary grade, one that Jack couldn't fuse into using his transformation prism. Potions and other consumables were off-limit unless the three agreed to it, such as the EXP pill and 1,000-year wine. Otherwise, the mana cores would just vanish as soon as they arrived. Want to go in again? Peidoin asked. Usually, they would end it after 2 runs. But after finding the secret path to get scores, Peidoin was excited to give it another go. Yeah, let's. Jack agreed. If he could get another Universal Technique book, then he didn't need to wait for Genie to copy it. Don't you have a match tomorrow? You need to rest, Grace told Jack. No problem. I can still have a full rest even if we do another round of this ancient battleground. Uhayuro, it doesn't want to start, Peidoin said after working on the device. Huh? Is it broken? Jack asked worriedly. Couldn't be that they have broken the device, right? Would the faction here hold them responsible if it did? Wait, I read the manual first, Peidoin asked as a book appeared in his hand. He started flipping its pages. Shitayuro, there truly is a manual, Jack thought. Umayuro, I think we can't do another run again, Peidoin said. Oh? Why? It said here, if the participants inside manage to reach the stage where they receive rewards other than complimentary rewards, there will be a cooldown period of 18 hours before the ancient battleground can be accessed again. What a pity, Jack uttered. I guess it's a limiter so people don't take advantage and farm it too much. Let's just do it tomorrow after the Machesayuro wait. Tomorrow is the final. Will we be sent away after the tournament? If so, we won't be able to enter this ancient battleground again. I think you mean you too, Peidoin corrected. But without you two, I don't think I can survive long enough to get the minimum requirement. The natives here never invited me to join their team for this ancient battleground. So, yeah, the run just now might have been our last run together. I will ask Myson if we can still have another run tomorrow before you two left. I would love that, Jack said. Me too, Grace added. She then turned to Jack and gave him a fist bump. Good luck on your final match tomorrow. Padoan offered his fist as well. Yeah, good luck, bro. Thanks, Jack said and bumped their fists. You need to work on your team's lousy teamwork, though, Grace said after. Ugga Euro that again, Jack lamented. The next morning, everyone started departing to head to the Roman theater where the tournament took place. Everyone was excited about these finals. Today, they would find out the champions amongst the experts that had shown their excellence in previous matches. Jack was standing at the entrance of the buildings they were in. He greeted Prince Alonso and the rest of the natives when they walked past him. He also just nodded when Genie, Doman, David, and Kill Order passed through. When Giant Steve came, Jack asked him to wait. When Selena and Princess Purple came, Jack let Selena pass, but he blocked Princess Purple. Hold, he said. Move aside, Princess Purple commanded. She was displeased being blocked by Jack. Jack put his body covering the exit. Princess Purple won't be able to pass through if she didn't use force. But no player here had enough strength to force Jack to move. Selena was outside looking at them, unsure of what to do. Team meeting. All team members stay first until we sort our shit up, Jack uttered. Red Death and Yellow Death came over at this time. What's wrong? Yellow Death asked. This prick doesn't allow us to leave, Princess Purple said. Team meeting, Jack announced. Now all of us are here. Let's talk first. Move, Yellow Death exclaimed. Don't force me to make you. Give it a try. Jack didn't back down. What do you want to talk about? Red Death asked. We almost lose the last time because we all do our own shit, Jack replied. We can't let the opponents exploit this by taking us out one by one again. We might not be as lucky as the last time. So what do you propose? You want us to listen to you? Yellow Death laughed. I would rather be dead, Princess Purple hissed. You two are truly hopeless, Jack said. I know you won't listen to me, but we still need a leader to work effectively as a team. So I propose Red Death to be our leader. Everyone has to listen to her commands. Me? Red Death uttered with surprise. Giant Steve, Princess Purple, and Yellow Death were taken aback by Jack's words as well. Anyone has a problem with this arrangement? Jack asked. He then added, the result of this tournament has bigger consequences to this world than you people imagine. We need to win this team match so we can help. I implore you to put aside our differences and work together. Jack made a slight bow at them. It was just a slight bow, but with how haughty Jack had been to them, they were even more startled by this action compared to when he proposed Red Death to be the team leader. Silence reigned for a few seconds before Red Death asked Jack, You will listen to my commands? If it helps us win the match, Jack replied. Anyone else? I have no problem, Giant Steve said. Princess Purple didn't say her agreement, but she didn't state any objection as well, so it was safe to assume she was on board. No, they heard Yellow Death. Everyone turned to him. I don't take orders from anyone other than our guild leaders, White Death and Black Death. I do my own things. You guys are free to do what you Euro ack. Yellow Death didn't manage to finish his sentence because Jack's hand had grabbed his throat and slammed him down on the floor. Everyone was again stunned by Jack's sudden violence. This guy had repeatedly done unexpected things within these short few minutes. While still holding Yellow Death down, Jack said to him, If you don't mind losing, then you don't mind me killing you and sending you out of this place. Probably they will allow us to select one of the other humans from the individual match as a replacement. Even if it is not, it is still better to fight with 4 members that work together rather than having one member who mucks everything up. What do you say? Should we go down this path? After saying his piece, Jack kept holding Yellow Death's throat for a few more seconds before letting him go. Yellow Death coughed a few times before giving Jack a death glare. Fury and hatred were in his eyes. Jack had his Stormbreaker out at this time. Yellow Death could see that Jack was not kidding. Yellow, ditch your pride for just this one match, Red Death said. If the team wins, you will get benefits as well. If you are not interested in winning, then just renounce your membership in this match. We can do this without you if that's what you prefer. Yellow Death glanced at Red Death before standing up. He and Jack had another staring contest before he said to Red Death, "You become soft every time this guy is involved. People might question where your allegiance lies." "What do you mean by that?" Red Death snapped at him. "Nothing. Just my bias. All right, I will cooperate for this one match. Give the order all you like. I think I can stand these 2 hours of disgrace. Just don't give any order that put me anywhere near this guy." "Same here," Jack said. "Whatever. If you two are done measuring your dicks, let's leave. We are late already." "The first match might have started," Red Death said and walked out the exit. When they arrived, the match had not started. Callan was there. It seemed this divine priest was only present during the first and the last day of the tournament. He was currently giving a speech since today was the finals. He was giving his gratitude to those who had participated in the matches, to not feel depressed for those who lost, that they had shown honor and bravery despite not winning and thus were winners as well. He also offered encouragement to those that would compete today, to show candor and fighting spirit in the pursuit of glory. Jack suddenly felt that they should have taken more time before coming here. The others were already in the spectators' seats. Jack sat at his regular seat beside Padoin and Doman. "You ready for today?" Jack asked his grandfather. "You asked the wrong question," Doman replied. "You should have asked, are you ready to win today?" Jack nodded without giving further responses. He turned to Jeannie, who was sitting in front of him. He tapped her shoulder and said, "Good luck." Jeannie turned back and said, "You too." David was sitting next to Jeannie. When Jeannie turned, he did so as well. Jack gave him a thumbs up, wishing him luck as well for today's match. He returned the thumbs up. It took almost an hour before Callan ended his speech. God, this guy truly likes to speak, Jack thought. Jack was worried the guy was going to offer a prayer again for another hour. But thankfully, he gave the stage back to Pallas and walked to the spectators' seats. "Thank you, Your Holiness. That is very inspiring," Pallas said. "I'm pretty sure everyone felt motivated and wished that they could have listened more to your words." "No, we are not," Jack said within. "Now let us get to the match. The final day of this Outworlder tournament will begin now. Contenders of the Night section, come out." Night section final match. Jeannie, level 46 Dragoon, human, versus Arthur Bagrat, level 46 Avenger, Draconian. Jeannie walked down to the arena as her opponent walked down from the Draconian group. The two took their positions in the arena. "I heard you are a student of Master Doman," Arthur said to Jeannie. "I am," Jeannie replied. "HMAuro good. I can't challenge that old monster, but perhaps I can feel some excitement from challenging his student. I will try not to disappoint." Jeannie readied her spear and took a fighting stance as Arthur lowered his stance and put his hand on his katana's hilt. "Night section final match begin," Pallas uttered. Jeannie had seen Arthur's last opponent try using range attacks to distract him before executing a killing move, but it didn't work, so Jeannie didn't bother using them. She approached slowly as she paid attention to Arthur's hand that rested on his katana's hilt. She knew that his opponent's Iaedo was very fast, but if she could dodge it, then perhaps that would open an opportunity for her to gain control of the match. She stepped forward slowly. Each step felt as if weighted by a heavy burden. Arthur never moved a muscle, but with every step she closed in, she felt the pressure building up. The katana Arthur was holding appeared as if a guillotine that was ready to chop her neck. She knew then what it meant to face a true master in real combat. She gripped her spear tightly, trying to dispel the fog that had clouded her heart, and resummoned her courage and determination. She thrust her spear, attempting to start her spear art, 7 spears assaulting heaven. Yet her spear was stopped midway before stabbing. She had been too focused on Arthur's hand that was still resting on his katana that she didn't notice Arthur's foot. which had come up and stopped her spear shaft. At the same time, Arthur's body moved higher. The guy was practically stepping on top of Genie's spear, which was in mid-thrust. His katana was released from its scabbard at this moment. The act of him pulling his katana and slashing was almost impossible to notice. All Genie was aware of was a flash of light. She then felt cold around her neck. What the spectators saw at that moment was Arthur performing Iato under a circus-like condition of standing atop a spear. His katana sliced cleanly through Genie's neck, resulting in a critical hit. Iato that was fueled by mana manipulation and boosted by critical damage. Despite Genie's high health point and high defense, it still couldn't save her. Genie lost all strength on her body as she slipped down to the floor. What the euro? This was even briefer than that samurai's first match. It takes only one hit this time, Peidoin uttered. Many of the spectators were also flabbergasted. This was a final match, for crying out loud. They expected an intense fight. Yet, it was amongst the shortest matches in this tournament. There were now 2 matches where the winner finished the match with just 1 hit. They were confused. Was the difference so vast? Was Genie too weak? Not possible. She had won her fight brilliantly in her matches. No one would say that she was not an expert. While many of the spectators were having trouble making sense of the match just now, other experts didn't find it as confounding. They didn't consider Genie as far weaker as well. It was simply a matter of mastery. Arthur's maintained a solid grasp on the situation while Genie had been rattled by Arthur's pressure even before she sent her first attack. Mayuro, that old sword maniac, is getting a little bit too serious in this fight against a junior, Doman commented. But that just meant that he acknowledged Genie as a true adversary. She shouldn't feel bad about this loss. I don't think she is, Jack said. Genie had been revived back. She clasped her hands at Arthur and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Arthur returned her gesture. "You are a good spear woman. I can feel it from your thrust. Practice your spear more. I believe there will come a day where you will return this loss to me." Knight Section Champion, Arthur Bagrat of the Draconian race, Pallas announced. The first champion of the tournament had been decided. "Please take your seat. The championship ceremony will be held once all the champions were decided," Pallas said. Arthur and Genie went back to the spectators' seats. In Arthur's case, he didn't go back to the Draconians group. Instead, he went to the Dwarfs group and sat beside Jet. The two seemed to be chatting. "Too bad," David said to Genie when she came back. The guy proceeded to give a few consolation words to her. Huh? Wasn't this David a bit too friendly to Genie? What's going on between the two? Jack wondered. Warrior Section Final Match Spring Crown, Level 47 Weapon Master, Vampire, versus Doman Fei, Level 46 Weapon Master, Human. "Okay. It's my turn to become the champion," Doman uttered as he slapped his thigh before standing up. "Can't let that old geezer looks down on me just because he becomes a champion while I'm not." "Good luck," Jack said. "Don't need it," Doman replied. "Your grandfather is pretty confident," Peidoin said as Doman walked down to the arena below. "Yeah, don't worry. No way my Gramps loses," Jack said. "Spring Crown might be the #1 gamer, but my Gramps is the #1 martial artist." The two #1 character faced each other in the arena. Spring Crown wore his trademark smile and Doman simply displayed a flat expression. Both exhibited confidence. "I heard you are called the #1 gamer in the world?" Doman asked. "Ahayuro, I never really liked that title. Too much pressure, you know," Spring Crown replied. "I am just a guy who enjoyed gaming a bit too much, that's all. I will never compare to someone with real accomplishments like you, Master Doman. You know me? Anyone who truly dabbles in martial arts will know your name, even if not your face." Doman nodded. "Enough chat. Let's fight. Let's." Pallas declared the final match of the warrior section to begin. Both Doman and Spring Crown brandished their weapons and took ready stances. Spring Crown's mouth still carried that smile. Most would think he took this fight lightly, but those with better perceptions could see that his eyes were fully focused. Those eyes were not from someone who was frivolous. The intensity of their gazes even caused the audience to feel intense before the two even moved. Then Domon's right foot shifted a bit. As if dodging a fatal blow, Spring Crown's body sprang to the left and stopped a distance away. The two were still again and back to eyeing each other for a while. Domon's left shoulder slumped a bit. Spring Crown took 2 steps back. You can read me? Domon asked. I won't dare to claim that, Spring Crown answered. But I do study you for a long while, so I dare say I'm a bit familiar with your style. Study me? You are Domon, one who is called the best martial artist still alive in our generation. The legend who holds the world championship title for 10 years straight with an undefeated record. You are the best material to study. I watched a lot of your videos when I was learning martial arts. Then you must be one very hard-working student to dig through those old archives for a study. Who is your martial art teacher? I have none. Self-taught a? I did. I studied from watching the videos of a lot of practitioners. Took what I think suited me and practiced on my own. In a way, you can be considered my teacher. Then I'm flattered to have such a talented secret student. Now, allow me to give you direct teaching, Domon said and took a big step forward. Spring Crown slid to the right with his body bent low. Domon shifted to the left. Spring Crown responded by side-rolling. Domon's bent his body down. Spring Crown swayed to the back. Domon jumped forward. Spring Crown made a large jump to the side and rolled on the ground. The fight continued in this way. No attack was performed. The two just moved around systematically. One moved, the other responded. In a way, it looked like a dance. Most felt as if they were back to seeing match 3 of the warrior section between Boastful and Sherwin, where the two teased one another with their weird dance. But at least then, there were still some swings of the weapons, albeit fake attacks. This time, the weapons were never lifted. Some people started booing, which was immediately silenced when Palace glared back at them. These people felt strange. Palace was visibly upset when Boastful and Sherwin did their dance. Why was he not this time? Those that were experienced in martial arts, on the other hand, didn't think that Domon and Spring Crown were doing a choreographed dance. Instead, this was a high-level reading and reaction. They might not be physically clashing yet, but they had been clashing numerous times in their minds. Each attacking attempt was cancelled as the opponent had moved away from the strike zone. It's impressive that boy can read Domon till that level, but he can't be thinking of doing this indefinitely, right? Jet said from the spectators' seats. He is waiting for Domon to make a mistake before he strikes, Arthur commented. He will have to wait a long time for that, Jet said. It is more likely that he makes a mistake first before Domon. His expression showed that he is a very patient man. He is also very disciplined and controlled. I think he can do this for as long as he wants to. In the human group, Peidoan was also wondering, like the rest of the unenlightened crowd, what was going on with this match. Jack explained to him that Spring Crown had responded to Domon's every attacking attempt before Domon carried out the attacks. No wonder he is called the #1 gamer, Jack said. His calculating ability might have helped him with game mechanics, but it is that reading ability of his that makes him able to perceive all kinds of skills and spells with uncanny accuracy and speed. After several minutes of non-stop moving between the two without any physical contact, Domon finally lifted his glaive in a thrusting motion. Spring Crown had sprung away at the time and was lifting his blue spear to finally attack as well. But he suddenly stopped midway and jumped back. Domon stopped and stared at Spring Crown. There was admiration in his eyes. You are one crafty old man, Spring Crown said. I almost fall for that. Ha ha ha. It has been some time since I felt this excited. I must say, you are truly deserving of the name #1, Domon uttered. All right, since it is this way, then let's not drag this any further. You are waiting for your chances, right? I will give them to you. Let's see if you can utilize those chances to defeat me or I overpower you with my arts. Domon's body started spinning as he used death-carrying Cyclone. Spring Crown had expected the move and had taken a low posture as he slid forward. His spear had changed to a pair of fist weapons. He was ready to strike when he noticed Domon's wrist twisted. The glaive on that hand suddenly spun back to where Spring Crown was. He backstepped just as the glaive's blade came slicing. It didn't stop. It spun and continued to come for him. Spring Crown could only continue to backstep. Soul Pursuit Hurricane, your spinning polearm technique that gives non-stop assault. Spring Crown uttered as his fist weapons changed to a spear on his right and a sword on his left. Doman's glaive spinning had turned into several afterimages within the hurricane. 3 real attacks came to Spring Crown within the hurricane. Spring Crown struck using his spear and sword to block the 2 attacks while a translucent spear-like being materialized beside him and blocked the 3rd one. He still received damage from the 2 attacks he had blocked directly, but this block stopped Doman's art. Spring Crown jumped away during the pause. So, this is what's called mana manipulation? Impressive, Spring Crown said. Doman's attack was just standard attacks, but it was still damaging enough to give him some splash damages even after he blocked using his attacks. Wong never taught you? Doman asked. We rarely talk to one another outside of work, Spring Crown replied. So dull. How about you jump ship and I will be glad to teach a talented person like you. Would love to. However, I can't at the moment. Too bad. Watch my glaive, Doman uttered as he performed 1-word thrust. A straight ray of light shot out as his glaive was thrust. Spring Crown had already ducked the instant he saw Doman's shoulder move. He had stored his sword and was currently thrusting his spear from a low position targeting Doman's open armpit. The translucent spear-like being, which was his spirit weapon, thrust from a different angle as well. Those thrusts never hit. 2 shadows swept both the spear and the spirit weapon away as their tips were about to hit. Subsequent shadows followed as they headed to Spring Crown. Spring Crown had no choice but to jump away again. Shadowless kicks. Truly difficult to read those, Spring Crown uttered. Haha, more will come, Doman said and used 1-word slash. Spring Crown saw Doman's opening move and jumped up, effectively dodging the slash. He then did a double attack using his spear and spirit weapon. Doman's head swayed to the side, evading the spear attack while his palms created 8 afterimages. One of these 8 gates illusory palms hit the spirit weapon while the others went to Spring Crown. Spring Crown took out an axe, a large-headed 2-bladed axe. He used its blade's large surface as a makeshift shield to block the palms. The impact force still threw him away. He skidded a few meters before stopping. You are right. Even when you allow me those chances, I still can't hit you, Spring Crown said with a laugh. His spear started glowing with key weapon. Doman followed suit. He also used his key weapon and called out spirit weapon. A glaive-like translucent being appeared beside him. He then attacked again. Doman was superior in direct clashes while in terms of spirit weapons control, he lost by a mile. In fact, he didn't even attempt any control over his spirit weapon. The illusory glaive just attacked automatically whenever Spring Crown came near. Spring Crown's spirit weapon was different. He asserted absolute control on it to synchronize with his every strike. He also changed weapons every now and then, utilizing the damage boost it provided to keep up with Doman's mana manipulation-fueled attacks. Even so, Spring Crown was clearly at a disadvantage. He continued to retreat, avoiding a direct clash with Doman. He ended up being cornered to the edge of the arena. His back bumped against the transparent wall. Doman headed in for the kill strike. Yet, as Doman slashed, Spring Crown's body vanished. Doman knew from his mana sense that Spring Crown had teleported to behind him. His body immediately spun. He slashed to his back just as Spring Crown appeared and slashed as well. Flash slash. Jack identified the skill. It was the one that was similar to his flash step. As Doman and Spring Crown's weapons hit each other, Doman's glaive was forcefully torn from his grip and was thrown away. Impossible, Jack uttered. No way his grandfather lost his grip on his weapon. That is disarm skill, Penuel said. It's a very rare non-standard elite skill that can be learned by warriors' branch classes. Doman was also stunned by the sudden disarm of his weapon. He was certain that his grip was solid. His shock only lasted a moment before his mind went into his storage bag to search for a substitute weapon. But that one moment was all it needed for his opponent to attack. Sorry, Master Doman. The winner will be me. Spring Crown uttered as his spirit weapon transformed into a giant energy spear above him. It then stabbed towards Doman. Spring Crown had lured Doman to the edge before using his disarm skill. With Doman's back against the transparent arena wall, there was nowhere for the old Grandmaster to dodge. Seeing the incoming giant energy spear, Doman placed his two palms to his front facing the energy spear. Everyone was flabbergasted. Was the old weapon master scared out of his mind that he put his arm up like that to defend against the attack? It won't be of any use as he needed a weapon to count the block as a parry. A weapon master was powerless without their weapons. Any other person would have run out of ideas at this stage, but not Doman. He was a master of any fighting styles, including unarmed. His two palms started shining as the air around those palms started to revolve. It was as if he was holding a circular flat disc made of air in front of him that spun at high speed. Everyone was shocked by the display, including all the martial art masters in the spectators' seats. That is a euro. Wong was visibly unsettled seeing the move that Doman used. What is that? Arthur asked. No, why a euro, he has finally mastered it? Jet uttered. What move is that? Paydoin asked Jack. No idea. Have never seen Gramps use that before, Jack answered. Spring Crown was similarly surprised by his opponent's move, but it didn't hinder the advance of his giant energy spear. The energy spear crashed into Doman's spinning disc with a loud bang. Bright light flared from the collision as the wind from the impact threw Spring Crown away. He fell to the ground several meters away. The bright light slowly settled, leaving dust in the air. Everyone could see the arena again. Spring Crown was getting up from the ground, but he suddenly put his spear to his front. Soft light covered the spear just as a wave of energy rushed out of the dust towards him. His spear shone brightly after. Absorb energy? Jack said after seeing it. It's the skill Spring Crown had used to defeat Handsome Joe in the previous match. Doman rushed out from the receding dust. His health point bar indicated that he only had 20% of his life left. Spring Crown was astonished. That energy spear skill he used was a rare skill that dealt very high damage. It should have been able to kill a normal weapon master 3 times over with one hit. What move did Doman use just now to reduce its damage? Was it a game skill? It was too spectacular to be a martial art. Despite his curiosity, Spring Crown couldn't afford to let his mind wander. The fight was still ongoing. Doman had come at him in a straight path. The old martial artist only had a little life left. One hit with his enhanced spear was all he needed. Spring Crown used Key Strike. The blast this skill created covered a fan-shaped area before him. A small dodge won't be enough to evade the blast, and Doman was too close to do a big jump already. However, Doman didn't show any attempt of dodging. He lifted his weapon, which was a halberd now. His key weapon was still active, and the light that covered it was especially long and fiery. Spring Crown noticed that was not a normal key weapon effect. However, it was too late to cancel his attack already. He bet everything with this strike. His spear was already enhanced by his opponent's key wave, so his damage should be higher. If both of them strike, his attack would be superior. Doman also executed Key Strike. 2 blasts of energy hit one another. The blast unleashed from Spring Crown's spear was larger than a normal Key Strike. This was due to the enhancement from the Absorb Energy skill. Yet, the blast from Doman's Key Strike was even larger. Spring Crown was shocked. It didn't make sense. Not only was Doman's Key Blast larger, but it was also denser and of a different color. Normal Key Strike produced a light blue energy blast, while Doman's current one was darker blue and close to purple. Doman's Key Strike completely devoured Spring Crown's, and it proceeded to engulf the younger weapon master. When the dust settled, Spring Crown's body was lying on the floor with 0 health point. Yes! Jack jumped up from his seat and exclaimed after seeing the result. That was tense. I thought for a second that old man will lose when he dropped his glaive. Paydoin gave Jack a side-eye. Who was it that said no way his Gramps would lose? The rest of the human team also clapped and cheered. Prince Alonso's face was beaming with satisfaction. He had one champion already from his team. Prince Remus was clapping and smiling as well. but his smile was very stiff and fake. What is that skill Spring Crown used that create the giant energy spear? Jack asked Penuel while still clapping. That skill is energy weapon, Penuel answered. A non-standard weapon master's skill. It can only be used when the spirit weapon is still active. It sacrifices the spirit weapon and turns it into a massive attack that deals very high damage. Under normal circumstances, your grandfather should have lost already. What did he do to block that skill? Ain't George already asked me that? I don't know. We will ask my Gramps once he returned, Jack said. Spring Crown was revived to full health while Doman went and picked up his glaive. When everyone expected Spring Crown to be scowling, he strangely still wore that light smile of him, as if nothing bad had happened. Ahayuro, what a pity, he said. You don't seem too bothered with this loss, Doman said. What do you mean? This is my face when I am bothered. It's the same as before. Is it? Ahaha. Probably it has become too stiff that I can't change the expression. You are weird. Aren't you three here to get an item for that master of yours? We are. But everyone should have seen that I've tried my best, right? So, no one can blame me even if I fail. Why do you help that master? You don't seem like a bad person, Doman asked. Thank you, Spring Crown replied with a laugh. But if I tell you, I'm afraid you will laugh at me. Try me. I can use a little laugh. Well, he came to me and told me that he could turn the world into a real game world. He offered me a place in his kingdom if I help him become a god in this world. I laughed at him, thinking everything is a joke. I said to him if he really can do that, I won't mind helping him. Imagine my surprise when the world truly turned. Just because of that? I gave him my word, didn't I? What is a man if not his words? Are you going to laugh now? No. No, I won't, Doman said. But are you going to just shut your eyes and let him enslave this world? My promise is to help him become a god. I didn't say anything about after. Once he becomes one, then I will bring him down. If he becomes one, do you think you still have a chance? Even though if he became a god, it is a god based on this game system, not a real one. One thing I love about games is that you can always find a way to win, even against cheaters as long as you are determined enough. Taking down a fake god. Now isn't that an exciting challenge for a #1 gamer? Ha ha ha. I thought you didn't like that title. Doman laughed. If it gets me paired with a #1 martial artist like you, I don't mind. Hey, how about we take him down together when he becomes a god? Spring Crown said. No thanks. I will take him down before he becomes one, together with my grandson. That multi-class boy? Good luck. I'm looking forward to fighting him too. You will get the chance as long as you are still supporting that master. The spectators were amazed to see the two chatted like old friends after that fierce fight. Even Pallas didn't disturb them and let them chat in the arena. When the two parted ways, Pallas said to Doman who walked by him, that was an impressive application of mana manipulation. You have my respect. Callan also stood up and nodded at Doman as a sign of respect. Doman replied by making a palm fist salute to the two of them. The other was rather astonished to see the two mythical natives put this old man in such high regard. When Doman returned to his seat, before Jack could ask his question, Penuel had beaten him to it. Old man, did you use mana manipulation to alter your game skill in that match just now? I think you are hanging out too much with my grandson that you catch his rude manners, Doman said. He then answered Penuel's question. I did. Is it so impressive? Padoan asked. Did you not see the way your faction's bosses treated him after his display? Jack said to him. He also understood the difficulty. He was already having trouble applying mana manipulation in a simple swing. What more of applying it onto skills? Mana manipulation to alter a game skill is the highest attainment for mana manipulation application, Penuel informed. I told you too before that if you can alter your game skills with this technique, you will improve the skill's output by a great deal. But I never thought that you really can do it already. I tried it once when I was fighting the undead horde when I first joined the guild. But at that time my level is too low, it gave my body too much burden, Doman said. Now I can do it more often, though it still gave my body some stress when I apply it to game skills. As I said, I never really put any attention on game skills, but after losing to Jack in the selection tournament last time, I have started to practice using mana manipulation on game skills. As you see just now, I can already use it on key weapon and key strike back-to-back. So, that means I have helped you to win this match just now, eh? Jack said. Doman looked at Jack and said, nah, even if I didn't use the key strike, I can still wear him down with just my martial arts. He won't catch me the second time with that trick of his. Jack shook his head. He then said, anyway, I never expect you to be so crafty with game skills. You have seen him use absorb energy skill, so you used your key wave to make him use it, so he couldn't block your next mana manipulation-fueled key strike using that skill. Yeah, it's a good thing I watched his match at that time. Otherwise, I would have caught off guard again. Doman admitted. While they were chatting, two people suddenly came by. It was Jet Hung and Arthur Bagrat. Move aside, Jack boy, Jet uttered as he pushed Jack aside. What the euro? Jack was boggled as the two old dudes inserted themselves on the seats between him and Doman. You have mastered it? Jet asked. Doman replied with a grin. He knew what Jet was referring to. Don't be so smug about it, Jet uttered. What is that technique? It looks more like magic than a martial art, Arthur said. Yeah, one who doesn't know better will have thought that was this world's game skill, Jet said. Jack caught on after hearing the two. He asked, hey, what are you two talking about? Is it that move my Gramps used when he blocked the opponent's energy weapon? Yeah, Jet nodded. That is an ancient martial art our late teacher taught us. Yet, our teacher only knows its basic principles, he himself didn't truly learn it as well. It's called Iron Wall. It's a defensive art that is supposed to be able to block anything. But we never really successfully learned it. Well, at least that's what I thought until now. I have also just learned it recently. My mastery of that art is still heavily flawed. If I have mastered it to perfection, I wouldn't have lost a single health point from that attack just now, Doman said. To tell you the truth, if we are still in our old world, I don't think I will ever be able to learn it. But this world's mana is very dense. The environment here makes it much easier to perform a technique that required a high degree of mana manipulation. You should also start repracticing those arts that you have difficulty learning before in the real world. You might see the difference. I see a euro, I will do that, Jet uttered. Me too, Arthur joined. While they were talking, they didn't realize Leave Me Alone had gone down to the arena. Palace had announced the third match of the day. The final match for the Rogue section. Rogue section final match Wong. Level 46 Battle Monk, Orc, versus Leave Me Alone. Level 46 Battle Monk, Vampire. Shit, we forgot to wish him luck, Jack said. He doesn't need it, Doman said. He loses or wins, that is due to his capability. I disagree. Luck is part of our abilities. That's why we have a luck stat, Jack declared. Shut up and watch the match, Jet reprimanded. While Palace had given them the start sign, the two contestants still stood unmoving. Wong never laid his eyes on Leave Me Alone. Instead, he was looking at the spectators' seats at Doman again. The Iron Wall art that Doman had displayed in the precious match far surpassed his Iron Shirt technique. It caused turmoil and dissatisfaction in his heart. He kept on lamenting why Doman had not chosen the Battle Monk class. He would have been able to battle Doman if so and wiped out this uneasiness in his heart. Your opponent is not him, Wong heard Leave Me Alone's voice. Wong's eyes stayed on Doman for a while longer before turning his attention to Leave Me Alone. You are just a cub. You have no business standing before me, Wong said. We will see, Leave Me Alone said, and decided to be the one to initiate the first move. His fist started glowing as he activated Key-infused fist. His body moved forward and left afterimages in his wake. It was his elusive form skill which he had used before when fighting against Jack. Its many images combined with his unique footwork made it difficult for people to pinpoint his real self. Humph, empty trick. Didn't I already show that it is useless against me? Wong said as Leave Me Alone approached, swaying left and right as his afterimages blurred together with his real self. I'm disappointed, You are still just the same. I will finish you like the last time. Wong punched at Leave Me Alone's real self. It was as he said, this skill was useless against someone who had mastered mana sense like Wong. But as his fist flew forward, he found himself suddenly losing balance. He was sucked by a force that dragged him forward. Leave Me Alone had used his family art, cycle of shade and shadow. His left hand guided Wong's fist forward as his own body moved forward in a low stance. His right hand's elbow was currently aiming at Wong's ribcage. Humph! Wong harumphed as he let his body move forward instead of fighting the tide Leave Me Alone had produced. His body shot forward. Leave Me Alone's elbow strike missed, but his bent arm immediately went and grabbed Wong's shirt that was passing by. However, before Leave Me Alone could perform any throwing technique, Wong stomped and caused his large body to bump into Leave Me Alone. Leave Me Alone was the one getting unbalanced now. Wong's backhand punch came at this time. When many spectators thought Wong would finish Leave Me Alone in the same manner as Windleg, the elven opponent who Wong defeated in the second day's match, Leave Me Alone made a backflip. His foot came kicking up at Wong's chin. This sudden kick forced Wong to retreat. The two paused and eyed one another afterward. Humph. Perhaps you have improved a bit, Wong said. But you are still not my match. Wong rushed out. He then met Wong head-on. Lightning-fast punches and kicks were exchanged rapidly. None hit. They attacked and dodged at the same time. The spectators who saw it couldn't help but be entranced by the display. No skill was used in the series of punches and kicks, yet every attack was noteworthy. But in the end, Wong was still the more skillful in terms of unarmed combat. Wong finally landed a hit at Leave Me Alone's cheek, causing his movement to stop. A series of blows followed. As the follow-up blows landed, Leave Me Alone's skin turned dark and steely. He had activated Steel Body, which reduced the damage he received. Ha! These game skills won't save you, Wong uttered. All throughout this tournament, Wong had never used a single game skill. He felt it beneath him to use them. He wanted to prove that he could be a champion without relying on one. He clenched his fist, accumulating mana into that fist. He attempted to finish the match with this punch. As he delivered his punch, Leave Me Alone suddenly shifted position. Another game skill? Wong thought. No, not skill, Wong noticed. What Leave Me Alone had done was reversing the effect of his martial art, cycle of shade and shadow. Instead of using the force to redirect the opponent's assault, he used the force instead to redirect himself, shifting his position in an instant. This was something that he had experimented with after mastering the skill with Doman's help. Leave Me Alone, who had now changed position to Wong's side, activated the overlimit ability of his fist weapon. He then punched. Despite the audience being awed by the spectacular display of his weapon's overlimit state, the punch itself was nothing special. It was just a simple punch. The audience even felt like this punch was slower compared to the previous punches Leave Me Alone had thrown. Yet Wong, who was the target, knew otherwise. He could feel an application of mana manipulation in this punch. Additionally, he knew the overlimit state would cause him high damage even for a simple punch. Leave Me Alone had used it before when Wong captured him. He backstepped to move away. Yet the fist didn't seem to become farther. Instead, it continued to approach. Wong increased his speed. The punch still advanced and their distances reduced at a steady pace. As if the punch adjusted its speed with his. As if there was a magnet keeping the fist close. What sorcery is this? Wong uttered in his mind. This was the one-punch technique that Doman had taught Leave Me Alone in the last few days, called Fast Slow Elusive Fist. The practitioner must first create a connection with the opponent's mana before unleashing this punch. With the connection locked, the punch would act as if a homing missile, ensuring a guaranteed hit. This technique required mana manipulation. Although Leave Me Alone was not yet proficient in this ability, his understanding of this field was better than Jack's. With non-stop practice the last few days, he could use it if only for this one punch. Leave Me Alone had been building this connection from all the melee exchanges since the start of the match. This technique masked the connection and made it so subtle that even a grandmaster like Wong wasn't aware of it unless he purposefully concentrated his senses onto it. This fist could only be used once. After the punch was unleashed, Another connection needed to be built up if one was to use this martial art again. Leave Me Alone didn't think that Wong would fall for the same trick twice. Hence, Leave Me Alone knew this was his only chance. The fist was finally too close. Wong couldn't dodge it anymore. He readied himself for a hit. Mana accumulated at the place where Leave Me Alone's fist would connect. The fist hovered just a hairbreadth from Wong's body but was unable to proceed. The strong mana defense from the iron shirt then exploded, pushing Leave Me Alone's fist away. Yet, Leave Me Alone forcefully stopped his fist from retracting. It stopped a couple of inches away before the fist punched out again. This time, the fist struck Wong's body. Wham! The sound of the impact was too loud for a fist thrown from such close proximity. "You are not the only one who knows one-inch punch," Leave Me Alone uttered. Doman had informed Leave Me Alone about the weakness of Iron Short. It was a very strong defensive technique, but it wasn't effective against repetitive hits. It was only good to repel one strong attack. Afterward, it would take time before the practitioner could accumulate mana for another defense again. Wong was sent reeling back by the punch. Leave Me Alone had executed the one-inch punch in conjunction with his non-standard skill, Iron Punch, which increased damage. Additionally, his weapon was still in the over-limit state. That one hit took out half of Wong's health point. Leave Me Alone knew he needed to push while he had the momentum. His fists became countless as he used infinite lightning punches. Wong, who saw the incoming attack, gritted his teeth and planted his feet. His two fists opened into palms and also turned innumerous. Each palm slapped Leave Me Alone's fists and prevented them from hitting. 100 lightning hands? That old fart does have many tricks up his sleeve, Jet uttered. Mayuro Doman muttered. Unfortunately, Leave Me Alone didn't possess high enough damage to finish Wong in one hit. However, if he could continue to push and keep Wong at a passive state, Doman thought Leave Me Alone should still have a chance. Leave Me Alone's fists and Wong's palms continued to hit each other. Wong's 100 lightning hands managed to keep every punch from hitting him as well as negated any splash damage. Leave Me Alone glanced at his stamina. Every punch that he threw consumed a bit of his stamina. Sooner or later he would run out, but he couldn't stop. He could only bet everything with this assault. Wong wasn't in the best situation either. His 100 lightning hands required a great deal of effort. He couldn't keep using it indefinitely. He slowly felt fatigued creeping over. The two were now having a battle of endurance. One was spending the game stats stamina, while the other was spending the real world's one. When Leave Me Alone's stamina was down to 30%, he noticed Wong's hand was starting to slow. He knew then that he would win this endurance contest. Wong knew that as well. He clenched his teeth. "Damn you!" he yelled. His skin then turned dark and steely. His 100 lightning hands stopped as he retracted his two arms. Leave Me Alone's punches proceeded without hindrance after Wong cancelled his 100 lightning hands. They battered Wong's body. Wong's health point was reduced, but they were dampened by the steel body skill. Unfortunately, Leave Me Alone's over-limit state had ended. Otherwise, his punches should be able to penetrate steel body's defense. The steel body also helped Wong keep his body in balance. His two retracted arms punched out amongst Leave Me Alone's punches. His two fists came together in front of Leave Me Alone. Leave Me Alone felt air compressed when the two fists came together. Before long, this compressed air exploded. The force was enough to make Leave Me Alone stop his infinite lightning punches. His body also wavered as he received damage. Before Leave Me Alone could rebalance himself, Wong's right fist opened into a claw. His fingers started glowing. The glow made his hand as if turning transparent and people could see the bones inside. The audience realized then that the glow came from these bones. This claw went forward and struck Leave Me Alone's chest. Leave Me Alone felt like his bones cracked when the claw hit. Wong twisted his claw and Leave Me Alone felt as if his skin and flesh were being ripped apart. If this was the real world, those things he felt would have truly happened. Huge damage appeared on his head, one that eclipsed his total health point. His body slumped down weakly under Wong's feet. Wong had won. Champion of the rogue section, Wong of the orc race, Palace declared. "Damn, that was close," Jack uttered dejectedly. What were those two martial arts he used to win? That claw thing looked damn impressive. The two fists that unbalanced your friend is fist cannon. While the claw art he used to Euro well, I'm surprised he knows that art, Jet answered. He is stronger than I first thought him to be, Doman said. Then to Jack he said, the claw move he used is called White Bone Claw, another ancient martial art. It used chi to strengthen one's finger bones. The accumulated chi caused the glow on the bones and created the illusion of glowing bones. The claw strengthened by this art can easily shatter rocks. One with perfect mastery could even puncture a steel plate and tear it apart. It was a truly deadly art. Leave Me Alone had been revived. It was not strange to see him wearing a depressed expression. Yet the winner, Wong, was also scowling. Many wondered why the orc champion showed unsatisfied expression even after winning. Those with a better understanding of his personality knew that despite Wong having won, he was angry because he had been forced to use a game skill. Not to mention he almost lost to someone he considered as a junior. Wong stomped back to his seat, while Leave Me Alone walked back steadily. His face was sad, but his eyes were determined. Jack could see that this loss only strengthened this man's resolve to become stronger. Jack was glad that Leave Me Alone didn't lose his fighting spirit, but he was concerned about another thing. The next match would decide whether World Maker got the thing they came for. The projection on the sky showed the next match. Archer Section Final Match Ronald Dreary, Level 46 Gunner, Ethereal, versus David, Level 46 Gunner, Human. David stood up as he prepared to go down to the arena. David, good luck, Jack called out. You have to win. We are all counting on you. Beat up that no-face show-off cowboy. David looked back and was rather confused. He was surprised that anyone supported him so much to win this tournament. Much less Jack, who he was not close to by any means. Good luck, Jeannie also said to him. David smiled and thanked the two. He then proceeded down to the arena. Ronald had already come down earlier and waited for his opponent in the arena. When the two came face to face with one another, David asked, after seeing your matches, I can't stop thinking. Can you by any means be the phantom gunslinger of the battlefield? Ronald grinned after hearing David's question. Some people do call me that. I see a euro, David said. I have a few comrades who died in the hands of this phantom gunslinger. You are a very difficult man to find on the field. It must be fate that you are here so I can avenge my comrades. Ronald was still grinning. Just a few? I can't remember anymore how many people I killed on the battlefield. Unfortunately, we can't truly die from being killed in this world. Very depressing world. I would have loved to send you to where your comrades are. Begin, Palace declared. David sprang to the side while a handgun and a dagger appeared in his hands. He took a low stance as he ran to make himself as small a target as possible. Even with that weird posture, he was still as fast as when he ran normally. Ronald didn't just stand this time. He had seen David's match as well. He knew his opponent this time was a veteran who was used to a gunfight. It would be a blunder to treat this opponent the same as others. The second the match started, he had moved to the side and his two revolvers were out from their holsters. The two started shooting one another. This was the first match where they saw Ronald's shot miss. David had been making a very swift zigzag movement while keeping low and advancing. All the time he shot his handgun at Ronald to keep Ronald on his toe, thus reducing Ronald's accuracy. But even so, a few bullets still grazed or hit David's non-fatal parts. Ronald, on the other hand, wasn't struck by any bullets. He was also doing zigzag movements but away, keeping a distance from David. It was clear from this exchange that, in terms of a gunfight, Ronald was still the better shot. Ronald used rapid shot with his two revolvers. His set weapon, the two revolvers, had the set ability called dual gun wield. It allowed his gunner's active skills to affect both weapons, as long as they were done at the same time. 5 bullets were discharged from each revolver, totaling 10 bullets were rushing to David. They, however, hit a metallic hovering object that materialized in front of David. It was David's drone skill. His drone was different from a normal gunner's drone. It was much larger. It had a wide plate as part of its body. It hovered in front of David with its nose facing the floor, making it look like a floating shield. David stayed behind this drone for cover as he continued shooting. Everyone understood that this modified drone was because David had used an evolved seed, giving it the ability to provide cover to its owner. The seed also gave his drone extremely high health point and defense. It also reduced all damage received. However, with its tip facing down like that, it could not shoot the enemy. So, it lost its attacking capability when it was utilized as a defensive cover. With his drone cover, David was more confident as he was now advancing straight to Ronald. No more zigzagging move. He continued to shoot at Ronald as he used his drone to block Ronald's bullets. Ha ha ha, not bad, soldier. Ronald laughed. Ronald also called out his drone and his boomhound. Ronald's drone was also slightly different from a normal drone. It was wider but thinner than a normal drone, making it look like a flying dish. Its metallic plate was also bright red, unlike the normal drone which was metallic bronze. Seeing the boomhound, David stopped advancing and summoned his Barghest. He had already seen how Another Day was afflicted by the hound's roar, which disrupted Another Day's ability to use skills. He stayed in his position and continued shooting behind his drone cover. David's Barghest ran out and headed to the boomhound. The boomhound shot sonic bullets from its mouth, but the Barghest agilely dodged the bullet. When it came into range, its eyes glowed bright red. It had used its charm monster skill. Yet the boomhound shook it off. The skill had failed. They both were of the same grade, and the boomhound also had natural resistance against influence skill, further lowering charm monster's success rate. It again shot sonic bullets towards the Barghest. The Barghest suddenly vanished. Did it teleport? Jack asked Penuel, but he didn't see the pet appear in any other places. The Barghest had invisibility ability, Penuel answered. Its invisibility was different from the spell version. This Barghest won't turn visible even after touching or attacking an enemy. However, its duration is very short at 20 seconds. The Barghest was nowhere to be seen, but its rapid footsteps were heard as it rushed towards the boomhound. The boomhound couldn't pinpoint the Barghest's location. Suddenly, its back received a clawing and a damage number appeared. It growled in pain and started moving as well, but it was difficult to avoid an opponent that couldn't be seen. It received another claw to its side, but this second time when it was hit, it uttered a high-pitched roar that radiated shockwave. It was the same roar that had incapacitated Another Day. The Barghest lost its invisibility after that. The roar had afflicted it with the cursed effect, which caused the target to be unable to use skill or spell for a short duration and reduce the healing received. Yet, the affliction didn't reduce its fierceness. The Barghest was still charging at the boomhound while baring its teeth and claws. The boomhound didn't back down. With its opponent now visible, it could attack as well. Both pets were very fast. They too clashed with one another with speed almost invisible to naked eyes. David had never stopped shooting from behind his drone cover. Ronald had been constantly moving to dodge David's bullet while he and his drone shot at David as well, but it was difficult hitting David with the protection of the shield drone. Once David noticed the boomhound had used its incapacitating roar, he continued his advance. He believed in terms of close combat, he should be superior compared to Ronald. But as he got near, Ronald's drone started flaring. Seeing the sign, David immediately ducked and took full cover behind his shield drone. Ronald's drone shot a stream of high-density flame. David's drone received continuous damage from the flame. After all the punishments, David's shield drone's health point had gone down to around 60%. Ronald took the chance when David was hiding to shoot a few bullets at David's Barghest, helping his boomhound get the upper hand. The flame-throwing from Ronald's drone didn't last indefinitely. After it ended, David rose and returned to shooting again. Facing the incoming shots, Ronald also returned to moving around and shooting back at David. When David reached sufficient distance, he used his throw grenade skill. Yet, as soon as the grenade left David's hand, Ronald's bullet came and hit the grenade. It exploded in the air. Fuck! David cursed. He was hoping the grenade could give him an opening to rush into a melee range. In retaliation, Ronald's grenade came. David was going to return the favor and shoot at the grenade mid-flight, but his head was suddenly assailed by a massive headache. Ronald had used his race skill Mind Blast. With that disruption, David couldn't make an accurate shot. He hurriedly ducked back to his shield drone's cover. The grenade exploded, but he was unharmed. The unusual smoke from Ronald's grenade covered David. He hurriedly moved sideways to go out of the smoke's coverage while continuing to face Ronald's direction. At this time, David heard some murmurs from the audience. Did something happen? He thought. He couldn't let the noise distract him. He needed to focus on his opponent. He came out from the smoke while still having his shield drone covering him. He prepared to shoot. He had cornered his opponent close to the arena's edge. A little bit more and he should be able to dash over and finish this phantom gunslinger in close-quarter combat. Yet, when he aimed, Ronald was not there. What? Where? Bang! Bang! He felt 2 impacts on the side of his head. Critical damage appeared accompanied by a sharp pain in the head. He bore the pain and turned in the direction from where the bullet came from and was shocked to see Ronald standing atop his hovering drone. Its wide and flat dish-like surface gave a stable foothold for Ronald to stand on. The drone brought the gunslinger up high and at an angle where David was not covered by his drone shield. Ronald's 2 revolvers were aiming at David. David hurriedly shifted position to place his shield drone in front of him again. Ronald's revolvers flared. From its sound, Ronald had used the rapid shoot again. David's drone shield was not yet perfectly placed to face Ronald's direction, but it was enough to provide partial cover. Yet, in that instant, David noticed the direction Ronald was aiming at. It was not directed at him. The aim had been slightly to the side of his shield drone. Upon that realization, he heard repetitive impact sounds from his side. At the same time, he felt bullets hitting his body that was facing that side. I'm a Euro, impossible Euro. David didn't finish his words as these last few hits took out his remaining health point. Ronald had used the 5 bullets from his left revolver to shoot the 5 bullets from his right revolver. The 10 bullets hit each other beside David, and the resulting ricochets caused 5 bullets to change directions and hit David from the side. Many didn't understand what had happened, but those with good eyesight saw what had happened. Jack, who had Dragon Eye ability, was one of them. Damn the Euro, is that kind of accuracy even possible? Jack muttered. Actually, if it was still in the real world, Ronald wouldn't have been able to do such a trick. But here, he had gained a skill that slowed down his reaction time for a short period. A skill called Focus Sight. It was similar to Jack's Dragon Eye skill. The Focus Sight slowed down perceived time to 1000% of normal, which was twice that of Dragon Eye, but lasted shorter at only 3 seconds. But even with the ability to slow down time, no shooter would still be able to do what Ronald did. Champion of the Archer Section, Ronald Dreddy of the Ethereal Race, Palace announced. With this, it was certain that Master would get the Draconic Suppression Crystal. David was revived. He glanced at Ronald, who was looking back at him with a grin. David's expression was flat, but the glint in his eyes belied his calm expression. See you on the battlefield, David said. Can't wait, Ronald replied. The two then left the arena. When David sat back beside Jeannie, Jeannie offered her condolence. Before David could reply, he heard someone sitting on his other side. He turned and found Jack beside him. That's really too bad, mate. Sayuro truly wish you could have won, Jack said. David was bewildered. Why was this guy acting so friendly? Jack was cheering for him so passionately before and was now lamenting his loss. He didn't remember to have built any good relationship with this guy to warrant such support. Little did he know that what Jack lamented was the World Maker getting what they had come for. By the way, I can't help but notice. It seemed you know that cowboy guy? Jack asked. I've never met him before, but his reputation precedes him. Several of my comrades had the misfortune of encountering him during some operations, David answered. He is a soldier as well? Jack asked. He knew David used to be one. A mercenary, who had no qualm of doing questionable acts for the highest bidder. He was known better by his title, the Phantom Gunslinger of the battlefield. Wow, that is some title, Jack remarked. He didn't give the title himself. His victims did. Every unit that encountered him was mostly wiped out. However, he always left one victim alive, albeit wounded. He did it intentionally so this surviving one could bring his tail back to the base. He always acted alone, came abruptly on the battlefield, finished his massacre in a short time before disappearing, and his weapons were always revolvers. That's how he earned his nickname. HMEuro. I can see why Master looked for the service of such a person, Jack said. Master, it's the boss of the guild he is in. You used inspect on him, right? The world maker. Our guild is an enemy of his. I see a euro, which makes us allies. We should work together to beat them. David rolled his eyes at Jack. Are you trying to swindle me into giving you a discount on a mission against that guild? Don't try it. We are also mercenaries now. You still have to pay the fee in full if you want our service. Uhayuro, I was expecting you to do it for free, not just a discount, Jack thought within. David sighed. If only my boss know this phantom gunslinger is here, he will be the one that comes here instead of me. He lost a dear partner to that man. He had been searching for this phantom for a long time. Your boss? The leader of Dogs of War? Jack asked. David nodded. Why didn't he? Jack asked again. He has no interest in such a competition. He lived on the battlefield. Unless it is a mission that involved real conflict, he won't join. If he had come, I believe he should have been able to be the champion instead. Snake Boss is that good? Jeannie asked. He taught me everything I know, David replied. Snake Boss? Jack asked. That's the alias of my leader, David answered. If he calls himself Snake Boss, why did he not name his guild Snakes of War instead? He should be a dog boss if so, Jack said. It's his right to give his guild whatever name he likes. What does it have to do with you? Jeannie uttered. Uhayuro, did Jeannie just reprimand me and defend David? Jack thought within. While they talked, Palace had called out the next combatant. It was the last of the individual matches. Mage Section Final Match. Selena, Level 46 Elementalist. Human versus Black Hole. Level 46 Elementalist. Ethereal. Jack couldn't help but be amused. Aside from the first night section, all the other sections of the final matches were fought by players of the same classes. Weapon Masters, Battle Monks, Gunners, and this last one was Elementalist against Elementalist. If he didn't know any better, he would think the whole thing was staged. The two Elementalists stood opposite one another with their long staffs ready. Selena was holding a long metal staff with a large ruby adorning its tip, while Black Hole's long staff was of wooden material. The head of Black Hole's staff was a sculpture of some kind of bird with 6 wings. Its wings wrapped around a scarlet-color rock. The two didn't utter anything to each other. Once Palace yelled begin, both took action by forming spell formation. Selena had seen how focused Black Hole's concentration was. It would be a waste of time firing basic spells at him. This match was seemingly back to the first mage match where both sides compete on completing spells right from the start. The two speed was almost equal. Runes formed one after another. As more runes appeared, Selena seemed to be the faster spellcaster. However, Selena noticed something troubling. The spell that Black Hole was casting had runes that Selena was unfamiliar with, meaning it was a non-standard spell. The runes were also more complicated, which could explain why Black Hole took a longer time to cast compared to her. There was no point to wonder. She was already casting. All she could do was complete her spell as fast as possible and hoped that it disrupted his opponent's casting. Her spell formation with 4 runes was completed and the spell cast. Ice Field hit Black Hole with him at the center. Black Hole completely ignored it. He suffered ice damage and was slowed, but his spell casting was not hindered. Selena felt somber. If only her opponent was Frazina Euro, she was not given the time to think too much. Black Hole's spell formation already had 4 runes and was now in the middle of forming its 5th rune. Selena immediately cast a 1-rune spell for protection, Barrier. When her barrier formed, Black Hole also completed his spell. For lightning rods fell from the sky and landed around her. These lightning rods then created electric fences, trapping Selena within. It's lightning cage spell, Penuel informed Jack. This lightning cage was not large. Selena could not move much inside. After limiting Selena's movement, Black Hole cast another spell. The spell was again containing runes that Selena was not familiar with. Selena decided to not hold back anymore. She was also casting her non-standard spell as well. She regretted not having done it from the start. This was already the final. There was no point in keeping trump cards hidden anymore. Her opponent was more decisive in this regard. The two were of similar speed this time. Both completed 5 rune spells at the same time. Uncountable fire dust appeared around Black Hole. This dust caused a small explosion when they touched Black Hole's body. Explosions after explosions occurred, draining Black Hole's health point. On Selena's side, some cloud appeared in the sky which was supposed to be void. This cloud crackled and thunder was heard. A runic symbol appeared on the ground under Selena's feet. She knew she was supposed to flee the area covered by this symbol. The symbol was not large. Even with her slow movement speed, she could escape the area. However, around her was the lightning cage. Abruptly, a thick column of lightning came down, striking the area marked by the symbol. Selena's figure was completely engulfed by this lightning column. Jack recognized this spell. It was similar to the one Garland had used when fighting the High Lich, albeit Garland's lightning strike was much thicker. When the lightning strike ended, Selena's barrier was no more. Her health point was also already critical. If she didn't have the barrier, she would have been one-shot by this lightning strike spell. Black Hole, in the meantime, was already casting another spell once he cast the lightning strike. The flame dust around him kept on detonating and reducing his health point. His health point was less than half already, but he acted as if none of the hits bothered him. His casting was as fast as normal. He completed his spell and a fireball was shot. Selena was still trapped by the lightning cage. It was also too late for her to cast a fireball to counteract Black Hole's one. She had been paralyzed after the lightning strike. When she came out of the paralyzation, Black Hole's fireball spell was already almost completed. All she could do was putting a magic shield in front of her. Yet, this basic spell was not enough to protect her completely from the fireball spell. Her magic shield shattered and the splash damage hit her, consuming her remaining health point. Black Hole won the match. Palace announced the outcome of the match with Black Hole as the champion for the mage section. Now, all individual matches had their champions. Selena was revived. She was gloomy. She felt it was such a pity. She couldn't help herself to say it out loud. "You are very lucky to not get frozen from the ice field spell," she said to Black Hole. Black Hole turned to her with a cold expression. He then lifted his amulet and said, "Luck has nothing to do with it. This amulet protects me from frozen and paralyzation status." They had the usual 20 minutes break before the start of the team match. Jack again lingered around the table to enjoy refreshments. He saw the orc team was never down here. They never came for the refreshments. Jack looked at them at the spectators' seats. They didn't look nervous, though. Jack guessed that they probably were not into this kind of relaxation. The whole members of that team looked very disciplined. Jack felt a tab from behind. Grace was there with Peidoin. "Next will be your final. Are you feeling confident?" Grace asked. "Naturally," Jack replied. "Have you worked things up with your team?" Peidoin asked. "Umayuro, I guess," Jack answered. "Well, in any way, good luck." Grace raised her fist, joined by Peidoin. The three fist bumped. "Have you talked to Myson about letting us enter the ancient battleground one last time after the tournament?" Jack asked. "Actually, he said there will be a special event after the tournament," Peidoin answered. "But he said we will be allowed to use it one more time before you leave." "That's good," Jack said and then asked, "What kind of special event was he talking about?" "I don't know. He didn't elaborate," Peidoin replied. "Probably the prize-giving ceremony for the winners of this tournament." Grace offered her opinion. "I think so," Peidoin agreed. The three chatted some more. But before the break session ended, Jack found the time to go and talk to another day about something. Soon, everyone was back in the spectators' seats while the members of the human team and the orc team gathered in the arena. Team section final match. Human versus orc. Human team Giant Steve. Level 46 Sentinel Storm Wind. Level 43 Blade Dancer Red Death, Level 46 Assassin Yellow Death, Level 46 Gunner Princess Purple, Level 46 Priest vs Orc Team Violent Blizzard, Level 46 Avenger 4 Winds, Level 46 Berserker Disco Rain, Level 46 Assassin Water Lily, Level 46 Elementalist Purple Mist, Level 46 Priest. This will be the final match of this Outworlder tournament, Pallas uttered. The two of you stand at the pinnacle of the moment, but only one will remain. All the eyes of the world are with you. Find courage and fight honorably. Now, let the final match of the team tournament begins. Two portals appeared after the end of Pallas' speech. The two teams entered the portal and came out in desert terrain. While the two teams saw nothing but sand dunes around them, the spectators had a better view of the overview map. The landscape was mostly desert with an oasis near the southern side and a rocky area near the northern corner. The spectators saw some swirls appear at some spots in the desert. The sand behaved like a whirlpool in the water. The spectators did not doubt that if any of the players were caught by these sand swirls, they would be sucked into the sand. Perhaps instant death? These swirls seemed to appear randomly and lasted for a while before disappearing. The only places where these swirls never appeared were the oasis and the rocky areas. The spectators saw some kind of aura surrounding the oasis. Everyone believed there should be something special to the oasis due to that. There were also some minor and localized sandstorms blowing around the desert. After the human team appeared inside the arena dimension, Jack looked around and said, "Desert setting. Good. It should be difficult to find a place to hide here. Additionally, it will be easier to track people. Our steps will easily leave footprints on the sand." "Not if you used to be a rogue," Red Death said. "Oh? Why is that?" Jack asked. It was Penuel who answered, "It's another effect of Rogue's level 20 skill, Light Foot. Aside from increasing movement speed, it also erases any trace that could be left behind by your footsteps. I see a euro, but that skill only lasted a short duration, right?" Jack said. "It is still useful to throw pursuers off your scent," Red Death said. "So what's the plan, boss?" Giant Steve asked Red Death. Red Death turned back upon the question. Everyone was looking at her, except for Yellow Death. He was looking away, but he didn't rush off like in previous matches. Red Death gave the matter a thought. She just remembered that Jack had forced the leader position on her this morning. "All right. First thing, Stormwind, you rushed forward via the central path. Kill anyone you encounter," Red Death commanded as she pushed Jack forward. "Huh? What's the difference from before?" Jack asked. He sensed something strange when Red Death touched her, but it was gone now. "Just do what you were told. Didn't you say you will listen to my order?" Red Death uttered. "Are you going back on your words?" No a euro, then what will the four of you be doing?" Jack asked. "That's none of your business. You just do your part." "The heck? I should know the plan so I can react in accordance with the rest of you, shouldn't I? Your role in this plan is to search out the enemies and kill every last one of them. What else do you want to know?" "Fuck. Is she serious? Is she fooling me for a grudge or something?" Jack thought. "Are you going or not? Or are you not serious about calling me the leader?" Red Death uttered when Jack was not moving. "Screw this," Jack thought. He said, "Fine, fine. I will go and kill every last one of them. Your four don't get killed when I am away. It will be a chore if I have to hunt them down later like the last match." Jack then dashed away. Giant Steve scratched his head. He was now alone amongst the people who used to be his enemies, technically still his enemies outside of this match. "So, are we just waiting here for the victory announcement?" Princess Purple asked. She had been looking around searching for a suitable place to sit, but there was only sand. "No, we follow him," Red Death replied. "Follow him? He is almost out of sight already," Princess Purple said. "Not to mention his speed is ridiculously faster than us. We won't be able to catch him. I know his position at all times, just follow me," Red Death said. She then started advancing. Not too fast so that Princess Purple and Giant Steve, who were the slowest in the group, can still keep up. Outside, Padawan was sitting next to Doman since Jack was not there. Grace was sitting on his other side. The other elven men that kept on tailing her wanted to join, but Grace had forcefully chased them away. Padawan was relieved. It would be awkward to talk about Jack if those men were crowding around Grace. It seemed that he has still not settled the problem in his team, Padawan commented after seeing the projection. Jack was currently rushing ahead by himself. Not really, Grace said. See the other four. They are traveling together, not separated like before. I think Jack heading off is part of their plan. Padawan had informed Grace of Jack's real name. By sending their strongest member away? Why do they want to do that? Padawan asked. Not sure. That team is rather unusual to start with. Who knows what they are truly planning? Grace replied. But those four seem to be able to keep following Jack. They shouldn't have the ability for long-range communication or use the map tool to track friendlies. Jack had been quite a distance away. The guy also didn't keep a straight path. Jack had originally planned to just go straight, but there had been several occasions where the sand whirlpool appeared on his path, so he had to change direction. There was also the sandstorm where Jack lost direction when it hit. He just continued forward randomly during the sandstorm, but not at full speed. It would be a problem if he fell into one of the sand whirlpools because he couldn't see it inside the sandstorm. One of the four had probably used track person skill on Jack, Jeannie said. She was sitting in front of Padawan and Grace. She answered after hearing the two's conversations. Track person? I have that skill as well. David, who was sitting beside Jeannie, said. What's a track person skill? Grace asked. It's a non-standard elite skill for archer and rogues branches. The skill can be used to mark a target and the user will know the position of this target for the next 24 hours, Jeannie answered, after Penuel informed her about this skill during the Guardian hunting mission. She had instructed guild's related members to get this skill as well as the track monster skill. I see. No wonder they could keep on following Jack. HMA but the way they are going seemed like they won't meet anytime soon, Grace said as she observed the overall map projection. Jack's direction had gone off course due to his many random changes in directions. The orc team, on the other hand, kept going on the central path and stayed together, just as how they did in their past matches. If they met one of these sandstorms or sand whirlpools, they stopped their advance. It seemed that the incentives that you offered are not enough, Abdu Raretooth, who was sitting amongst the orc audiences, said. Abasai lowered his head. I have offered them the extra rewards, but they didn't express their agreement nor refusal. They acted as if they didn't care. Humph! These Outworlders truly show us no respect. Perhaps we have given them too much leniency, Abdu said in disapproval. We still need them in case the war with Themisphere proceeds, Abasai mentioned. Themisphere will surely utilize their Outworlders as well. Their numbers are alarming, and currently their average levels had started to catch up with our common soldiers. Their force will be a decisive factor in a conflict. Abdu grunted without replying. The audience outside saw the orc team stop every time they encountered the sandstorms or sand whirlpools, but they didn't know that whenever this team stopped, Disco Rain closed her eyes and focused her senses. All the members of the orc team were not only expert martial artists, they could also sense mana. The most advanced amongst them in this regard was Disco Rain. In this game world, she had continued to train her mana sense and achieved the incorporeal state like Jack. Every time they stopped and waited, Disco Rain would send her consciousness to scout the area around them. Find one, she said as she opened her eyes. One? This means they are still the stupid, disjointed team they were before, Forwind said. How can such a team reach the final? It is truly a disgrace, Violent Blizzard said. They were relying solely on that multi-level blade dancer. The rest of the team is nothing special, Water Lily said. Still, that one blade dancer can turn the tide around. We will need to give it our all if we meet him, Purple Mist said. The one that I find is that blade dancer Euro, Disco Rain said. A Euro, should we take a detour and search for the other human team member? Water Lily asked. Don't be absurd. That will make it looks as if we are afraid of him, Violent Blizzard uttered. That native warlord, Abasai, did ask us to copy what the dwarf team did and took out the other humans first, Water Lily said. He also asked us to avoid that blade dancer after taking out the other humans. That is even more disgraceful. I will never abide by such cowardice. Violent Blizzard exclaimed. We will not do such a thing, For Winds uttered. Whoever our opponent is, we will always give it our all and we won't back down. I'm heading to meet this blade dancer in battle. Are you with me? There is no need to ask. Violent Blizzard exclaimed. I am behind you, Disco Rain uttered. You know I will have your back, Water Lily added. You can count on me, Purple Mist said. For Winds gave each of the women a look before nodding. Let's go meet our opponent then. Jack was still running randomly when another sandstorm hit. He proceeded but took care not to step into a sand whirlpool inside the sandstorm. He didn't find any whirlpools. Instead, he sensed something coming at him at high speed from his back. He immediately made a roll to dodge. But at the end of his roll, he felt mana build up on the ground. He jumped away, added with flash step before arcane turbulence appeared. It was the arcane turbulence with the chain fence, prison turbulence. During the dodging process, Jack cast magic weapon, turning his magic staff into a longsword. After escaping the spell, he turned around with two arms spread, just as attacks came from two sides. His two swords clanged with something hard. The sandstorm receded at this time, revealing the two attacks he had blocked were from Four Winds and Violent Blizzard. So, it was true that you can sense mana as well, For Winds said. It seemed the same with you people, Jack replied. Jack sensed an attack coming on his leg. He hurriedly retreated as magic bind appeared to lock the place where his leg used to be. Don't you think you can flee? Disco Rain had slipped behind Jack for a backstab. Jack used shooting dash to escape Disco Rain's attack and came to Violent Blizzard's side. He then used Flame Strike. Violent Blizzard countered with her Power Strike. She lost the clash and was pushed away. Jack then used his second dash to go back to where Disco Rain was and used Swift Stab. Disco Rain was fast and reactive enough to dodge the stab. Jack then used his last dash to approach Water Lily, who was in the middle of casting her spell. Her spell was completed before Jack arrived. Flame erupted around her. She had started casting Flame Shield when Jack started using his shooting dash. With how fast Jack was, sooner or later she would be a target. Water Lily put on Magic Shield once her Flame Shield was completed, right when Jack came and used Devouring Cross. Her Magic Shield was of a different variant. It was larger and appeared as a solid ice shield. She had used an Ice Seed to modify her Magic Shield spell. Even so, her Ice Magic Shield was unable to withstand Jack's Devouring Cross dark energy. It was shattered upon contact and she suffered huge damage. Her health point bar was down to below half from the impact. She would have been instantly killed if not for her Ice Magic Shield. Healing light covered her as she reeled backward from the impact. Purple Mist had kept watchful eyes and immediately took action when she saw Water Lily in trouble. Jack was about to follow up with a killing strike, but he sensed an attack coming. He turned back and parried a jump assault from Four Winds. Four Winds' body was also covered by crimson tattoos. After the jump assault, Four Winds' twin axes swung rapidly one after another. Jack met each swing with his two swords. Jack noticed Disco Rains appeared on his side while her body turned into a shadow. It was her deadly flash strikes. Jack's body similarly turned into a flash as he used Blitz Slash. The light flash and the shadow flash crossed one another as white and black sword lights crisscrossed in the air filled with sparks. The two skills seemingly negated each other. When their exchange ended, Four Winds came again accompanied by Violent Blizzard. Disco Rain used Combat Clone, turning into two people. The four circled Jack using interdependent poles formation. Jack's sword art danced around meeting the four's attacks. The Cypher Flights team was amazed. This was the first time they had difficulty dealing with a single opponent. Jack was similarly astonished. Each of these three was a better martial artist than he expected. Their attacks were also very coordinated. It was no wonder this guild was hailed as the #1 rookie guild in the past. To make it worse, Purple Mist cast words of prayer where they were fighting, buffing the three, and healing any wounds they suffered in the process. Jack had to activate life-burning art to keep up. Purple Mist also cast Bless on Violent Blizzard, who had the slowest movement among the three, increasing all her attributes. Water Lily, in the meantime, was casting a big spell while Jack was pinned down. She completed her spell and a large block of ice materialized above Jack. Jack had also been casting amid his tussle with the trio. For Winds and the others sensed the danger once Jack's spell was completed. They hurriedly retreated. Ice Ring radiated out. For Winds and Disco Rain was fast enough to escape the spell. Violent Blizzard was hit but only slowed, not frozen. Jack then moved away as the ice block fell on top of him. He used another flash step just as the ice was about to hit, narrowly escaping. The ice hit the sand ground, causing an explosion of sand. After escaping, Jack had finished gauging his opponents and was just about to unleash everything. His gold scale armor, overlimit, beast form, Thuras, and wolf pack to finish this battle. But then he felt the ground under his feet shift. The ice block from Water Lily's spell caused the sand to sink, and at the same time, the sand around the point of impact started to swirl. What the euro? That ice fall spell caused a sand whirlpool. Jack thought in astonishment. Water Lily was similarly surprised. She thought these sand whirlpools were a random feature of the landscape. She didn't think her spell could trigger this feature. Jack tried to jump, but it was like his feet were firmly glued to the sand. He was slowly getting dragged to the center of the whirlpool. The ice block at this time had mostly sunk. Only a small part of its top was still visible. Jack continued trying to fight the current and forced his feet to move away from the center, but the force was too great. Send him range attacks, for Winds commanded. They were not going to miss this heaven-sent chance. Water Lily and Purple Mist sent Mana Bullet and Energy Bolts while Disco Rain threw her dagger. Jack's arms were still free. His left sword created a magic shield, while his right sword danced around and deflected everything they threw. All the while, he continued getting sucked by the whirlpool. As the orc team was about to send another torrent of range attacks, they felt something from their back, especially Purple Mist. Purple Mist whirled back and found a red-haired woman was about to stab her. She parried using Magic Shield. A gunshot was heard and she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. Water Lily was the closest to Purple Mist. She started casting a spell, but a towering figure appeared in front of her. She cancelled her spell and erected Magic Shield instead, just as Giant Steve's hammer came hammering. She was pushed back several steps. That blow just now had been executed using Power Strike. The other three melees from Cypher Flight hurriedly returned to aid their healer, but Giant Steve stood in their way. He activated Protection Field and Shield Stance. Yellow Death had taken position further away. He used Shooting Stance and shot at the three orc melees and Water Lily to help Giant Steve hinder them. Jack was still helplessly struggling in the sand whirlpool while the two teams clashed. Crap! I have been forgotten by everyone, he said in his mind. Princess Purple cast Bless on Red Death, who was now dueling with the enemy's healer, Purple Mist. It should have been a short work, but this Purple Mist turned out to be more formidable than Red Death thought. While Purple Mist used her magic shield to block most of Red Death's attacks, she had caught Red Death's arm on one occasion. Red Death felt that arm of her losing strength instantly. Pressure points, Red Death uttered. She used her other hand's fingers to stab her forearm that was held. Her weakened arm was immediately invigorated. You are not the only one who knows how to do it, Red Death uttered. Red Death's revived hand twisted her dagger into a backhand stab. Purple Mist was caught off guard when her pressure point attack failed, suffering the stab. At the same time, a phantom dagger struck. Purple Mist immediately cast Full Heal and Regenerate on herself back-to-back, all the while trying to defend against Red Death's relentless assault. But a priest was not built for a melee contest. Red Death's movement was much faster. Even though in reality Purple Mist's martial arts might not lose to Red Death, she was still handicapped by the game system. Purple Mist cast Heal again as a final struggle, but Red Death's unceasing assaults finally claimed her life, just as Disco Rain managed to slip past Giant Steve and came to aid. Red Death reviewed the situation as she clashed with Disco Rain. Giant Death was struggling against Four Winds and Violent Blizzard even with the help of Yellow Death's interference. Water Lily's spells were also troubling. He caught a glimpse of Jack. Only his head was visible now at the center of the sand whirlpool. Shit! She cursed within. Her plan was to have Jack initiate the combat while they sneaked behind to ambush the enemy's healer. This plan should be fine since Jack was a freak who won't die even when getting ganged up. It had worked wonderfully, except why did that freak end up getting himself trapped in a sand whirlpool? If that didn't happen, they should be able to secure victory by pinning the enemies from two sides with the enemies missing their healer. After a short consideration, Red Death gave the team the command to retreat. They moved back with Red Death and Giant Steve taking the rear while Yellow Death provided support. Princess Purple healed the two from time to time. Cypher Flight Team tried to rush forward to get to the healer at the enemy's backside, but since the enemies kept moving away, the attempt was much harder. Only Four Winds and Disco Rain had the speed, but Red Death and Yellow Death interferences kept them at bay, while Giant Steve hindered Violent Blizzard and Water Lily. Any damage the human team suffered was easily remedied by Princess Purple, while the damage on the Orc team kept piling up. Seeing such a disadvantageous situation, Four Winds instructed everyone to halt and let the human team go. The two teams backed away while keeping their eyes from one another. After they were out of sight, Violent Blizzard said with displeasure, "Why are we letting them go? We should just finish them. We might have lost our healer, but they had lost their strongest member as well." Four Winds looked in the direction of the sand whirlpool where Jack was. It was quite a distance from them now. Jack was not visible anymore. He then said to Violent Blizzard, "Without a healer, we can't fight recklessly. Even during the clash just now, we slowly lost our health point while they kept on getting healed. We have to take another approach. Let's move away from here first." On the human team side, who was still retreating, Princess Purple similarly expressed discontent. "Why are we retreating? All you three need to do is just fight and I will keep you alive. They will surely lose since they no longer have a healer." "That may be, but it's a gamble," Red Death uttered. "They still have two big hitters while that assassin of theirs was pretty nimble. It will be difficult to keep any of them from reaching you. If this big lump of meat does his job, then I will be fine," Princess Purple said while pointing at Giant Steve. "Hey!" Steve uttered. "There is no need to be hasty," Red Death said. "They have lost their healer. We will sneak on them again and take another one out. Once they only have three, our chance of winning will be higher. We will fight them head-on then." "How can we sneak up on them again?" Giant Steve asked. "The same way we sneak up the first time. The difference is that we no longer follow Storm Wind this time," Red Death said. "The skill I used to track them has no cooldown, but can only be used to track one target at a time. When I clashed with their assassin, I have placed my tracking skill on her. I know her position for the duration of this match." "Good, at least you didn't just give orders carelessly," Yellow Death, who had been silent all this time, said. Red Death looked at him, who turned away from the look. She never truly interacted much with this fellow teammate of hers, but considering they both carried the Death title, they normally respected one another. Why did she feel animosity from his tone just now? Red Death decided that might just be her feeling. Even if it was true, she attributed it to Yellow Death feeling dissatisfied because she was chosen as the team leader while their position should have been equal. She didn't give the issue too much thought. She said to them, "Follow me." At the place where the two teams had clashed, everything had settled down. The whirlpool had just ended and the ground was back to flat sand again. After a moment of silence, the sand trembled before an arm burst out. The hand grabbed onto the soft sand and made a pulling motion. A head popped out soon. €50. Jack spurted out the sand in his mouth. He then rested his head on the sand while panting. "Damn, that was close," he uttered. Penuel hid inside her hidden dimension when Jack's body was submerged in the sand. She just came out again. "Do you think I would have died if I sink all the way down?" Jack asked her while still resting his head on the sand. "I figure you would," Penuel answered. When Jack was pulled down by the sand whirlpool, just as his head was about to disappear inside the sand, he had remembered his float spell. He didn't know if the spell would be useful in this situation, but he thought he might just give it a try. However, the spell in its first level only lasted 30 seconds. He still had 3 Archmage's free skill points from leveling up 2 days ago. He never thought he would be using it for this float spell, but he was doing it then. Penuel informed him that leveling up the float spell increased its duration by 10 seconds. With the addition of 3 skill points, the float spell leveled up to level 4 and last a full 1 minute. He was still being pulled down by the sand at the time. After leveling up the spell, he cast the float spell under the sand and willed himself up. The force of the sand was too strong that he couldn't float up, but at the same time, his body was no longer getting pulled down. So he just hung there in limbo. He was relieved. If he kept getting dragged down even after casting float, he would need to ask Penuel to cast Second Life on him just in case. After what felt like a long time, the sand stopped sinking. His float spell also ended at the time, though. So he ended up stuck in the middle. Since the sand was no longer moving, it felt solid enough for him to maneuver, but not too solid that he couldn't move at all. He thought he should be grateful the sand here was dry sand. He could also feel that he was not too deep, since the pressure from the sand above was not too heavy. With his great strength, he pushed himself up, finally thrusting one arm free before pulling himself up. After pulling all his body out of the sand, he looked around. Everybody was gone already. Heck, no one even gave him a glance when he was sinking. Some teammates, he thought. He was not sure what had happened then. He was too busy struggling against the sand swirl, but he thought he might have seen Red Death taking out the enemy's healer. He looked up to the sky. Yep, the healer was gone. Where had they gone to? If they were still fighting, how come they changed places? He was expecting to see the two teams still in heated combat when he pushed out from the ground, but no soul was in sight. Now he had to run around searching for them again. He looked around. Where to go? Hell! He cursed. He then sat down and decided to just do that out-of-body scouting again. He preferred to not do this when he was alone and out in the open. His real body ended up in a vulnerable state since he didn't sense his close vicinity. Someone might ambush him then. But there was no visible hiding place around here, and he was not fond of running around like a headless chicken. The orc team continued staying on the move as Four Winds was thinking of a plan. They stopped once in a while as Disco Rain performed her incorporeal state sensing. "That's weird," Disco Rain said as she opened her eyes. "That human team is still tailing us." Disco Rain had found out about Red Death and the others during her previous sessions. Four Winds then instructed them to change direction since he had not thought of a suitable plan. But every time they did, the human team adjusted their directions. "They probably had a skill that can track us," Water Lily said. "Like the track monster skill, but on a person?" Disco Rain asked. She had the track monster skill, but she was oblivious about the track person skill. "I think that is a high probability," Water Lily said. "That means he was tracking one of us?" Violent Blizzard said. "If that is true, then Disco Rain is most likely the one that they track," Four Winds said. "Me?" Disco Rain felt liable. "If this skill is like the track monster, then only the red-haired assassin or the gunner possesses it. You are the only one that comes close to any of them," Four Winds said. "Don't feel bad about it. Can't be helped. Furthermore, we might be able to use this to our advantage." "You mean to set up an ambush?" Water Lily asked. "Yes," Four Winds said. "This place is too open. It will be difficult to set up an ambush. Actually, I found something else during my search," Disco Rain said as she pointed in a direction. "Over there is an oasis. There are some trees and bushes around it. Not much, but it should be enough if we want to hide in them. Also, I sense the place to have a rather strong presence of mana." "There is such a place? Let's head over and have a look first then." The four then ran over. During their journey, Four Winds and Violent Blizzard's health point had recovered to full due to their body recovery skill, while Disco Rain and Water Lily's lost health point remained lost. The oasis came into view soon. As they came closer, they sensed what Disco Rain had described. All of them could sense mana. From the sensation this place gave, they suspected it was not just a normal oasis. As they came to beside the water, they saw the clear fresh water. The unusual mana they felt come from this water. After gazing at the water for a while, Disco Rain asked, "Should we drink it?" "We don't know if there will be any effect," Water Lily said. "For all we know, we might get instant death from drinking it. It's an oasis in the middle of the desert. Disco Rain said. I don't think they will put an oasis filled with poison water here. It will be completely out of context, don't you think? I'm just saying we should be prudent. Water Lily shrugged. We won't find out just by talking about it. My health point is the highest. I will give it a try, Violent Blizzard uttered. She came to the water edge equipped with her greatsword. For Winds didn't say anything to stop her. She squatted down, one hand still holding the greatsword while the other he used to touch the water. The water rippled. Otherwise, nothing happened. After a while, she stored her greatsword. With two cupped hands, she scooped the clear water and brought it to her mouth. After drinking it, a soft blue glow swirled around her body. €1. She stood up in consternation. What happened? Why are you glowing? Water Lily asked worriedly. Violent Blizzard turned around and told them, all of you should drink this water. I just get a buff from drinking it. A buff? Water Lily asked, amazed. Disco Rain didn't wait for instruction. She came to the oasis and drank a scoop as well. Her body soon glowed. Not only that, her health point was instantly filled after drinking the water. This water is awesome, she exclaimed. All my attributes are boosted by 100%, my defense and resistances by 50%, my health point and stamina by 30%, and damage by 20%. The cooldown time of all my skills had also been reset. This buff even lasted a long 1 hour. Incredible, Water Lily uttered. She and Four Winds went and drank the water as well. After the two drank the water, they also got the buff. So, should we hide here and wait for them? Disco Rain asked. She was about to do her incorporeal state again to check their enemies' positions. No, we can't let them find out about this oasis. For Winds uttered. Let's lure them somewhere else. With this buff, it doesn't matter anymore if we don't find a hiding place. This buff itself serves as an ambush. Why are we keep on moving zigzagged? Princess Purple complained. We are following our opponents. If they move zigzagged, then we move zigzagged. Red Death replied crudely. When are we striking them? We can't keep on following them without end. Yellow Death also complained. Then move faster. I can't be blamed if we have two slowpokes with us, Red Death said. Princess Purple was pouting from the words. Giant Steve, on the other hand, didn't give it any mind. Wait, they are slowing down. The four then continued with their chase. After a while, their prey was finally in sight. The Elementalist is at the back, good, Red Death uttered. Let's close in silently. When we are close enough, I will use Vanish and Approach to make the first strike. Yellow, prepare to back me up. Giant, use Share Damage and Urgent Save on me just in case. Purple, use Bless on me. If everything goes smoothly, I should be able to take down the Elementalist in a short time before the others react. I will then run back. If they chase, we will face them together. It will then be 4 against 3. They looked like they can sense mana. Won't they find out you are coming at them? Giant Steve asked. What sense mana? Princess Purple asked. Red Death didn't bother explaining. She simply replied, I will be too close by then. Don't worry. She won't escape me. The four then proceeded forward behind the orc team who were walking normally. When they were close enough and saw that their opponents didn't check their 6, they proceeded with what Red Death had instructed before. After receiving all the skills, Red Death used Vanish. She was teleported randomly, but after that, she ran towards Water Lily, who was at the back of the group. The group was even traveling at a decent distance from one another, which boosted Red Death's confidence. She slowed down a little to allow her Silent Step to fully eliminate her running sound. Silent Step couldn't eliminate all sounds if she went top speed. Each level and star of the skill determined how much speed she needed to reduce to eliminate her footstep sound. She also activated Lightfoot, which increased her movement speed, but she didn't activate the skill for its movement boost. This skill was so that her running didn't disturb the sand nor create footprints. When she was getting close, she noticed her 4 opponents were glowing a strange soft light. The Elementalist and Assassin's health point was again full, which was weird considering they had no healer and couldn't use items or tools. Although Red Death felt that something was awry, it was too late to alter the plan. When she almost reached Water Lily, She saw her opponent react, which was not strange considering her opponent had mana sense. Red Death used back shift, teleporting to the enemy's back. She then used phase strike to teleport again, using the consecutive shift trick to throw her opponent off balance. Yet, as she was about to stab, she sensed danger incoming. She turned in time and saw 4 winds using jump assault. He was almost upon her. She used roll to dodge. When her roll ended, Disco Rain was in that position, about to stab her. She parried the strike, but Disco Rain disappeared using phase strike. Red Death could only shift her body position a little to avoid being backstabbed. She ended up receiving the attack at her side waist. The entire sequence had been too fast that the other 3 humans reacted late. By the time Yellow Death took shooting stance and opened fire, Violent Blizzard was in between them, blocking the shot. Giant Steve ran forward to provide backup, but a large area spell, Ice Field, from Water Lily hit him, slowing him down. Red Death, who was clashing with Disco Rain, was in alarm. The prowess Disco Rain exhibited was very different from their clash earlier. She was much faster and stronger. Every time their dagger collided, she felt her arms tremble from the impact. Red Death used Combat Clone. Disco Rain countered with the same skill. The fake fought against the fake. Red Death sensed danger from her back, but as she turned, her vision was covered by unlimited starlights. She parried as best she could, but many slashes hit her. Even when her damage was shared with Giant Steve, her health point still went down rapidly. When her health point fell to 30%, Giant Steve teleported to her side. But before the Sentinel could do anything, the ground he teleported to light him up, Prison Turbulence came up, locking him inside. Water Lily had predicted the use of Urgent Save skill. Giant Steve could only watch from inside the Prison Turbulence as Red Death fell. Princess Purple's heal couldn't keep up with the damage she suffered. With Red Death gone, Giant Steve was alone inside the enemy's formation. He was battered by 4 winds, axe attacks, and Water Lily's spells. Disco Rain had disengaged and ran forward with her clone and Violent Blizzard to where Princess Purple and Yellow Death were. Yellow Death used Snipe and Rapid Shot. Violent Blizzard parried the snipe and let Rapid Shot hit her. Avenging orbs swirled around her. Shit! Yellow Death cursed. He saw no chance of winning under the condition. He decided to flee. Hey! Are you leaving me here? Princess Purple yelled. Yellow Death ignored her. Yellow Death summoned his pet, Nimble Cat, which was only an elite grade pet. He preferred not to show it because he was ashamed of its low grade. Everyone else in this tournament had a stronger pet. He never put much attention to pet taming. This pet was an instant pet that he got from exchanging using his limited faction point, thus its low grade. He was only using it now to hinder Disco Rain, who was gunning for him. Disco Rain easily dodged the cat's pounce and sent it to her back with her roundhouse kick. Her clone received the cat and kept it busy. Disco Rain continued forward. The pet hardly slowed her down. Yellow Death ran as fast as he could. As long as he survived, he could use hit and run to deal with them from afar. When he looked back to check if he had put enough distance, he was shocked to find Disco Rain behind him. He ran again and looked back. Disco Rain was getting closer. How is this possible? He thought in alarm. Their dexterity should not be that far apart. It was true that the dexterity stat an assassin received when leveling up was higher than a gunner, but that difference was only 1 point. Not to mention Yellow Death spent a lot of his free attribute points on his dexterity. His speed should not lose to others. And yet, Disco Rain seemed to have no problem catching up. Since he saw no chance to flee, he turned back and bet on a direct one-on-one fight. As he was about to shoot, Disco Rain turned into a shadow. The shadow zoomed past Yellow Death and multiple black slashes fell upon him. Disco Rain's deadly flash strikes quickly diminished Yellow Death's health point as well as brought her into melee range. With Disco Rain's boosted speed and superiority in melee combat, Yellow Death stood no chance. Not long after, the gunner fell. When Disco Rain returned to her team, Giant Steve and Princess Purple had also fallen. HMA Why are we not teleported out yet? Violent Blizzard said. Look! Water Lily pointed to the sky. Impossible! Violent Blizzard said. Isn't that guy sunk into the sand whirlpool already? Don't the sand whirlpools cause instant death? The names of the human team on the sky had everyone grayed out except for Storm Wind. Outside in the Roman theater, Abdu and Abasai wore a smile. With this, our team's victory is secured, Abasai said. I don't know what trick that multi-class human used, but he was very lucky to survive that sand whirlpool. But with only him remaining, as long as our team avoids this human, he won't be able to do anything. Abdu grunted in agreement. I also notice our team seems to have the ability to know if anyone approaches. That's how they have caught those 4 humans off guard. You are right. As long as they play it smart, victory is ours. What should we do? Water Lily turned to 4 Winds. He is alone now. With the others on his team dead, we are sure to win as long as we avoid him. There is no need to fight him, just as how those native orc nobles instructed us to. Disco Rain added, with my ability to scout our surroundings, I can keep track if he comes near. We can move accordingly to avoid him. That's right. From his match with the dwarf team, he has already proven that he can find people who are hiding. He probably has the same ability as you, Rain, Water Lily said. But if we keep moving away from him, we should be able to stay ahead of him. Worse come to worse, we can just split and go to 4 corners of the map. He won't have enough time to hunt all 4 of us in the remaining time. For Winds was silent. Violent Blizzard, who used to be the most vocal, chose to be silent regarding this issue. Under normal circumstances, she would be the first to object to such a cowardly action. But she had personally experienced fighting Jack just now. She knew that Jack had not yet gone all out in the previous battle. That man's power defied common sense. She couldn't bring herself to agree with this evasive tactic, but she won't express any objection as well if 4 Winds agreed to such a decision. After a long while, 4 Winds uttered, how did we get from an unknown guild to one that is feared by the other top guilds? How did we establish ourselves to be the equal of those same guilds? Did we cower? Did we flee when our opponents are clearly superior to us? Tell me. Hearing 4 Winds' words, the 3 lowered their heads. They felt ashamed of themselves. But it only lasted a moment. Their expressions soon hardened. After seeing the changes, 4 Winds nodded. Let's go back to the oasis and wait for him there. I thought we don't want the enemy to know about the oasis? Water Lily asked. He is the last man standing. Even though he is powerful, we should be able to take control of the battlefield with our number. 4 Winds answered. What if he can't find us? Water Lily asked again. Then it's his fate to lose. It has nothing to do with us, 4 Winds replied. The 4 then headed back to the oasis. They drank the water again, refilling their health point as well as resetting their skills. The buff's duration was also refreshed. Afterward, Disco Rain sat cross-legged and started surveying her surroundings. After some time, she found Jack, who was sitting cross-legged as well. Jack's eyes opened when she saw him. Jack then stood up and ran at high speed in their direction. Disco Rain opened her eyes. He is coming, she said. Jack had seen his comrades' names getting grayed out in the sky. He knew he was the only one left. He had been cursing his heart out. What he feared when he left his teammates had come true. He was worried at first that he couldn't find the opponents. He was very glad when he finally found them after using his incorporeal state mana sense. The 4 were at some kind of an oasis. The mana there was rather peculiar. He knew the place should be providing some sort of benefit. One thing he was worried about was that the orc team would move away from this place. It took some time to find the enemies using the incorporeal state. If the enemies kept on moving, he would be in trouble. As he marched, he thought about why Red Death and the others got wiped out without taking down even one enemy. The enemies had the same number as Red Death's team and even without a healer. In theory, Red Death's team should be in a better situation. Red Death herself was not a normal expert. Even if the enemies proved stronger, they should at least take down one more opponent with them. With this thought, he was even sure he couldn't underestimate this orc team. He would go all out right from the start this time. The oasis was in sight now. His opponents were seen waiting for them a distance away from the oasis. Good. They are still there, Jack exclaimed. Then he saw their ready pose. They are expecting me? They know I'm coming. It appears so, Penuel replied. She was flying beside Jack. All right, let's end this, Jack uttered as he summoned their ass. The majestic beast appeared beside Jack. Jack immediately used combination assault. His body and their ass became one as they zoomed forward to the center of the four orcs. The four split to avoid the attack. When the combination assault ended, Jack jumped to the right while their ass went to the left. Jack called his wolf pack as well as used beast form and gold scale armor in the middle of his jump. Their ass ran towards Disco Rain while the wolf pack pounced at Water Lily. Water Lily cast Flame Shield for protection as well as hurting any wolves that came near. She also used her staff to knock and throw any wolf that approached. Her performance showed that she was very good with martial art using a long staff. Disco Rain used her deadly flash strikes. Multiple dark slashes wounded their ass, but since their ass had very high health point, it was not a problem. When the deadly flash strikes ended, Disco Rain became two persons using combat clone. The two assassins utilized their speed to pin their ass at the center. Their ass used imperious pressure. A gravity field radiated out. When Disco Rain felt her weight multiply, she used Vanish. She appeared outside the gravity field and was invisible. She let her clone fight their ass inside the gravity field while she headed elsewhere. Jack landed close to Four Winds and Violent Blizzard. He started clashing with them using his claws. Four Winds activated Berserk while Violent Blizzard used Thorn Vest. Four Winds' two axes turned to starlights as he unleashed uncountable slashes. Violent Blizzard used wide and strong strikes harnessing her great strength. As Jack's claws clashed with them, he was puzzled. The two were even stronger and faster than before. He thought he would be able to easily overcome them with his beast form, but it turned out it was not so. Suddenly, he felt danger coming from behind. He used Whirlwind Slash, forcing back Four Winds, Violent Blizzard, and his backstabber who turned out to be Disco Rain. At that time, an ice block formed above him. Water Lily, who was fighting against the wolf pack, could still cast spells. Her concentration was solid enough, the same as Jack, who used to cast spells while fighting melee. She cast Chain Lightning. This spell of hers was the same as Selena's, max-leveled. The lightning from this spell jumped 10 times, hitting all 10 of Jack's wolves, wounding as well as paralyzing them. She then used the reprieve to cast a big spell, Icefall. When Jack saw the ice block above him, he uttered, "You are using the same trick again?" As the large ice block fell, Jack jumped upward. "Don't think that I will fall for the second time." Jack's right claw was ablaze with flame. This flaming claw then struck the ice block. Jack suffered a little damage, which meant the icefall damage was more than 3 times higher than his flame strike, but the ice block was knocked aside. Jack hit the ice block so it now fell near where Water Lily was. Water Lily was stunned by such a crude counter to her spell. She hurriedly ran away. The ice block fell to the sand and created a whirlpool. Jack's wolves had come out of their paralyzation. They also ran away from there, escaping the whirlpool. When Jack landed back down, Four Winds, Violent Blizzard, and Disco Rain came at him. Jack used his burst slashes, keeping them at bay. He then followed with Drilling Thrust, Devouring Cross, Pentaslash. Each skill for each of his opponents. The three were reeling back. Even with the Oasis buffs, they still suffered damage when clashing directly with Jack's skill. Jack followed up with spells as they were pushed back. The three fought back with their skills and martial arts as well as perfect coordination. They tried their best to dodge Jack's attacks. They had learned that even when they used attacks to block, Jack could still damage them amply. A direct hit from Jack's skills might even take out their life completely. As the heated fighting continued, it was clear that the three were at disadvantage. Disco Rain's health point had gone critical. Four Winds and Violent Blizzard's health point was also down to half. Jack, on the other hand, had his life still almost full even without Penuel's healing. His opponent's attack failed to cause any significant damage due to his gold scale armor, coupled with his astonishing body recovery. He was as if an unkillable beast. "Go!" Four Winds said to Disco Rain. She then disengaged. To Violent Blizzard, Four Winds said, "Hang in there. His skill won't last forever, We will counter when its duration ended. What Four Winds said wasn't wrong. Jack's gold scale armor lasted only 3 minutes. It had only 1 minute left now. Jack didn't expect these orc players to be this good. Their martial arts and coordination prevented him from landing a clean hit. Even for Violent Blizzard, who was the slowest, she used her large greatsword to redirect Jack's attack without directly clashing. Violent Blizzard also had 10 avenging orbs swirling around her already, but she hadn't used them yet. She must be waiting for Jack's golden fur to turn back to normal. They knew Jack's defense was abnormally high during this gold transformation. Water Lily, in the meantime, had defeated 6 of Jack's 10 wolves with her spells. But at this time, Thuras had defeated Disco Rain's clone. It now used its tyrannical charge at Water Lily. She defended using her magic shield, but it was shattered and she was thrown far away while suffering large damage. She was not without wounds after fighting Jack's wolves for that long. Thuras came over attempting to finish her, but a shadow slammed into it. Familiar black slashes wounded it again while pushing it back. Disco Rain, who was now back to full life, had come to Water Lily's aid. "Go!" she said to Water Lily before turning into 2 again. "What?" Jack was fighting against Four Winds and Violent Blizzard, but he still had attention on the other part of the battlefield, courtesy of his 100 synchronous thoughts. That assassin woman is fully healed and using skills that are supposed to be still in cooldown. Jack then saw Water Lily running towards the oasis. It's that oasis. That's the source of their buffs as well. Jack came to a realization. He immediately sent a thought command to his remaining 4 wolves. They ran at high speed chasing after Water Lily. Disco Rain saw it and intercepted the wolves while having her clone fight Thuras again. Jack couldn't let them continue using the oasis effect. He cast myriad ensnaring chains. The crimson chains came out around his 2 opponents. However, instead of getting entangling, Four Winds' 2 hands blurred and created uncountable starlights around him. Every chain that approached was smacked aside. Violent Blizzard hid within Four Winds' starlight field. Jack had no time to be impressed by that. He used Shooting Dash to disengage from them. Shooting Dash didn't bring him to where Water Lily was, but it was close enough for his wind slash. 3 green energies shot out from his claw. Water Lily, who sensed the attacks coming, used her long staff as a prop to let her jump high, dodging all 3 wind energies. Jack was amazed. He never thought there will be another person who could dodge his fast wind slash aside from his grandfather. But after seeing his grandfather do it last time, Jack had been prepared for the next time he used this skill. He used a follow-up attack, Sword of Light, while Water Lily was still in the air. Disco Rain had come to Jack's back before Jack executed Sword of Light, attempting to disrupt Jack's attack, but Jack just tanked the backstab. His gold scale armor was not yet over. Water Lily had no footing to escape the Sword of Light. The fast crescent light cut her body and depleted the few health points she had left. "Rain, move away!" Violent Blizzard yelled. She was still protected by Four Winds' starlight field. Her sword was alighted with a blue aura that formed a gigantic sword with wings image. She slashed down her blue wing slash. Disco Rain had used Vanish to teleport away. Jack was fast enough to dodge a direct hit, but the wings wave aura still hit him. He suffered damage from it. His remaining wolves were also hit by this wave and they were all taken out. As Jack regained his bearing, Four Winds used Jump Assault to reach him. His myriad ensnaring chains duration had ended. Jack parried the assault. Disco Rain wanted to come aid, but Four Winds said to her, "Finish his pet. We will take turns wearing him down after." Disco followed the command and went over to help her clone fight Thuras, while Violent Blizzard ran over to help Four Winds. Four Winds used his Starlight Field martial arts to keep Jack on his toes. Jack returned in kind using his sword art. Jack glanced and saw his Thera's health point was getting less and less. The 2 Disco Rains attacked from 2 sides and took turns in attacking. That assassin was too expert and fast for Thuras to keep up. Jack sent his pet a command. It used its overbearing stomp on the soft sand. Jack had consciously been preventing Thuras from using this skill, until now. The result was what Jack was hoping for. The stomp upset the sandy ground enough that it caused a sand whirlpool. Disco Rain was too close to Therass, and she had already used her vanish not long ago. She screamed as both Therass and her clone got dragged down into the sand. Reina Euro! Violent Blizzard yelled. Keep your head in the game. For Winds reprimanded. They couldn't afford to get distracted. Jack's attacks were too deadly. Jack's golden fur turned back to black at this time. His gold scale armor was over already. Blizzard, it's time. For Winds exclaimed. Violent Blizzard's health point was at 30% already at the time. She activated Last Stand Righteous Fury, and then sent a heavy slash using Raging Strike. For Winds also used some sort of unusual skill. His body turned large to almost 2 times his original size. Jack felt 4 Winds' aura spiked. 4 Winds' health point was also refilled and even doubled. The giant orc used heavy cleave as his 2 axes came at Jack. That's Titan strength. Jack heard Penuel yell after seeing 4 Winds' transformation. But Jack wasn't paying attention. He had been waiting for the 2 to go on a full offensive. The 2 had been focusing on evasion and defense that Jack found it difficult to hit them. He activated Over Limit. As his 2 opponents' attacks came, his body split into shadows. For Winds and Violent Blizzard were taken aback by Jack's sudden disappearance. Multiple of Jack's shadows appeared around them. It was the 100 Shadow Strike skill from Commander Quintus. 100 Shadow Strikes, level 120th active skill, range requires melee weapon, split into 10 shadows. Each shadow deals 200% darkness damage, 10% added critical chance, 30% chance to cause cursed effect. Range 10 meters, cooldown 2 hours, stamina 150. 10 shadows slashed at Jack's 2 adversaries. Jack had waited until the enemies went for full attacks before using this skill to make sure it hit, but Jack had underestimated this skill. The shadows were so fast that the 2 hardly had the time to react. Violent Blizzard, whose health point was already low, was taken out by a single slash even when she had the damage reduction buff from Last Stand and Righteous Fury. For Winds was fast and reactive enough to take defensive maneuvers, but when his weapon clanged with Jack's shadowy slash, Jack could feel a portion of his attack phased through the defense. The description of the skill didn't mention any ignored defense effect, but it seemed there was this secret effect to the skill. Furthermore, the over limit also boosted the damage. For Winds' increased size backfired and caused him difficulty to perform evasive maneuvers. His health point, which had been refilled by Titan strength, was rapidly cut down. By the end of the 100 Shadow Strikes, For Winds and Violent Blizzard had fallen to the ground. The unique grade skill was too overwhelming to resist. Jack looked up to the sky. His opponents' names were all grayed out, including Disco Rain, which proved falling completely into the sand whirlpool was considered instant death. Palace voice boomed from the sky announcing the human team's victory. By the way, what's that Titan strength you mentioned? You sound pretty surprised by it, Jack asked Penuel. For Wind's aura did increase exponentially when he became giant size. But Jack didn't clash directly with him, so Jack didn't know how impressive that transformation was. It's the first active skill from a unique grade bloodline, the Titan bloodline, Penuel explained. Unique grade? Ain't that the same grade as my gold dragon bloodline? Jack asked, impressed. As he was speaking, he saw his environment transformed. He found himself back outside in the arena again. Red Death, For Winds, and the others had been revived. Jack turned to his 5 opponents, who were also looking back at him. Congratulations on winning, For Winds said to him. His tone didn't carry any bitterness. Jack's impression of this guild leader became even better. We win? Giant Steve asked in confusion. He thought for sure they had lost already. Red Death and the others were similarly confused by the result. Red Death noticed that 4 Winds only congratulated Jack. She asked Jack, "You didn't die in that sand whirlpool? You people didn't check the names on the sky?" Jack asked back. He then turned back to 4 Winds. "If you people have chosen to run around and avoid me, you will be the victor instead. If we do such cowardly acts, we don't deserve to be the victors," 4 Winds uttered. "You have my admiration," Jack said with a salute. The audience clapped. They were also impressed by the orc team's unyielding spirit. One team was pouting, though. "Damn those young show-offs. Did he just call me a coward then?" Jet uttered. "Ha ha," Doman laughed. Jet was still sitting beside him. People said that there is a fine line between smart and cowardice, bravery and stupidity. If you prefer, you can just pretend that you have acted smart while they acted with stupidity. Why do you say pretend? It is indeed the smart play to hide. It's just too bad the result didn't turn out as I intended, Jet protested. One group among the natives did think the orc team had been extremely stupid. It was Abdu and Abasai. They were gritting their teeth. It was difficult for them to conceal their feelings. The two stood up. The aide that followed them asked, "Where will you be going, my chief?" "Back to VRMMO," Abdu replied. "Now that the human team has won, many works will need to be done to influence the council. You stayed here as our representative until the ceremony is over. I won't waste any more time here." The orc chief then gave the orc team in the arena one more disgusted glance before he left with Abasai. Prince Alonso saw the orc chief and warlord left. He didn't give them much thought. He was grinning widely at the moment. Although the team was composed more of Remus supporters, they had all been wiped out. The sole reason for the victory was his champion. The merit of winning this team tournament was all his. While many might have had the same thought and considered the orc team's decision as stupid, Callan and Pallas didn't think so. The two came to the teams who were still standing in the arena, but instead of coming to congratulate the winning team, they came first to the orc team instead. "You and your team have displayed exceptional bravery," Callan said to Four Winds and his team. "You have our respect." "Good resolve," Pallas uttered. After talking for a bit with the orc team, Callan and Pallas then came to congratulate the human team. Callan then announced that the prize-giving ceremony would be carried out after lunch. The void shield around the Roman theater dissolved and revealed several arranged tables and chairs in a garden not far away. Callan invited everyone to head over to enjoy a meal. Four Winds came to Jack when everyone started leaving. He said, "You are very strong. Are you interested in joining Cipher Flight?" "I'm flattered," Jack said. "However, I'm already in a guild. Thanks for your offer anyway." "I see. Too bad. What is your guild's name? I can't use inspect on you." "My guild is called Everlasting Heavenly Legends. The #1 guild in Themisphere? With you as its member, it's no wonder. You know about our guild? You have some members in VRMMO as well. Naturally, we collect as much information about the existing guilds. I hope our two guilds can build a good relationship." "I would like that," Jack said. He then looked around, saw the person he was looking for, and called out, "Jeannie! Jeannie, come here." Jack then introduced Jeannie as the guild leader and said that for any formal discussion about guild matters, Four Winds could discuss them with her. Jeannie rolled her eyes at Jack. "Isn't you one of the leaders as well?" she thought. Jack sent Four Winds a friend request which the orc accepted. He then left the orc with Jeannie. He looked around again, searching for someone else. He found the person. He went and asked the person for a talk. The person refused at first, but Jack insisted. Jack had to practically drag her to a secluded corner for a talk. They talked for a long time. After quite some time, Jack and Red Death returned to the tables that catered the lunch. They didn't notice two pairs of eyes were staring at them as they returned. One was from Yellow Death, the other was from Grace. During lunch, Prince Alonso and the others came by and congratulated Jack for winning the tournament. Prince Alonso repeatedly expressed his gratitude while Jack was having his lunch, making him unable to fully enjoy it. When everyone had finished their meals, the council priests invited everyone to the courtyard in front of the Temple of Courage. At that place, a stage with a podium had been arranged. Callan was behind the podium. After he saw everyone arrive, he started giving a speech, thanking the participants as well as congratulating the winners. He then went into another lengthy prayer. By now, everyone was used to it. They had even expected it to happen before the ceremony started. When the ceremony did start, it was those with the lowest rankings that were called, which were those who lost their first matches. Each of these individuals received 30 gold coins and a level 50 super rare chest armor corresponding to their classes. Super rare grade equipment was still very rare. Even for top players, many still had only one or two such equipment. Only Jack, who had the transformation prism, could afford to give away such equipment to his friends. Additionally, the given super rare armor was at level 50, which was higher than the current player's average level. At this stage, one needed a high-level blacksmith and lots of rare materials to get their equipment to that level. So, for these players who lost their first matches to receive such a prize had already made their day. They at first thought they would only get a complimentary reward like a healing potion or a useless medal or something like that. They were clearly gleeful at such a surprise. After they received the chest armor, they even found out that this armor could be considered top class among other super rare armor. This Council of Virtus truly showed that it was a top faction in this world. The next ones being called were those who had won one time. They were given 50 gold coins and the chance to select a level 50 super rare grade weapon of their choice. The selection was made from a holographic interface that appeared from a golden orb held by Callan. The chest armor prizes that were given were also pulled out from this golden orb. Jack figured this golden orb functioned much like players' inventory bags. After that were the ones who had won 2 times. They were given 70 gold coins and a full set of 7 pieces of level 50 super rare equipment, from headgear to boots. Those who had taken their prices before were jealous of them. They had also realized that the ones that had been granted free wins before might not have been lucky, because they could only either win one time or become the champion. 2-time winnings were only available for those who had to fight 3 matches to become the champions. When it came to the orc team, they received an extra reward compared to the other individuals that had won 2 times. They received a super rare grade ring called Mark of Valor. Callan declared that it was a reward for showing valor instead of taking the safe path. Several people disagreed, but none dared to show objection. After the 2-time winning players received their prizes, it was time for the champions. The first one being called was the champion of the night section. Arthur Bagrat of the Draconian race. Please come forward, Callan called. Arthur came up to the stage. Callan presented him with the rewards. It was 100 gold coins and level 50 super rare grade 7-piece set equipment for Avenger. Set equipment was inherently more powerful than standard equipment. It provided additional bonuses based on how many pieces of the set were being equipped. And 7-piece set equipment was the best there was. The one Arthur received was even one that catered especially to the Avenger class. Additionally, Arthur could also choose one level 50 super rare grade weapon of his choice. His choice was, unsurprisingly, a katana. Arthur equipped the set equipment on the spot. Since they were set equipment, their visuals matched one another. His appearance now resembled that of an ancient samurai. I think this tournament is rigged. How can they prepare a prize that so suited that old swordsman? Jack joked. Padoin gave him a side eye. You know, even if you are a champion, you can still be thrown out of this mountain for saying things that dishonor this faction. After Arthur walked down the stage, Callan called the next champion. Champion of the warrior section. Doman Fei of the human race. Come forward. Doman came forward. But before Callan could present the rewards for the elder martial artist, Doman said, I would like to forfeit the prize and request for this council's elite force aid. The audiences were surprised and confused by Doman's request. Didn't he see how good the rewards were? Who in the right mind chose to forfeit them? And what the hell was this about the elite force aid? Callan was similarly surprised. His eyebrows were lifted. He never expected an outworlder to know this ancient rule to their tradition. Almost no one ever used it even for the native tournaments, but there was indeed such a rule. How did this outworlder know about it? If you know about this rule, then you know we need more than just your forfeit, Callan said. I do, Doman replied. In that case, stand aside. We will wait for the others before we deal with your request, Callan said. He then called, Champion of the rogue section. Wong of the orc race, come forward. Wong walked out to the stage. He was looking at Doman, who was standing by the side. His expression showed that he was also wondering why Doman knew about the secret feature and why he asked for it. Was he asking the elite force for the Themisphere Kingdom? He did hear that the Themisphere was embroiled in the power struggle between the 3 princes, although not an open conflict as it was in Liguridium. He didn't spend too much time thinking about it. He had a job here. He only cared about completing his he said after arriving before Callan. I want to forfeit my reward and request for an item from this council's vault. The audiences were murmuring now. What was this? 2 champions had forfeited their prizes. This was completely unconventional. Callan's brows were creasing now. Item request from our vault this time? Eh? Well, in your case, you should know that we need another champion to forfeit. Don't you? I do, Wong replied. Ronald came out from the crowd at this time without being called. I am with him in forfeiting my prize as the champion of the archer section. We request an item from your vault, he declared. Callan looked at the 2 of them back and forth. He then sighed. A rule is a rule. What do you wish from our vault? Since you know this rule, I understand you should know the limit of the items you can ask for. We understand, Wong replied. We would like to have the draconic suppression crystal. Callan's eyes narrowed. These outworlders even know what was inside their vault? He wondered what else did they know? He nodded. All right, if that is what you wish, we will honor it. It is, Wong confirmed. Callan looked at Ronald, who nodded. He then called for Myson, who was standing by his side. After speaking a few words, Myson bowed and went inside the temple behind the stage. Jack was expecting the vault to be the golden orb Callan was holding. It appeared it was not so. You can wait for the item you requested. We will proceed with the remaining champions, Callan said. Wong and Ronald stood to the side, opposite Doman. Champion of the mage section, Black Hole of the ethereal race, come forward. After coming forward, Black Hole said, I'm joining the champion of the warrior section to claim the council's elite force aid. Callan nodded. He seemed to have expected it. The audience, on the other hand, couldn't stop gaping. Aside from Arthur, all the first-place winners had been forfeiting their rewards one after another. What the hell was going on here? Did they think super rare grade weapons and set equipment were cheap things to be thrown away? Black Hole stood next to Doman. Before the team match, Jack had gone to speak with Another Day about this. Another Day then took Jack to discuss with Black Hole. Black Hole found it weird at first why the human winners wanted to forfeit their winnings. He was also wondering why they didn't just go for the item that had first come for the Draconic Revival Blood. Jack explained that since they had failed to stop the Heavenly Enforcers from getting the Draconic Suppression Crystal, getting this Draconic Revival Blood would only bring the matter to a stalemate. It won't improve the situation on Wilted's side. Hence, they should go for the big gun. Black Hole was at first skeptical of Jack's claim. They already bagged the human and the mage sections. The team section, on the other hand, had not yet started at the time. Although he saw how powerful Jack was, his team was very messy. The orc team, on the contrary, had very good teamwork. After the dwarf team showed how it was possible to win the match without clashing directly, Black Hole actually thought the orc team had a better chance of winning. He was pleasantly surprised to be proved otherwise. Thought the reason was simply that the orc team chose an honorable, yet in his opinion was also a foolish decision. Callan called out the last winners. Winner of the team section, the human team, come forward. As Jack and the others approached, Callan asked, considering the circumstances, I believe your team wants to forfeit your prizes as well? The elite force aid required 3 winners to forfeit. One of them needed to be the team section, so it was not unforeseen for Callan to guess. Forfeit? Hell no, Yellow Death uttered. Why would we want to do that? Callan's eyebrows were lifted again. Well, this is surprising again, he thought. But Jack soon said, the human team would like to forfeit our rewards to claim the council's elite force aid. Yellow Death turned to Jack. Is this supposed to be a joke? Jack turned to him and said, this is for the greater good. I'm doing this for all of us. You will have to trust me. Trust my ass. I don't have to do anything you ask. Yellow Death then turned to the divine priest and exclaimed, I disagree with the forfeit. I want my prize. Well, ain't this a turn of an event? Callan muttered. He then told the 5 humans before him, forfeiting the team's prize can be done, but you will need the majority of the team members to agree to do that. What? Majority? Shouldn't it be a unanimous decision? Yellow Death said with surprise. Jack was not so. During his talk with Another Day, he had asked him the condition required for the team to forfeit, whether they needed all members to agree to it. He was glad to find out that it was not so. It would be a headache to convince everyone on his team. He might need to resort to killing some if so. He was extremely glad he didn't need to go that far. So, I can see one who agrees and one who doesn't, Callan said. What about the three of you? I forfeit, Giant Steve declared. I do not, Princess Purple uttered. I didn't go through all these troubles to go back empty-handed. Jack gave her a side-eye. The heck? You almost didn't do anything, he said in his mind. All of them now turned to the only remaining member of the team, Red Death, who stayed silent. Well, Callan was also staring at her. Princess Purple was confident that Red Death would say no. She was after all part of their camp. Jack's request was doomed from the start. He only had Giant Steve as an ally in this team. Yellow Death, on the other hand, wore a worried look. Jack and Red Death had gone away for a talk before this. He didn't pay attention at the time. When he was about to use his drone to search for her, she had come back. So, he was not aware of what the two were talking about. Red, if you say forfeit, you will be openly betraying us, Yellow Death said to her. Think carefully before you act. Jack turned to him. There is a reason why we need that elite force aid. I've said that to you before. This is for the good of all of us. I'm sure your guild leaders will understand after knowing the reason. Reason my ass. Whatever it is, I won't agree to it. Let me tell you now, if you a euro, I choose to forfeit, Red Death declared. Yellow Death's words stopped abruptly after hearing. Princess Purple was gaping wide. What a euro, why a euro? She couldn't bring herself to understand. All right, if that is your will, Callan said. At this time, Myson came back out bringing a large crystal with a dragon carving. It gave off an ominous shine. Callan motioned for Wong to approach. He then handed the crystal to the orc monk. This is the Draconic Suppression Crystal. Wong accepted the crystal with a nod. After storing it in his storage bag, he asked the divine priest, We wish to leave now. Is that all right? Once the team match ended, you are free to leave if you wish, Callan answered. However, we have a special event after this ceremony. An event that was available to those who won first place. You can get additional rewards if you join. Can you stay for this special event? We are not interested, Wong replied. If that is your wish. It's fine, we won't compel, Callan said. He then called one of the priests that stood by the side. Follow him to the teleportation chamber. He will help you activate the portal device. Wong and Ronald followed the priest. A few of the ethereal native representatives followed the two, while the rest remained. Jack figured the one who left and the one who stayed must be from the two opposing forces in the current civil war of LitRPG, just as Prince Alonso and Prince Remus here. Spring Crown came to speak with Doman before leaving. I can see where this elite force you people asked for will be sent. It seemed that I will have to stay by that crazy man's side for a little longer. You can always break your words, Doman said to him. Ha ha ha, Spring Crown simply laughed. Well, see you around, old man. See you around, youngster, Doman replied. The number 1 gamer then went away following his fellow heavenly enforcers. Now, let's get back to you lots, Callan said to the 2 individual champions and the team. Who amongst you will be the spokesperson? Most turned to Jack. Jack came forward and said, It will be me. Callan nodded. About your request for elite force aid. Where do you want us to send this force? The elite force will stay inside the country for half a year, helping with whatever the country ruler required. Callan had asked this question because there was an ethereal race amongst these 6 humans. Otherwise, he would just assume the force to be sent to Themisphere. He still thought so, considering there were more humans present. What made him wonder was why different race champions requested this aid. This aid was usually requested by representatives from the same race, considering that only one country would get the benefit. That's why this aid was so rarely requested. The chance of one race winning so many sections was low. We would like you to send the elite force to the LitRPG realm, Jack uttered, to assist its rightful ruler, Galva, from the attempt of his son, Igneos, in seizing his throne. Most of the crowds, except for the natives and ethereal outworlders, were lost on what Jack was asking. But almost all of them were confused about why this group of outworlder champions would forfeit their rewards for the matter of a native country's conflict. Almost all of these champions were not even living in that said country. The most bewildered one was the Liguridium's native representative that was still present there. He was shocked and awed after hearing Jack's request. "If that is your will, so be it. We will make the arrangement," Callan informed. "Our elite force will leave for that country first thing tomorrow." "Yes," Handsome Joe uttered within the crowd. Another Day was similarly relieved. He thought for sure they had failed when they lost in the tournament. He looked over to Jack. He thought maybe Wilted had made the right choice in asking for this man's aid. Callan continued, "Well then, as I said, we have a special event after this ceremony. We hope to invite everyone back to the arena where the tournament took place before, especially the champions who have placed first in the tournament. You might get additional rewards in this event." "What reward? I didn't get anything." Princess Purple was still pouting. "Well, you will have another chance then," Callan said, not at all bothered by Princess Purple's tone. "The rewards that you get in this event, if you are successful, were not any less than the main prizes of the tournament. We will wait for you over at the arena." That might be the special event Padoan mentioned, Jack thought. So, he was not talking about this prize-giving ceremony. Jack wondered what the event was about. Callan mentioned they could get a reward equal to the tournament's first prizes? Jack became excited about it. As everyone started walking, Jack saw Black Hole and the others walking the other way. Jack called Another Day and asked. Another Day said their only interest was to get the Draconic Revival blood. Since they got one even better, their task here was done. They needed to get back to aid the war effort. Jack didn't stop them. He wished them luck, and Another Day thanked him before leaving. As they left, another person came to him. Jack didn't recognize the person. The person was a native and an ethereal. "Greetings, young outworlder. My name is Geode." The native ethereal introduced himself. "I was tasked by our great ruler, Galva, as his representative in this tournament since he cannot join, for a reason that I am sure you are aware of." "What can I do for you, Sir Geode?" Jack asked politely. "I would like to express my deepest gratitude for the assistance you have offered my country today. I won't deny how badly we need that aid. But I must admit that I am extremely shocked to find a human, a race with which our country had traditionally been at odds, to be the one that provides such assistance. Nevertheless, I am very grateful. If you don't mind, on behalf of my ruler, I want to offer you and the other humans who have forfeited your rewards here an official title as the Liguridium's honored guest." Jack and the others received the system notification of the title. Jack checked the title. It was basically similar to the Sangrod honored guest title he had received from Horatio. Yellow Death and Princess Purple were still scowling. They lost super rare weapons and set equipment for a friggin' title that had no use whatsoever to them. Jack, on the other hand, understands this title better. "Hey, Penuel, does this mean I am free to walk around Liguridium now?" "You are," Penuel replied, before hurriedly adding, "unless you are planning to go traipsing around the ethereal prince's territory." Geode continued speaking. "If any of you find your way into the Liguridium realm, please come find me in our capital, Dritzit. I will try to give you something in exchange for what you have done for us. Now, if you will excuse me, I will need to leave and give this news to our great ruler. We will need to adjust our forces to accommodate the elite force from this council." Jack was about to bid him farewell when he thought of something. "If you don't mind, I'll like to introduce you to someone first." Geode was puzzled, but he was not going to deny the request from someone who had done his country such a huge favor, so he followed Jack. After wading through the traveling crowd, Jack found the one he was looking for. "There you are. My prince. I would like to introduce you to someone. Prince Alonso, Duchess Isabel," and Gruff stopped walking after hearing Jack's call. "My prince, this is Sir Geode, representative of the great ruler of Liguridium realm. Sir Geode, this is Prince Alonso, the third prince of Themisphere. I serve under him. Jack introduced the two. Hearing that, Geode gave Prince Alonso a polite bow. Prince Alonso, I've heard of you. I thank you for the aid that your subject had granted us. Our Liguriditum realm is in your debt. Prince Alonso himself was actually rather surprised by Jack's request to aid the Liguriditum realm just now. He had heard Jack mention the Outworlder Guild, Worldmaker, who meddled in Liguriditum's politics and the possibility of that country coming to invade if the Worldmaker won, but he could not afford to concern himself in those foreign matters yet. He had enough issues to deal with in his own kingdom. He could only presume Jack's action just now had something to do with that guild Jack had mentioned. He didn't mind what Jack had done. The fact that Jack and Doman had become the champions was already a boon to him. He couldn't wait to go back and use this momentum to gather more supporters. I am glad that our country can be of help. Prince Alonso replied politely to Geode. I have heard the report about your country. I hope the civil war can be resolved soon. With the help your champion has just given us, it might be, Geode said. He then sighed. Our two countries had always been on bad terms for something our ancestors did. If we somehow settle the tribulation my country is experiencing now, I will try to persuade our great ruler to open communication with Themisphere. I think it's time for our two countries to mend our relationship. At that time, I hope you can be our go-to-noble for such an endeavor. I will look forward to that. Cooperation is always more productive than conflict. I will also strive for peace between us if that is what your country wishes. I'm glad to hear that. Geode then turned to Jack. I'm happy that you introduced me to your prince. I am now looking forward to the future once we settle our civil war. Jack heard a notification again. He was informed that he had again completed a hidden part of his chain quest. He was awarded 800 merit points. The merit points were less than when he gained the support of Healer Society, but he thought probably because this relationship built with Liguriditum was not something that gave much effect to Themisphere's politics. After all, not many parties in Themisphere had dealings with the Liguriditum realm. Geode excused himself again. He looked very eager to return to his country. Jack didn't stop him this time. Jack walked with Prince Alonso, Duchess Isabel, and Gruff. Prince Remus and Garland Thunderhand were nowhere in sight. Garland had probably stormed off back to Themisphere after the tournament ended, since none of the first prince's representatives become a champion. In Remus' case, he didn't consider Red Death and the others as victorious considering they died in the match and Jack had single-handedly turned the situation around. Do any of you know what this special event is about? Jack asked the three natives. The three shook their heads. As they gathered back at the Roman theater, they saw Callan and Pallas standing at the center of the arena accompanied by a young draconian in bright golden color full-plate armor. At the front of his chest plate was an impressive lion head carving. The demeanor of this draconian youth was not any less than Pallas, who stood beside him. After everyone had gathered and retook their seats in the spectators' seats, Callan called out the first-place winners. Out of the 10 champions, only 7 people came out. Jack, Doman, Arthur, Giant Steve, Red Death, Yellow Death, and Princess Purple. The other 3 champions, Wong, Ronald, and Black Hole, had left. Thank you, everyone, for joining us back here again, Callan said. The Outworlder tournament has ended. You can leave now if that is what you wish, and we thank you for your participation. There is, however, an extra event that we like to host. We would like to put to test the best Outworlders have to offer against our own best rising generation. Everyone's eyes landed on the young draconian in the golden plate armor. It was pretty obvious this person was the one Callan mentioned. This is Mihos, the best young warrior that we have nurtured, Callan continued. He is a level 49 champion and a talent that we rarely find even amongst the ones we trained here. It will be a great experience for him to put his skills to the test against current best Outworlders. We extend this challenge to the champions of the tournaments. This is, of course, fully optional. You are free to accept or reject. Do know, however, that we are willing to provide you rewards equal to the tournament's first prize if you can fulfill a certain condition in this bonus match. What condition? Giant Steve asked. Reduce Miho's life to at least half, Callan answered. Half? You want us to reduce a level 49-foot health point to half? That's all, Yellow Death asked. His tone carried contempt. Great, Maybe I have the chance to claim the rightful prize someone has stolen from me. Come on, dude. We have all lost to the orc team that time. It was Storm who won that team match. Are you going to continue to be bitter about it? Giant Steve said. You bet your giant ass I am. Yellow Death replied. I will take this challenge first, he said to Callan. I'm afraid you have misunderstood. All of you will be fighting together, Callan said. If the condition is fulfilled, all of you will receive the rewards. If failed, none of you will. All of us just to bring down a level 49's life to half? Is this a joke? Yellow Death asked. Dude, have you used your inspect? Jack asked. Yellow Death didn't reply. He didn't even want to look at Jack. He was indeed, as Steve said, still bitter about Jack who have forfeited the tournament prize. But after Jack's words, he used his inspect. His inspect skill was enough to scan someone who was 3 levels higher than him. Miho's, Mythical Draconian, Champion, level 49, health point, 780,000. Mythical. Yellow Death thought. He had not met any native nor monster with this grade. The highest he had met was a rare elite. Even that grade would require him to be with a squad to take down. Death Associates researchers in the library, however, had gathered information that mentioned the mythical grade was above the rare elite. Now he understood why Callan told them to fight together. Jack and the others who could do mana sense were warier. They could sense the suffocating aura from this young draconian that was not dimmed even when the youth was standing next to Callan and Pallas. Especially Jack, who sensed this Miho's aura was actually similar to the level 50 mythical blonde female knight in the ancient battleground. He had personally experienced how fearsome these mythical beings were. Even Miho's health point alone was almost as high as Gruff's, who was much higher in level. Don't worry. None of you will die for real even if you died, Callan said. You will fight inside a constructed dimension. The time limit for this match is 30 minutes. You have to bring Miho's health point down to half within that time limit to be eligible for the rewards. Are you all interested in this bonus match? I will fight, Jack answered without hesitation. Although he was wary, this was a friendly fight. He could safely gauge his limit. The fight in the ancient battleground had been too messy for that. I'm in. Red Death was not going to turn this challenge down if Jack was not. Let's do it, Doman replied. Interesting, Arthur added. The others also agreed. Callan nodded. Good. He then turned to the audience. We originally expected 10 combatants for this bonus match. But since 3 of the tournament champions had left, we are 3 people short. We extend the invitation to the one who fought those missing champions in the final match. Leave me alone, David, and Selena. Are the 3 of you willing to join this bonus match? Jack and the others looked back at the audience. Leave me alone. Seeing the chance to fight together with Doman, immediately agreed, I'll fight. David and Selena also came down to the arena. Who was going to refuse a chance to get additional rewards? After the 10 Outworlders gathered down at the arena, Callan nodded. Unlike the tournament matches, this bonus match won't be broadcasted to the world. Only the ones who stayed here have the privilege of that. Callan then gave the sign to Pallas, who opened a portal. This portal will bring you to the constructed dimension where the match will take place, Pallas informed. If you need to discuss your fight plan first, you can do so. I will be waiting for you all inside, Miho said. He then walked towards the portal. But before he entered, he stopped and turned back. You too. He pointed at Jack and Leave Me Alone. Don't hesitate to use your divine skills, he said, and then entered the portal. He knows, Jack thought in surprise. Giant Steve turned to Jack. So, what's the strategy? Doman did the same. Yeah. How should we do this? Oh? You will listen to me? Jack asked his grandfather. You are more familiar with this game world. Just let me know the arrangement, Doman replied. If Master Doman follows your words, I will do so as well, Leave Me Alone said. Jack rolled his eyes at him. I'm also not experienced in a coordinated fight, Arthur said. I am more used to fighting against many enemies compared to ganging up against one, so I will follow your arrangement as well. David chimed in. A squad with a bad leader is still better than one who had none. Awaiting your order, Chief. What the fuck do you mean by a bad leader? Jack cursed within. He then turned to the remaining four who should be more troublesome. I don't mind listening to you for this match, Selena said. Fine. Red Death uttered a simple one word. Yellow Death and Princess Purple both turned away with a harumph. Are you two going to be this difficult throughout the match? Jack asked. Yes, Yellow Death replied curtly. Don't expect any of my heals on you, Princess Purple said. Doesn't matter. Just make sure you heal the others, Jack said to Princess Purple. He had penule for healings anyway. To Yellow Death, Jack said, and you, as long as you don't try any accidental friendly fire, we will be fine. I can't promise that, Yellow Death replied. Jack gave him a sharp glare. He then said, before anything, let's us form a party first. He created the party and invited everyone. Everyone accepted, including Yellow Death and Princess Purple. The latter two took a few seconds more than the others before they accept, though. All right, our standard arrangement will have us four. He pointed to himself, Giant Steve, Doman, and Arthur, to clash directly with our opponent. Giant Steve will take the frontal clash. Arthur and Doman will take the sides, I will take the rear. Our objective is to limit his movements as much as possible. Why do you take the rear? Are you trying to get the easy part? Princess Purple asked with disdain. My damage is the highest. Are you going to question every single command I give? Jack answered and asked at the same time. I should be given the most chance to hit the opponent among the front line. This match is not being determined by who caused the highest damage. You heard Callan already, if we achieve the objective, we all win the rewards. If we don't, we all lose. It doesn't matter who lands more damage in this match. There is no score. We all have the same aim. Princess Purple turned away and didn't utter any more argument. Moving on, Red Death and Leave Me Alone should stay out of range, Jack continued. You two should attack only when you see an opportunity. Use hit and run tactic. Don't linger around. If our opponent breaks through the four of us at the front line, it is your job to disrupt him from getting to our range attackers. You two need to note one thing. Don't let your guard down just because you are attacking him from the blind side. Why is that? Red Death asked. If my hunch is right, he can sense mana as well, Jack answered. Mana what? Selena asked. He means that our opponent is aware of all that happens around him, even when he does not see it, Red Death explained. Selena had seen some contestants in this tournament exhibit such a trait, so she sort of understood what Red Death meant. Also, I think he can do mana manipulation as well, Jack added. He had seen the mythical grade knights in the ancient battleground use the technique. If this Mihos was the same as them, he most likely could as well. What the hell is that now? Yellow Death uttered. It means if he uses this technique, even his standard hit has the chance to one-shot you, Jack replied. Jack turned to David, Selena, and Yellow Death. The three of you range attackers land as much damage as you can. Don't even think about coming near our opponent. While for you, Jack pointed at Princess Purple. I don't need your healing. Just make sure you heal the others who do. Jack then approached Leave Me Alone and said, the fact that he knows about our divine skills and requests us to use them might mean that he has a way to defend against it. His health point is too high. We can only wound him even if we use the divine skill. Leave Me Alone reminded. That's true. But just in case, don't use it unless you see a good chance, Jack said. We can only use it once in this match. Those skills are our chance for the highest damage count. Need to make sure they hit. Don't worry. I don't use my skills at random. The others had started gathering around the portal while Jack and Paydoin talked. Seeing them grouped like that, Palace said, just enter. Mihos won't attack unless you are all ready. Palace then made a gesture and a projection appeared in the sky, similar to when it was the team match. The projection showed Mihos inside a void. He was currently standing in wait with his eyes closed. His two hands were gripping the hilt of a golden greatsword with its tip on the ground. The crossguard of the greatsword had the shape of wings. Damn! He knows how to look cool. Jack remarked. The 10 started to enter the portal. They came out into a void that Jack found to be very similar to the challenge spaces in the League of Champions. Once the 10 entered, Mijos opened his eyes and asked, "Are you ready?" "Wait. Let us get into positions first," Jack uttered. If the opponent was asking, then might as well take advantage of it, Jack thought. Jack asked the range attackers to spread out while keeping a safe distance. Would be easier to hit from different angles. The exception was Princess Purple, who Jack asked to stay next to David, because out of the other range attackers, he was the most proficient in melee in case of the opponent breaking through. Red Death and Leave Me Alone also placed themselves on opposite sides while Doman, Arthur, Giant Steve, and Jack surrounded Mijos from 4 different sides. "Are you ready now?" Mijos asked after seeing their positionings. "Let's start," Jack said and cast Magic Weapon. Mijos pulled his greatsword from the ground just as the 4 at the front line rushed forward. Mijos made a circular swing. The wind of its swing radiated out. Whirlwind slash. Jack recognized the skill while slashing forward with his swords. His 2 swords collided with the energy wind. The impact felt like his swords had collided with a physical weapon. His advance was stopped on track. The other 3 had blocked with their weapons as well with a similar result. Mijos made another swing again in a backward motion, producing a second wind. This second wind came abruptly. This time, Jack only had the chance to parry instead of using an attack. He was pushed back with damage numbers appearing on his head. Giant Steve was the same, but his situation was better since he blocked the second wind using his shield. Doman and Arthur managed to perform a complex attacking maneuver to receive the second wind. They didn't receive damage, but they were still pushed back. The ground underneath Mijos lighted up at this time. It was the starting animation of Selena's flame turbulence. Mijos twisted the greatsword in his hand and stabbed the weapon to the ground. The flame turbulence, which almost emerged, died down. Selena was greatly shocked by it, but those with mana sense had a better sense of what had happened, even if they were still shocked as well. Mana manipulation can be used that way? Jack thought in astonishment. Mijos had used mana manipulation in his stab to the ground and disrupted the mana buildup from Selena's spell, effectively canceling the spell. Doman had a better understanding since he had done a similar thing when he defended against Assassin's unblockable stab in the past. But to do it against an area of effect spell such as Arcane Turbulence required a better understanding of the spell, of where the focal point of the spell was, where the mana was being channeled so that the spell could be disrupted. Jack was already casting when he was being pushed back by the second wind. His 100 synchronous thoughts allowed one part of his mind to fully concentrate on casting spells while in the middle of a fight. When Mijos cancelled Selena's spell, Jack threw his completed myriad and snaring chains where Mijos was standing. Mijos had just used his mana manipulation technique to cancel Selena's spell. Even for him, he was not proficient enough to do it consecutively. 13 crimson chains came out to entangle the golden champion. A shockwave exploded from Mijos' body, knocking all the crimson chains that were about to tackle him. Before the chains came back again, he squatted down and jumped. "Crap! It's that boss jump skill again," Jack uttered. Mijos was using Berserker's jump assault. The jump brought him out of the 4 melee's encirclement and landed not far away from where David and Princess Purple were. Since the battle started, Yellow Death and David had been shooting bullets, but their hits were insignificant compared to Mijos' ridiculously high health point. Additionally, as Penuel had mentioned in the past, mythical grade beings could regenerate health point passively even during combat. Mijos regenerated at 100 health point per second. This gave the player additional pressure as this meant they couldn't afford to stop attacking. Any reprieve would just mean Mijos slowly recovering his lost health point. Leave Me Alone had seen Mijos jump and came to where he landed. Mijos slashed at him when he saw the vampire. Leave Me Alone used the evasive version of his cycle of shade and shadow, dodging the slash and coming to Mijos' side. His fists were alighted with ki-infused fist. He used Iron Punch skill as his fist struck Mijos' side. He gave another fast tap with his other fist before pulling away, just as Mijos' greatsword came slashing. Leave Me Alone followed Jack's instruction of not lingering after landing that 1-2 punch. His eyes never left Mijos as he retreated. Miho's eyes were staring back at him as well, and they suddenly shone a golden glow. "Oh no, look away! Leave me alone," heard Carnelia's voice in his mind. "It's too late." Leave me alone found his body becoming heavy as his movements came to a stop. A layer of rocky substance was covering his body. Why is he stopping? What is that glow from Miho's eyes? Jack, who saw the scene, asked Penuel in his mind. "That's one of the rare eye skills, petrifying gaze," Penuel answered. "Similar to the one used by the ruined basilisks you encountered at the Temple of Divine Squall. The petrification status is temporary for you Outworlders, but you will receive earth damage over time. High earth resistance can reduce the duration." While Leave Me Alone was helpless, a light landed on him. Princess Purple cast Cure on him, removing the petrification status. Miho's, however, didn't give Leave Me Alone any attention. He was heading to where David and Princess Purple were as soon as his petrifying gaze landed. Red Death appeared behind Miho's by using Phase Strike, but Miho's stepped to the side just as Red Death's poison dagger stabbed. Miho's thrust his great sword to his back without looking. Red Death was glad that Jack had informed her about the possibility of this native possessing mana sense. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been vigilant of it. She used back shift to dodge the thrust. Miho's turned back as she appeared behind. The native champion pulled his greatsword back before making a wide swing. Red Death felt danger from the incoming move. She didn't take any chances. She used Vanish and teleported away. 8 golden swords flew out from that swing. They headed to each of the players except for David and Princess Purple. Red Death, who had teleported away, was surprised to find one of these golden swords coming. The golden swords didn't fly in a straight line. They homed towards their targets. Each of the players defended against these golden swords in their own way. They couldn't dodge because the golden swords would just fly back at them again. Jack used Flame Strike at this golden sword. The golden sword was destroyed. He received no damage. The others received damage though, except for Doman and Arthur, who used mana manipulation in their strikes to destroy these golden swords. Jack then fired his mana bullet and energy bolts at Miho's, who was approaching David. Selena did the same, but Miho's seemed to ignore these small damages. It was clear that his target was Princess Purple. This native also understood that without a healer, this group of players would be much easier to defeat. David told Princess Purple to move away as he put himself on Miho's path. In return, Princess Purple cast Bless on him before running away. David took things further by advancing towards Miho's with his Bargus taking point. All the while his handgun never stopped shooting. His handgun was the new level 50 super rare grade weapon he had received for the tournament's prize. Miho's just tanked through the bullets without slowing down. David was targeting Miho's eyes, but Miho's weaved his head around, making it harder for David to land an accurate hit. The Bargus leaped, but Miho's easily used his left hand to catch the pet. Then, as if nothing, he threw the Bargus far away. Miho's made a diagonal slash once David came into range. David made an accurate low dodge while slashing his left-hand dagger at Miho's knee. He proceeded to take a kneeling position and shot Miho's from the back. "Shit!" David uttered when he saw Miho's was completely ignoring his shots and still running towards Princess Purple. Princess Purple knew she couldn't escape with her slow speed. She cast Healer's Protect on herself in preparation for the hit, which came soon. She shot Mana Bullet at Miho's face in the hope of distracting him before using her staff to defend against the incoming slash. Miho's was not at all bothered by the Mana Bullet. Princess Purple was damaged despite blocking using her staff. She then suffered another quick slash on her stomach. Even without mana manipulation, Miho's standard slashes had brought Princess Purple's life to critical. Giant Steve was glad that Princess Purple was not one-shot. He activated his urgent save. He had marked Princess Purple beforehand. Giant Steve appeared in front of her as Miho's was about to deal the finishing blow. His shield blocked that blow. He then used Shield Bash to push Miho's away, but Miho's simply backstepped one step before his slash came again with a power strike. It was Giant Steve that was knocked away despite he had activated Knight's Endure and Enhanced Block. Miho's felt a strong force incoming after pushing Giant Steve away. He turned in time and saw Jack with their ass rushing towards him at high speed. Jack had summoned his pet and used combination assault skill. The attack collided and produced a shockwave. Both Jack, Duras, and Mihos were blown away. This was the first time the native received a force strong enough to unbalance him. His feet skidded as he resisted the knockback. Jack called his wolf pack out while Duras used tyrannical charge. Jack resumed shooting range attacks with the other range players while advancing. Mihos swung his greatsword and forcefully knocked aside Thera's charge. He then made a circular swing again. It didn't produce the destructive wind this time, so this circular swing was not a skill. Even so, this swing easily swatted all Jack's wolves aside. Mihos then rushed towards Princess Purple again with charge skill. Jack also used charge. Jack's charge aimed to intercept Mihos' path. Giant Steve also came back to put himself in between Mihos and Princess Purple. Princess Purple, who saw Mihos' persistence, was reasonably scared. She had just cast full heal on herself. She was now running away with all her might. Doman and Arthur, who had slow movement, ran towards where Princess Purple was heading so they could intercept Mihos when he arrived. When Jack's charge almost reached Mihos, Mihos cancelled his charge. Due to that sudden stop, Jack instead went past him. Mihos then turned back. He did another super long jump. What? He can do it 2 times in such a short interval, Jack uttered. It's a different skill, Penuel informed. Look, this jump is higher and farther than Berserker's standard jump assault. The one before is the normal jump assault, while this one is the enhanced version. They count as 2 different skills. Shit. We have been had, Jack cursed. Mihos had jumped to the opposite side from where Princess Purple was. Princess Purple had run so far to one side with most of the team following that the person on the opposite side had been left alone. That person was Yellow Death, who had been using shooting stance and was shooting nonstop as if it was an all-you-can-shoot buffet. The shock in his heart when the intimidating native, who had been running around chasing the team's healer, suddenly landed in front of him was indescribable. The shock caused him to pause for a beat, but he quickly recovered and jumped away. Yet he was a beat too late. Mihos' greatsword burst alight with a golden flame. It was Sacred Flame skill, but a variant different from the standard White Flame or Heathcliff's Blue Flame. The greatsword thrust forward, piercing Yellow's body. The thrust drained Yellow Death's health point to more than half. Yet, because his body was impaled, he could not move away. Mihos lifted his greatsword and Yellow's body was hanging in the air as Yellow continued to shoot Mihos point blank. Yellow's body was then engulfed by golden flame. He screamed in pain as damage numbers popped up repeatedly. Yellow's position was too far. Neither Princess Purple nor Penuel could cast heal on him. Jack grabbed Penuel and used shooting dash. However, his effort was futile. Before he arrived, Mihos made a strong slash downward, cleaving Yellow. The large damage wiped out Yellow Death's health point. The first player of the team had fallen. The fact that the fallen one was one of the 2 most troublesome teammates didn't give Jack any joy. They still lost a damage dealer. Since he couldn't save Yellow anymore, Jack went for offensive instead. He activated life-burning art and used pentaslash. Mihos put his greatsword in front of him in a parry position. He received damages but nothing significant. He made a counter-slash after Jack's pentaslash ended. Jack used his 2 swords and clashed directly with the greatsword. Red Death and Leave Me Alone came to Mihos' 2 sides. They had the fastest movements and were the first to arrive to give Jack support. Red Death used Combat Clone as well as Trinity Assault, which created another 2 copies by her sides. For Red Death's barraged Mihos with a flurry of stabs. Leave Me Alone used his elusive form, creating many mirror images with every movement. He also attacked using infinite lightning punches. Seeing his friend's ferocity, Jack was not to be left behind. He activated Adrenaline Rush and executed his burst slashes. Countless slashes, stabs, and punches rained on Mihos. The native champion lowered his head and covered himself with his plate armor. Not being a speedy type, these relentless rapid attacks were not something he could dodge or block. Jack, Red Death, and Leave Me Alone didn't let go of this chance and pressed on with their unrelenting assaults. Suddenly, Mihos' head jerked up and a thundering roar was released from his mouth. The roar sounded extremely like a lion's roar. Jack felt as if his eardrums had exploded. There was also a sonic shockwave accompanying that roar. He felt himself getting pushed back. At the same time, he received damage and was afflicted with disoriented status. Mihos made a circling slash again then. Both Jack and Leave Me Alone were in disoriented status, but they could still block. The circling slash slapped them away. Red Death, on the other hand, was more unfortunate. Aside from disoriented status, she was also afflicted by dizzy. She was stunned and couldn't see correctly. She received a clean slash. The golden flame alighted around her body. The pain from the golden flame was intense, but she gritted her teeth and refused to succumb. The burning pain instead helped her recover from the dizziness. She continued with her assault instead of retreating. She used unblockable stab at the same time stabbing to the right side of Miho's head. Mihos let the phantom dagger from unblockable stab land on him while his greatsword blocked Red Death's stab from the right. But the stab disappeared and he felt an attack coming from the opposite side instead. It was so fast that his mana sense was unable to warn him before the real stab from the left hit. Red Death's twin dragon stabs managed to score a critical strike. Yet, Mihos also didn't waver from the hit. His head that was stabbed came forward with a head bump, striking Red Death's face. Red Death was the one that became unbalanced. Jack was still reeling from Miho's lion roar, but he saw from the corner of his eyes Red Death's predicament. He slashed his sword in Miho's direction and shredding Fang came out. Unfortunately, Mihos completely ignored the attack. Mihos let himself be damaged and his greatsword slashed upward in a spectacular fashion, striking Red Death who was still unbalanced. Penuel cast Fast Heal on Red Death just before that slash hit. It saved Red Death from death, but the 50% recovered health point was quickly brought down again by that upward slash. Red Death was also getting thrown up high by the slash. She was completely defenseless in the air. Her back shift, phase strike, and vanish were all still in cooldown. Miho's greatsword slashed again. Jack cast Magic Bind. Selena also did the same. 2 magic rings locked Miho's swinging arms. But the rings broke as soon as they appeared. The greatsword cleaved Red Death's body in the air. 2 casualties now. Jack and Leave Me Alone steadied themselves. Jack's wolves and their ass had arrived. Together, they were about to mount an offense again. But Miho's did a swing. A violent turbulence erupted in front of him. The violent wind threw Jack's wolves away and prevented the rest from approaching. Selena cast Fireball, which was easily slashed apart by Miho's. But after destroying Selena's Fireball, Miho's flat expression suddenly turned serious. He quickly slashed downward. Jack could feel mana manipulation in that slash. Other than the time that Miho's disrupted Selena's spell, he didn't use any mana manipulation in his attacks. Jack figured that even for such a powerful native like Miho's, mana manipulation was not an easy technique. This could also be the reason why the lead Golden Knight in the ancient battleground didn't use any mana manipulation until the last moment when he was fighting against the other mythical great opponents. Miho's must also be saving it for when it was necessary. The reason why Miho's used the technique was soon shown. A large wave of bluish-purple energy was rushing at Miho's through the ground. It was a key wave thrown by Doman and enhanced by mana manipulation. Miho's greatsword collided with the energy wave. He received damage and was sent skidding away. This was the second time he had been unbalanced. Jack fired a mana beam to take advantage of the situation. Selena did the same by casting her flame dust spell. Fire dust surrounded Miho's and caused chain explosions. After all these hits, Miho's health point was still above 700,000. This native champion's defense was too high coupled with his passive health point regeneration. It was only 1/5 from the target of half health point the players needed to achieve. Jack and Selena both followed up by casting Arcane Turbulence and Ice Field respectively. But as the spells took effect, Miho's jumped away from the flame dust that was surrounding him. Fuck! His jump assault is off cooldown. Jack cursed. Miho's had jumped towards Selena. Doman and Arthur were miffed. Their movement speed was slow. When they were about to arrive, the enemy had jumped away again. Did the enemy purposefully evade them? Giant Steve wanted to come help, but Jack told him to stay with Princess Purple. Miho's other jump skill would soon be out of cooldown as well. Selena was nervous. The aura this native champion exuded from a close range was no joke, but she held herself together. She had cast Barrier when Miho's jumped. She now also cast Flame Shield and then erected Magic Shield with her staff. However, that Magic Shield was shattered by Miho's one swing. David's Barghest jumped onto Miho's back. It bit him on the back, but Miho's ignored it. David was close by. He had been shooting at Miho's as well as running towards the native in an attempt to disrupt the offense against Selena. He was about to backstab the back of Miho's skull when he felt a strong impact on his chest. Miho's had thrust his greatsword from under his armpit and impaled both David and his Barghest, who was still clinging to his back. The sacred flame on the greatsword was still in effect. The flame soon engulfed both David and his pet. Princess Purple cast Heal to help David, but the spell only recovered a limited amount. Her full heal spell was still on cooldown. David and his pet, who were being impaled, were forcefully lifted and slammed onto the ground. David never stopped shooting at Miho's head all the time. Miho's made a rapid pull and stab again. This finished David before he had a chance to roll away. His Barghest also vanished when he died. Selena had used the reprieve from David's sacrifice to move away and erected Flame Wall between her and Miho's. She then cast Chain Lightning. Since Miho's was alone, after the first lightning struck, it jumped to empty air before striking back at Miho's again. 5 of the 10 jumps from max-level Chain Lightning were wasted, but the spell still dealt decent damage from the combined 5 hits. Jack, Doman, and Arthur used Charge to chase after Miho's. But since their charge was off cooldown, so did Miho's. Miho's used Charge and burst past Selena's Flame Wall as if it was nothing. Fuck! Jack cursed again. They couldn't see anything because the Flame Wall blocked their view. They ran forward after they completed their charge. Jack's faster wolves ran from the 2 sides of the Flame Wall to get to Miho's and Selena. Jack also sent Wind Slash and Sword of Light through the Flame Wall by using his mana sense to pinpoint his target, but he could sense Miho's just tanked those attacks with his health point. The Flame Wall suddenly died. They saw Selena was already down on the ground. Her body was still covered by Miho's golden flame. Miho's was now swinging his greatsword, swatting the wolves that came near him. Most of the wolves were on fire as well. 3 out of the 10 wolves had died. Miho's then used his double whirlwind slashes again, killing the remaining wolves as well as halting Jack's advance. Jack reeled back before he felt a hand on his back, helping him regain balance. It was Doman who had arrived. Arthur was at Jack's other side. Jack's Thuras had also come. Miho's stood unmoving in front of them with his great sword pointing at them. "You are not running away again?" Jack asked. "I never run, I was chasing," Miho's replied. Jack looked around, all their range attackers were down. So it was now down to close combat. "You are not chasing after our healer anymore?" Jack asked. "Her small healing won't make much difference," Miho said. Princess Purple was fuming hearing that. Jack didn't entertain the talk anymore. Miho's was recovering by the second. He rushed forward with Doman and Arthur. Miho's advanced as well. Jack used Blitz Slash, trying to get behind Miho's so he could pin Miho's in between him and the 2 martial art masters. Yet, Jack's blitz was stopped when he hit Miho's parrying greatsword. Miho's had used Night Skill, Enhanced Block, to negate Blitz Slash's piercing effect. The 5 slashes still appeared though, slashing Miho's armor. Miho's countered with a slash. Jack blocked the slash with an attack, but the splash damage from the golden flame wounded him. Jack was also pushed back from the impact. Doman took over. His glaive was alighted with blazing key energy. This energy had been enhanced further by mana manipulation. The flaming greatsword and the glowing glaive collided. Doman was pushed back, but Miho's also took 1 step back. Arthur's slash came after. His 1 slash was accompanied by 10 sword lights. Miho's swung back. Half of the sword lights hit him while the other half was destroyed. Arthur was also pushed back, further than Jack and Doman. 3 swings. 1 to drive away each opponent. Miho's attributes were far above them. Thuras had sneaked behind Miho's. It used autocratic roar and imperious pressure. Miho's received damage from the roar but none of the negative afflictions. The imperious pressure caused his body to become heavy, but his incredible strength allowed him to still overcome this weight increase. Miho's used Power Strike. His greatsword struck their ass and sent it away together with its gravity field. Gramps, foothold, Jack uttered as they rushed together again at Miho's. Doman understood Jack's meaning. He placed his glaive horizontally. Jack jumped up and stepped on the weapon. Doman pushed up while Jack did his super jump. The jump boost allowed Jack to jump past Miho's from above and landed on his back. Arthur had sent his attacks while Jack did his acrobats. Doman joined him soon. Jack stole hits from the back. Miho's couldn't stop attacks from 3 different directions, so he simply tanked them and counterattacked when he could. Doman and Arthur easily dodged Miho's attacks, but the golden flame enshrouding the greatsword still caused damage when the greatsword passed by without even touching their bodies. Princess Purple cast words of prayer, healing the health point the 3 lost as well as giving them buffs. Jack used as many skills as possible, but he kept the big guns. He believed Miho's still kept some sort of a trump card. The 3 felt mana buildup within Miho's body. Another of his skills had come off cooldown. The 3 retreated without needing instruction. The explosive shockwave that had knocked away Jack's myriad ensnaring chains before exploded again. Even after moving away, Jack still felt the blast of air hitting him and pushing him further. Miho's then used his enhanced version of Jump Assault and landed close to Princess Purple. "Shit! Didn't you say you are not after our healer anymore?" Jack uttered. "I never say that," Miho's replied. Giant Steve had stayed beside Princess Purple as Jack asked. He activated Protection Field and Shield Stance before putting himself in front of Purple. Miho's greatswords came cleaving with several rapid strikes. Giant Steve forewent offense and focused on defense. He used 2 hands to hold his shield and resisted the staggering force behind Miho's every blow. He felt his grip weakening with each blow. Despite being protected by his shield, Giant Steve still received splash damage from the golden flame. Some parts of his body had even caught fire. He received notification that he was under burn effect. Princess Purple cast Heal and Cure on him, but the burning effect returned soon. Miho's used Power Strike when he felt Giant Steve's shield wobble. The strike caused Steve's grip to slip. His shield fell. When Miho's was about to deliver a finishing strike, Leave Me Alone, who had been waiting for a chance, came up behind him, his fist weapons glowing and crackling in their over-limit state. Miho's detected Leave Me Alone's sneak attack. His greatsword again thrust from below his armpit. But Leave Me Alone was unlike David, who had no mana sense. He sensed the back thrust. His right fist, which was about to strike the back of Miho's head, changed direction and clanged with the greatsword instead. The fist hit the broad side of the blade, but Leave Me Alone didn't try to contest with Miho's strength. He used Cycle of Shade and Shadow to redirect Miho's thrust. The twisting force borrowed Miho's own strength and swept the native champion backward. Miho's was rather confounded to find himself getting pulled like that despite his obviously higher strength. Leave Me Alone himself used the twisting force and spun his body. His left fist backhand slammed the side of Miho's head. While Miho's was unsteady, Leave Me Alone grabbed the native champion's 2 arms. "Let's see you defend against this," Leave Me Alone uttered as 20 flaming balls appeared around him. "What, Thea? Move back! Move back!" Jack immediately shouted after seeing the scene. He was just about to arrive and provided backup. Giant Steve hurriedly picked up his shield, then grabbed Princess Purple and ran. He was still too close when the flaming balls detonated. He placed Princess Purple at his back and activated Final Shield when the fire energy swept by. Luckily, they were at the edge of the explosion. He was only hit by the explosion from 2 of the 20 balls. His stamina was completely drained, however, after using Final Shield skill. He fell powerlessly to the ground. "Crazy lunatic using such a suicide tactic," Jack said. He was actually rather surprised that Leave Me Alone, who used to be a non-gamer and not used to the concept of reviving after death, was able to come up with such an insane plan. However, after the mana turmoil caused by the fire god barrage ended, He was astonished to sense that the two were still there, enshrouded by some kind of energy. The smoke subsided and they saw Leave Me Alone impaled by the great sword. Around them was a golden shell. This golden shell had protected the two from the fire god barrage. Leave Me Alone also agreed that Mihos had a trump card to defend against their divine skill after hearing Jack's suspicion. That's why he had restricted the native champion's movement before using the skill. He didn't expect the trump card was an ultimate defense that covered all sides. Jack then felt the mana composing the golden shell was dispersing. He immediately took his chance. His Stormbreaker broke apart into the overlimit state. He then summoned 20 lightning balls. Mihos was surprised to find another divine skill came again so soon. His golden shell had vanished by now. When he was about to move away, Leave Me Alone, who was still impaled by his greatsword, grabbed his arms and held him down. He used another martial art Doman had taught him, 1,000 pounds mountain, to multiply his weight and hold the native champion down. The short pause due to Leave Me Alone's interruption allowed Jack's lightning god barrage to arrive before Mihos could pull away. Explosion chocked full of electrical discharge filled the air. When the lightning energy dissipated, Leave Me Alone was already lying on the ground with 0 health point. Jack was expecting Mihos to be paralyzed from the lightning god barrage, but the same as when Thuras used its autocratic roar, none of the negative status effects afflicted Mihos. Mihos was rushing out with his greatsword, heading towards Princess Purple again. Jack guessed Mihos either had very high resistance or had equipment that granted him immunity. Giant Steve was still panting on the ground. He was in no condition to protect Princess Purple. But instead it was Thuras that came over. It used its oppressive wave, slashing energy blasted out from its horns. Mihos easily destroyed that blast with his greatsword. But the impact still stopped his advance. Jack used Shooting Dash that had been off cooldown to arrive before Mihos and then used 100 Shadow Strikes. Mihos should have used up his trump card. It was time to go all out. Jack's body split up into 10 shadows before each of them slashed at Mihos. The shadows were too fast. Mihos could only block one slash while the other 9 hit his body. The previous lightning god barrage fueled by Overlimit had taken around 80,000 of Mihos' health point, while 100 Shadow Strikes scored almost 30,000 health point. Both produced damage much less than they should be. Jack attributed this to Mihos' excellent defense. Combined with all the damages that accumulated till now, Mihos was down to 500,000 health point. They needed to take out a little bit over 100,000 health point more. Jack used beast form. He was not going to let his weapon's overlimit state go to waste. He kept Mihos at close range and fought aggressively. Penuel cast Healing Field where he stood to support his reckless assaults. Doman, Arthur, and Thuras came and cut off Mihos' retreat path. All 4 fought Mihos with a fiery spirit. When it seemed that things were going their way, Mihos uttered a roar, not the lion roar that caused disoriented and dizzy statuses, but a normal roar. Yet what happened next was anything but normal. Some kind of an apparition appeared above Mihos. A muscled humanoid creature with a lion's head. This apparition uttered a roar as well. Jack, Doman, and Arthur could feel Mihos' aura spiked after the appearance of this apparition. That's ancestral possession, Penuel shouted. Before Jack could ask what the hell that was, Mihos' greatsword slashed at him. Mihos was faster than before. The speed increase took Jack by surprise, but Jack still managed to block using his attack. His claws were smacked aside. The strength difference had become wider. Mihos made another slash and cut Jack's belly, causing damage. It's a good thing Mihos' greatsword was no longer covered by the golden flame. Its duration had ended. Otherwise, Jack would have suffered burn damage as well. The apparition above Mihos' head wasn't just a decoration. It swiped back at Doman and Arthur with its 2 claws. The two's weapons were smacked aside as well. If even Jack, who had crazy strength stats, easily lost the strength contest, Doman and Arthur had no chance no matter how well they utilized their martial arts. In front of absolute power, any art would be useless. Mihos made a slash at each of his opponents, including Thuras. Penuel hurriedly cast Group Fast Heal to take everyone's life back to safety. Princess Purple also helped by casting Heal from the side. Jack activated golden scale armor and forced himself forward. He crashed his werewolf body onto Miho's and forcefully hugged him. He interlocked his arm behind Miho's. His strength lost to Miho's, but he still restrained Miho's movement in this way. "Get him!" he shouted. Doman, Arthur, and Thuras weren't going to let this chance go. They attacked frantically. Giant Steve forced himself up and joined. Even Princess Purple cast mana bullet, energy bolts, and standard range attacks to help as much as possible. Miho's might be restrained, but the apparition above him didn't. It continued to claw at Jack, who was still stubbornly clinging to Miho's. If it was not for the gold scale armor, Jack wouldn't have lasted this long. The damage dealt by the apparition was also tremendous. Penuel cast fast heal on Jack. Even Princess Purple, who said that she won't heal Jack, was influenced by the heat of the moment. She used her healing spells to help Jack survive. They were so close already. Jack had chosen this risky move because he noticed Miho's health point recovery had increased to 1,000 health point per second after the apparition appeared. With that kind of regeneration, he would need to hit Miho's with 2 standard attacks every second to offset the recovery. 3 or 4 standard attacks for the others. He couldn't let this battle be prolonged. Miho's suddenly uttered the lion's roar. This was the skill version that emitted shockwave. Everyone was afflicted with either disoriented or dizzy, causing their offensive to pause. Jack, who had high resistances, was luckily not afflicted this time. Yet, the roar's shockwave rattled him enough that his grip loosened. Miho's used his great strength and pushed Jack's arm away. He then stabbed forward. Jack's health point was very low already by then. That stab should have killed him, but Penuel cast invulnerability in the nick of time. Jack didn't let go of the chance. He used Devouring Cross, damaging Miho's as well as refilling his health point. Miho saw that the situation was not too good. He made a circular swing. Jack sensed the swing this time was fueled with mana manipulation. It seemed Miho's had also gone serious. The circular swing hit everyone except for Princess Purple, who stood away. Jack was still protected by the invulnerability status. Doman and Arthur sensed the danger from the swing. They also used their strongest technique with mana manipulation to resist the swing. They suffered damage but survived. Giant Steve and Thuras were killed outright by the swing. Jack saw Miho's complexion turn pale after the move. Miho's retreated. Jack wasn't going to let him go. He took a low posture with his one claw in a position as if readying to make a slash. Arthur sensed the mana swimming around Jack's claw. He also adopted a similar posture by Jack's side. Jack's claw then slashed forward, executing one-word slash. At the same time, Arthur also slashed out with the same martial art. Considering the old Draconian was a master swordsman, it was not strange for him to know this sword technique as well. The light flash produced by their slashes crisscrossed one another, becoming a cross slash. Miho's put his greatsword to his front for a parry. His apparition also came forward to block the 2 slashes. When it touched the slash, a loud clang was heard. The apparition was slashed into 4 parts. It then dissipated. Miho's was greatly shocked when he saw his apparition destroyed by the combination slash. The energy residue of the slashes also hit his parrying greatsword and caused it to lower. At this time, Doman used charge and came before Miho's. His glaive burst with violent bluish-purple energy. His key strike, fueled by mana manipulation, then engulfed the native champion. The energy blast of the key strike exploded spectacularly. Doman's application of mana manipulation on game skills could impress even a being like Pallas. The power of the key strike just now was nothing to scoff at. Miho's shot out from the impact. He flew a large distance away before managing to plant his feet back on the ground and skidded to a stop. When he was about to lunge back, Pallas' voice was heard from the sky. "Stop! The match has ended." Miho's was surprised by the announcement, but when he took a look at himself, he found his health point was below half already. The void around them crumbled, revealing the outside world again. Those who had died have been revived back. They were all standing in the arena. Callan came to them with claps. The audience followed with their clappings. "Amazing! The 10 of you are truly worthy of being the champions among Outworlders," Callan praised. "Considering it needs 10 of us to take one of you down, by even half a life to add. I wouldn't say that as impressive, Jack thought in his mind. Callan, however, showed genuine admiration. He came and shook each of the 10's hands. Mihos, on the other hand, only showed his appreciation to Jack, Doman, Arthur, and Leave Me Alone. You sword moves are very impressive, Mihos said to Arthur. To Doman, he said, your mastery in mana manipulation is a marvel. It truly opens my eyes. To Jack and Leave Me Alone, Mihos addressed both of them together. You two are rather recklessa, but brave. It is an honor to fight you. The honor is ours, Jack replied for the both of them. He knew Leave Me Alone would just be rude and say nothing. Uma? Our rewards, Princess Purple uttered. Jack turned to her. Damn girl, he uttered in his mind. Callan didn't mind. Of course, he said. He asked everyone to stand in a line as he took out the golden orb he had used to hand out the rewards during the prize-giving ceremony. Yellow Death, please come forward, Callan called. Yellow Death had been wearing a glum face. He was the first one to be sent out from the match just now. He was wondering if the quality of his reward would be reduced because of that. Callan showed him the description of the reward. He was given level 50 super rare grade 7-piece set equipment specialized for a gunner as well as a selection of weapons to choose from. The Divine Priest was not kidding. The rewards they gave for this bonus match were exactly the same as the first winner of the tournament, albeit no gold coins. Yellow Death was still gaping at the description when Callan asked him, Is there a problem? He snapped out of his daze and hurriedly say, No problem. He hurriedly interfaced with the holographic display in front of him. He took the set equipment and quickly selected a long rifle from the weapon selection. He was afraid that if he took his time, Callan might change his mind. Yellow Death's face was beaming with a smile as he returned to the line. When he passed Jack by, Jack said to him, All's well that ends well, right? Yellow Death's face was back to scowling again. He said to Jack, Well, my ass. I would have gotten double the prize already if not for your meddling. Shit. If not for my meddling, you wouldn't even be the champion. Jack cursed in his mind. Some people just couldn't learn to be satisfied. Callan continued to call one after the other. Jack noticed the order of the call was based on who died first in the bonus match. Red Death was next, after that was David, then Selena, and so on, but the rewards were the same. No one got a better one even if they were killed later. David had gotten a super rare handgun in the previous reward, so this time he chose a super rare dagger. The weapons on his two hands were now equally deadly. For Giant Steve, he chose a super rare tower shield instead of a weapon. He knew his role was better as a protector. A shield would serve better than a weapon. While waiting for his turn, Jack asked Penuel in his mind, What was that ancestral possession you mentioned during the fight just now? Ancestral Possession is a standard skill that Berserker received once they reach level 50, Penuel answered. What? A Berserker will receive such a powerful skill at level 50? Jack almost blurted out loud. Mihos had certainly almost turned the tide when he used the skill. All level 50 skills are powerful, Penuel remarked. As I mentioned before, level 50 will be the last level that an elite class receives a free standard skill. After that, one has to either find a special class or learn additional skills from technique books. Anyway, the ancestral possession that Mihos exhibited during the fight is not the standard ancestral possession a Berserker possesses when they get the skill. This skill was very much like your beast form skill. Every Berserker will have the same standard ancestor when they use the skill, but through quests or other means, one can gain a different and more powerful ancestor to be summoned. The ancestral spirit Mihos had summoned was a much more powerful one compared to the standard one. The ancestral spirit he used with the skill is called the Spirit of the Divine Lion. Well, the skill itself is already impressive without hearing its name, Jack remarked. Jack, Arthur, Doman, and Princess Purple didn't die in the bonus match. The order by which Callan called these four was random, but the rewards were also the same. The exception was only in Arthur's case. Since he had received these rewards before, Callan presented him with different rewards. He received a super rare necklace, 2 super rare rings, and a super rare cloak. Damn, Jack thought. This draconian swordmaster now boasted better equipment than even him. The 2 rings on his person at the moment were still rare grades. For Jack, the weapon selection was not that enticing, considering his Stormbreaker and the sword he imprinted on his magic weapon spell were both already super rare grades. He just chose a random longsword. He would use this extra piece for leveling up his Stormbreaker later. The 7-piece set equipment, however, was a welcome sight. All his armors were already super rare grade, but many of them were closing the limit by which he could level them up. Additionally, these set equipment provided bonuses if he equipped a set together. These were even set equipment specialized for the Blade Dancer class. He immediately equipped his new set equipment on spot. Headpiece, Sword Fiend's headgear, level 50/80, super rare set medium armor. Sword Fiend's gear, physical defense, 180, magical defense, 160, durability, 50, reflex +8, wisdom +10, plus 10% resistance to all status ailments, chest piece, Sword Fiend's ring mail, level 50/80, super rare set medium armor. Sword Fiend's gear, physical defense, 201, magical defense, 172, durability, 60, endurance +12, dexterity +8, plus 5% defense for each blade orb, shoulder piece, Sword Fiend's wings, level 50/80, super rare set medium armor. Sword Fiend's gear, physical defense, 186, magical defense, 165, durability, 50, dexterity +10, reflex +8, increase blade orb's duration by 5 seconds. Arms piece, Sword Fiend's mitts, level 50/80, super rare set medium armor. Sword Fiend's gear, physical defense, 175, magical defense, 151, durability, 50, strength +12, dexterity +8, parry effectiveness when using a sword is increased by 100%, belt piece, Sword Fiend's binding, level 50/80, super rare set medium armor. Sword Fiend's gear, physical defense, 161, magical defense, 140, durability, 40, strength +10, all elemental resistances +10, recover +30 health points/second during combat. Pants piece, Sword Fiend's guard, level 50/80, super rare set medium armor. Sword Fiend's gear, physical defense, 190, magical defense, 163, durability, 50, endurance +12, wisdom +8, plus 5% attack speed for each blade orb. Boots piece, Sword Fiend's boots, level 50/80, super rare set medium armor. Sword Fiend's gear, physical defense, 181, magical defense, 159, durability, 50, reflex +10, dexterity +8. Each successful hit increase movement speed by 60% for 5 seconds, cannot stack. Another successful hit will reset the duration. The total physical and magical defense, if only considering these 7 gears, were 1274 and 1110 respectively. These figures were less than his previous equipped equipment. The reason was that his previous armors were all level 53 already. However, he still chose to wear this set equipment. Other than because these equipment's abilities catered to his Blade Dancer class, the reason was because of its set bonuses. Set bonus of Sword Fiend's gear, to equipment, plus 100 to physical and magical defense, for equipment, plus 30% to dexterity, plus 10% to movement and attack speed. 6 equipment, blade orbs will no longer be reset if an attack is parried or blocked. Full set equipment, increase maximum blade orbs to 30, with the plus 100 points to both physical and magical defense. They roughly covered the defenses he lost from using these set equipment, which were 3 levels lower. The other bonuses were also very helpful for his Blade Dancer class. Now his blade orbs would only reset if his attack missed. As long as he hit the enemy, even if the attacks are parried or blocked without causing any damage, his blade orbs would remain. In addition, his maximum blade orbs had increased from 20 to 30. If all 30 blade orbs appeared, his damage would increase by 30% for every single attack as long as the blade orbs were not reset. Palace dismissed everyone after Callan finished handing the rewards for the bonus match. The Divine Champion told everyone that they were still welcome to linger around for the rest of the day, but they hoped everyone would leave already by the end of the day. Some decided to leave right that moment, especially the native representatives. It's not like they had a lot of free time on their hands. Many tasks still awaited them back in their countries. Prince Alonso came to Jack and congratulated him again. He asked if Jack would like to go back with him. Jack said he still has something else to do. Jack also asked if the prince needed any urgent help from him, because he had some other plans at the moment. Prince Alonso understood. Jack had helped him a lot by winning the tournament this time. He could give Jack some free time for a while. Furthermore, with the prestige gained from this tournament, he would be busy making a trip around the kingdom and gathering support. There was also the matter of the Council of Virtus Blessing. Palace had informed the prince that he would be their liaison in the Themisphere Kingdom. The trainers they sent will train the officers chosen by Prince Alonso, which meant that his camp would receive the full benefit from this council. He could do all this without Jack. He told Jack he had no urgent matter at the moment, but reminded Jack to go back when he could, to report the completion of the Chain Faction quest so Jack got his merit points. He also told Jack he would leave a message in Everlasting Heavenly Legends if anything urgent came up. Jack thanked the prince for it. Duchess Isabel came to say a parting word next. When she did, Jack felt something different about her. He used Inspect on her and found out that she was level 80. "You have fully recovered?" Jack said with a surprise. "Thanks to you for winning the tournament. Divine Priest Callan offered a healing prayer to help me recover. He considers it as the first favor for the winning country," Duchess Isabel replied. Gruff came to congratulate Jack and said his farewell next. "You are not going to pretend to forget your promise now, are you?" Jack asked. "Of course not. What kind of person do you think I am?" Gruff asked with a hurt expression. "The kind that purposefully avoids me after playing a trick on me? You can't judge a person simply because of what he did. The hell kind of reasoning is that? That's exactly how one should judge a person. Let's just let bygone be bygone, okay? Relax. Your 3,000 glory points will be waiting for you once you come to see me again. And one super rare grade armor. You still don't have enough good equipment? Fine. And one super rare grade armor. I have a feeling you are swindling me. I bet you are getting way more than 3,000 glory points on your part. Don't you?" Jack asked. "Haha, you think too much. Okay. Be seeing you," Gruff uttered and then walked away at a quick pace. Very suspicious, Jack thought. After the natives left, it was Four Winds that came by. "Are you leaving now?" Jack asked. "Yes, I have many guild matters to attend to back at VRMMO," Four Winds answered. "Yeah, a leader's job indeed never ends. I understand your hardship," Jack said. Jeannie, who was nearby and heard the conversation, said, "No, you do not." Jack ignored her. He spoke to Four Winds. "There is one thing I need to ask. I know you shouldn't have anything to do with this, but I still need to make sure. Do you know that there is an assassination attempt on our team healer a day just before your team's fight with the vampire team? Do you know anything about it? There is such a happening?" Four Winds uttered. "No, I don't. Do you suspect either my team or the vampire team is behind that assassination?" "That is what I suspect at first, but after fighting against you, I'm sure you are not someone who uses such a shallow method to win. I've fought against the vampire team. I also don't think they are the type to use such a method." "HMA? Then this will continue a mystery for me. Well, I guess this is goodbye. If you ever come to Themisphere, contact me. I will give you a tour around the country. I offer you the same if you visit VRMMO," Four Winds replied. "You two are saying it as if your two countries are friendly to each other," Penuel commented. "Well, I never say I'm going to give him a tour into the cities. I can still take him wandering around the wilderness," Jack said. Four Winds laughed. "That being said, I might need to give you some information." "What information?" Jack asked. "It might be nothing, but rumors have been circling in VRMMO about military activity increasing near the nation's border with Themisphere. You think a conflict might happen?" I'm not sure. Well, if it happens, perhaps we can meet again. At that time, we can probably fight for real as guilds. Oh? You know that a country will summon guilds' forces to its war. Not only know, but we have experienced it already. Many of VRMMO's tribes are warring maniacs. Even though they ruled the nation as one body, they also often waged war with one another for no particular reason. Many guilds joined these wars for rewards and merits. Wow, really different custom with Themisphere. Well, if any conflict does happen between our countries, perhaps you can then witness the might of Themisphere's #1 guild. And you can witness the might of Cipher Flight. After saying his farewell, for Winds left with his 4 followers. Jack looked around trying to find Peidoin. They will be diving back into the ancient battleground one last time. When he found his friend, Peidoin was walking over with Callan by his side. "Greetings, champion," Callan said once he arrived. "Your Holiness, I'm honored by your presence." Jack tried to be polite. "I heard you want to enter the ancient battleground again, don't you?" Callan asked. "IDOA? Will that be a problem?" Jack asked worriedly. "Not a problem at all. In fact, I would like to ask you to gather another 7 Outworlders aside from you and Peidoin. This ancient battleground is best if you do it with a full team." Jack was amazed to hear that. "I can invite others?" Callan nodded. "Yes, but only 7 others. The ancient battleground has an entry limit." "Wait, isn't the entry limit 10 persons? Shouldn't I find another 8 then?" Jack asked. "I have another candidate to join your team aside from Peidoin here," Callan said. "Once you gather your team, come to the temple. I will be waiting inside the ancient battleground hall. Oh, one other thing, if possible, invite him as well." Callan motioned to Leave Me Alone, who stood beside Doman not far away. "I saw you 2 are friends, aren't you?" "Okay." Jack nodded, but then added, "Do your Holiness mind waiting 3 hours before we enter the ancient battleground?" "It's fine, as long as it is still today," the divine priest said. When he saw Jack didn't say anything else, he walked away. "Why wait 3 hours? Do you need so long to gather the other 7? Asked Peidoin, who stayed there. "No, I need the time for something else," Jack replied. "Do you know who the other candidate Callan was referring to?" Peidoin replied by shaking his head. Jack was wondering who he should invite to join him aside from Leave Me Alone. Grace was obvious, they had planned to do it together originally. After a brief thought, he immediately called the friends that were still there at the Roman theater as well as sent messages to the ones that were not. Most had already left the arena, so they had the place all to themselves. Doman, Jeannie, Giant Steve, and Leave Me Alone never left the place. So Jack called them and told them about the ancient battleground. "You have been playing such an exciting game all this time and you didn't invite us?" Giant Steve complained. "Don't blame him. I'm the one who invites him," Peidoin said. "This council's facility is reserved for council members only." I pleaded for Jack's case. "It was not an easy permit, that's why I couldn't give more spots. This time Divine Priest Callan has permitted more members. I am also surprised by his offer. Perhaps because Jack had become the team champion. Then shouldn't he have asked for the tournament team? He only asked me," Jack said. "Hell, he even asked for Heian, and this dude did not even win the tournament." "Who's Heian?" Most asked, while at the same time Leave Me Alone said, "Me? Heian Shaw is his real name," Jack informed everyone. "Why would Divine Priest Callan ask for him?" Peidoin asked. "Yeah. Do you have some kind of shady dealings with the Divine Priest?" Jack asked Leave Me Alone. "I never talk to him. I even only see him during the matches," Leave Me Alone answered. "Well, never mind that then," Jack said. "What never mind? You are really taking things too easy," Jeannie said. At this time, Grace came. "This is another member joining us," Jack introduced. Everyone had seen her during the team match. "She is a good player. She is also a good friend to George," Jack said while pointing at Peidoin. Grace gave Jack a brief glare when Jack said that but otherwise didn't say anything. "Have you asked that swordmaster?" Jack asked his grandfather. "He had already left," Doman answered. "He also said he is not that interested, but I've asked another person." "Who?" Jack asked. Jack boy, do you forget about this uncle of yours? I'm hurt. Jack heard a voice from his back. He turned and saw Jet approaching. Oh, Rita, Jack uttered. Shit, you truly forgot. Now I'm offended, Jet said. We have 8 here now, Padawan said. 1 person left. Who else do you call? Before Jack answered, they saw Red Death coming over. Her? Both Jeannie and Grace said at the same time after seeing Red Death. Jack had invited Red Death after Callan gave him the invitation. She was still in the Roman theater then. She had to leave for a while to talk with Remus Aide, the cloaked man, who had not yet left this place. Jeannie turned to Jack. You mentioned this ancient battleground gives good rewards if we perform well, right? Is it wise to share them with our enemy? Our guild is enemy with hers, but she herself is not our enemy, Jack said. I'm completely lost on that logic, mate, Giant Steve said. The divine priest gives him the right to choose, so it's his right, Grace uttered. Jack turned to her. She sounded supportive, but why did he feel like there was a hint of anger in her tone? Must be just his imagination, Jack thought. Red Death arrived before them. She just gave them all cold looks. Her eyes lingered longer on Grace. She then said to Jack, Congratulations on getting a new guild member. Oh, right. I saw your name pop up in the member list. I was wondering at first if it is the same Grace from this tournament. Jeannie said. Yeah. Now we can have access to the Elven country, Jack uttered, before turning to Grace and saying, You will establish the teleportation link for our guild, right? Once I return to one of the cities, Grace replied. Awesome, Giant Steve uttered. Ahem. They heard Jet's voice. Everyone turned to him. You people sound so glad about getting access to the Elven country. What about the Dwarven country? Jeannie and Jack used inspect on him. You have also joined our guild? I didn't notice you before on our member list, Jeannie said. Wow, how did you join? Jack asked. I invited him not long ago, Doman said. Shit, I am twice being offended now. I want to quit the guild, Jet uttered. Hey, come on. Calm down now, my good uncle, Jack said with a laugh. We all welcome you with open arms. To get a martial expert like you, our guild has hit the jackpot. Humpha. My friends in the tournament team also follow me in joining, Jet said. Sure. The more the merrier, Jack said. Don't expect me to be a lackey, though. I simply joined because Doman mentioned it is not so strict there. I simply plan to hang around your guild headquarters and help Doman once in a while. Do you think our headquarters is a cafeteria? Jack said. Well, I don't mind about you. You helping Doman teach other members martial arts is already a great help, but your other friends will have to contribute at least the basic weekly requirements. Otherwise, it will look bad with the other members. I'm surprised you care about that, Jeannie commented. Should be no problem, Jet said. Doman already told us about the minimum contributions needed. Are you done discussing your guild? Are we going to do this ancient battleground or not? Red Death uttered. You are welcome to leave any time you want, Grace retorted. The 2 women ended up in a staring contest. Jack hurriedly interfered. All right, let's talk about the ancient battleground we will be diving into. We have less than 3 hours before we go in, so I'm going to lay out what George and I have experienced until our last run. Jack told them about the details of the ancient battleground, the levels and grades of the armies inside, the minimum requirements they needed to achieve before getting individual scores, and the secret path they had found in the last run which allowed them to gain some decent scores. If we kill more than 1,000 opponents before the 3 hours time limit, will the excess kill counts contribute to our scores? Jet asked. No, our scores will only start after both requirements are met, Padawan answered. Then there is no use for us to kill more than needed after we hit the 1,000 mark, right? Jet said. If only the 2 of you can achieve 1,000 kill counts before 3 hours, then with my mighty help, the kill count requirement will sure get accomplished in a much shorter time. We can then just sit by the side and watch the whole show as we wait for 3 hours to pass. Although you are not wrong that we will get the kill count requirement faster now that we have a full team, I still advise against taking such a lazy approach, Jack said. And why is that? Why should I put my old bones to labor when there is no benefit? Jet asked. Jack rolled his eyes at Jet. He then said, remember the Eternal Grade Commander that I said wiped out everything with his spell? What about him? I think he is some sort of an internal time limit in that simulation. I can hardly think of anyone surviving that spell of his. This means once he takes action, everything is over. Remember what I mentioned about when he starts taking action. Padawan came to a realization. The time when the war at the Choke Point Fort is over, he uttered. Exactly. He stayed indifferent even when a battle occurred so close to where he was sitting. He only stood up and joined the battle after every enemy at the fort is defeated. This means if we help thin the enemies attacking the fort and keep more friendly soldiers surviving the first 3 hours, the war at the fort will be prolonged. Hence, our battle at the enemy's camp will also be longer. We will then have more time to gain more scores. So, basically the point is still to kill as many enemies as possible. Giant Steve said yes. However, I advise saving all your long cooldown skills for the last battle at the enemy's camp. That is where we will need to give it our all to get scores. What about the supply carts? Genie asked. You mentioned the camp is full of it, right? Do we get scores for destroying it? We didn't destroy any supply cart in our last run, so we have no confirmation, but I highly suspect it will. In fact, I think it is the whole point of the operation into the enemy camp. The Eternal Grade Commander is certainly impossible to kill, so that sneak mission is not taking the enemy's head. I think the defenders know they have no chance to win, but if they take out the enemy's supplies, they can halt the enemy's advance. We should be able to know for sure if we check this world's history. Jack said the last sentence and looked at Padawan at the same time. Why are you looking at me? Padawan asked. You didn't study the history of the simulation you enter? What about the two of you? Jack asked Penuel and Carnelia. Our knowledge doesn't include all history. We know the general history of this world, but not those details, Penuel answered. HMA? Anyway, I'm still pretty sure destroying those supply carts is the key to getting more scores. In fact, my plan on the last run today is to target those supplies. Now that I have more underlings, this task should be easier. Everyone rolled their eyes at his remark. I have a question, Jet asked. If that commander you mentioned sits still with his back on you, isn't that the best chance to ambush him? Even if you can't kill him, at least damaging him should be a feat worthy to be granted scores, shouldn't it? I don't know. Until our last run, we only get scores from killing opponents, Jack said. I don't say that your theory is not likely, but we only have one chance to do this run. If you hit him when there is no score and he ends up taking action earlier due to your hit, then we will be the ones who lose the chance for more scores. So don't try that experiment. So, what's the game plan? Grace asked. We kill as many enemies as possible before the 3 hours mark. Save the big skills. Follow the shock troop to sneak into the enemy's backline. After that, we follow the troops that rushed towards the supply carts and destroyed as many supplies as possible. Sounds simple, Genie said. If everyone is clear, we will go together to the temple a bit over 2 hours from now. You can go somewhere else to relax in the meantime. Just make sure to come back here after 2 hours, Jack said to them. Everyone stayed there. Most sat relaxing at the Roman theater stone steps. Leave Me Alone went a few distances away and started training on his own. Jack also trained his mana manipulation at the arena. He had somehow performed the perfect execution of one-word / utilizing mana manipulation in the combat against Mihos. He still got the feeling. But when he tried it again, he saw the flash produced by his slash was slightly crooked. He could sense the power accompanying that slash was much weaker than the one in the bonus match. Was that slash a fluke? Jack thought he didn't let this failure bring him down. He continued training while waiting for the time. Using mana manipulation technique could be very tiring even when the technique was executed poorly. Jack felt great fatigue after a few slashes. He couldn't train much during the short wait. He ended up training more in doing simple mana manipulation by meditation. The time went by quickly. After almost 3 hours passed since the end of the bonus match, Jack told everyone it was time to leave. The 9 went to the Temple of Courage. The knights guarding the entrance to the temple scrutinized the lot when they approached. Padawan was just about to produce his badge when one of the knights said, "Go in. The divine priest is waiting." The 9 then proceeded inside. They went directly to the hall where the ancient battleground device was located. In the hall, 3 people were waiting: Callan, Pallas, and Mijos. The 9 greeted each of them politely, even to Mijos. Despite Mijos looking young, his mythical grade status commanded respect. "Good. Everybody is here. Pallas, start the device," Callan instructed. Pallas obeyed the instruction and worked the device. Portal soon appeared. "Your Holiness, you mentioned you have another candidate to join us?" "We are only 9 here," Jack said. "The 10th member to join you into the ancient battleground is right here," Callan said while gesturing to Mijos. "Him?" Jack was astounded. Even though Miho's level was still in range for this ancient battleground, Jack thought Callan was calling another Outworlder from the tournament participants to join them. He never thought their 10th member would be a native instead. "Do you have a problem?" Mijos asked. No, of course not," Jack laughed. "I'm just surprised, that's all. We are too weak compared to you. I just never thought that you were willing to join us. Don't sell yourself short. Perhaps in terms of raw power you are behind, but you all carry the willpower and wits to overcome a situation. I have seen it in the tournament matches as well as experiencing it myself during our fight," Mijos said. "Well, in that case, we are honored to have you on board," Jack said. Jack then created a party and invited the 8 players there. As a native, Mijos couldn't be invited into their party system. So, Jack asked, "Sir Mijos, will you be leading us in this ancient battleground?" "Normally, I did so when I entered with our council knights," Mijos answered. "But now I'm just a guest. I will assist you inside." "So, are you fine with following my orders?" Jack asked. "As long as you don't ask me to do cowardly acts." "Yes, I am in your command," Mijos answered. Sweet, Jack thought. He didn't think the score this native gained would be transferred to them since Padawan had mentioned that natives also used this ancient battleground to gain scores, but at least the EXP points from killing the opponents would be given to them. "All right, if everyone is ready. Let's enter." Jack looked at everyone, who nodded. Before they entered, Callan said to them, "Please remember we allow you to enter this ancient battleground this one time only. After this, you will have to leave this place. So, make full use of it." Callan then gestured for them to enter. Jack took the initiative to enter first. Once they appeared inside, those that entered this place for the first time marveled at the countless armies around them. Padawan explained to them in more detail now that they had a direct perspective. He was pointing to show them the directions that were discussed before. Jack, in the meanwhile, spoke to Mijos. "You have entered this ancient battleground before, right?" "Several times," Mijos nodded. "Any secret tips to help us gain more scores?" Jack asked. "I heard you have gained decent scores the last time, right? Then you have found the path where we attack the enemy camp." "Yes, is that all to it? All that's left after that is to fight courageously and take down as many enemies as you can. So no other secret features." This meant they should just carry out the plan they had talked about before. "Hey, everyone, checked your status window," Genie said. "Oh? Why?" Jack asked. Giant Steve had done so when Genie asked, "Wow, I got this buff called Aura of Courage. It increases my attributes by 30%, damage by 5%, reduces damage received by also 5%, and stamina recovery by 50%. "I have it too," Padawan said. Jack checked his status window and confirmed he had this buff as well. "That's my passive ability, Aura of Courage," Mijos informed. "My allies gain that bonus as long as they stayed within a 50-meter radius from me." "Wow, that is a very large area of effect for a passive buff. You, my friend, are an invaluable asset in any war situation," Jack said. The 10 then rushed forward. Mijos originally ran towards the Golden Knights, but he saw the 9 Outworlders go the other way. He changed direction and followed them. He had promised to assist the Outworlders after all. While they waited for the enemy army to arrive, he laid out their general formation. We will fight in pairs. Most of us are melees, so there is not much need for protection. Mijos, you stay close to Peidoin. Grace, you are with Genie. Leave me alone, will follow Doman. Giant Steve stayed with Red Death. Uncle Jet, you will be with me. Why this arrangement? Red Death asked. Sister, I'm just deciding it randomly. You can't expect me to have a reason for everything now. Can you? Anyway, in your case, I thought having Giant Steve using his share damage on you can help you fight without a worry. Humph, I don't need it, Red Death uttered. Jack sighed. Anyway, even though we are in pair, do not wander too far from the others. Stay in the vicinity so Grace and Penuel can heal you when needed. That is also so we can all move together when it's time. All right, here they come. The Black Army clashed with the defending army's front line. They saw those soldiers getting pushed back. Not long after, enemies started pouring through, jumping over or simply flying above. Everyone paired up as Jack had instructed and spread out to cover more ground. They collected kill counts as they defeated the enemies. With 10 people, the number in the sky went up fast, especially since they got Mijos. The mythical grade champion cut down enemies like weeds. Even though Mijos was one level lower than the lead Golden Knight on the other side, Jack didn't think Mijos was weaker. They reached their 1,000 kill requirement before they even hit the second hour. They continued, trying to keep as many of the defending soldiers alive. The players restrained themselves from using skills that require long cooldown time as Jack had advised. Jack and Jet called out their pets so as Peidoin who summoned his brave king. Those summons didn't have duration or cooldown. Jack had a part of his mind kept attention to the time as he fought. It is time, Jack shouted to the others. We have to move now. The others had followed the command and stayed within earshot, so they immediately gathered after hearing Jack's call. The team proceeded and quickly located their targets since Jack already knew the position of the shock troops. They then stayed with those troops until the troops started moving away. Together with the troops, the team went into the hidden pathway behind the hills. Following the troops, they charged out from behind the hills after enclosing the enemy camp. Stay with me, Jack ordered. Jack placed himself by the right wing side of the golden troops because that's the side where half of the troops will break away and headed to the supply carts. When they did, Jack and the others followed. These half-troops soon broke again into smaller halves, the same as previous. One half continued towards the supply carts, while the other half headed to engage the enemy's elite guards who were also coming over. The player team followed the one headed to the supply cart. When they were moving, Jack noticed Mijos was not with them. He looked back and saw the native champion following the Golden Knights who were going to engage the enemy's elite guards. Mijos, why are you over there? Jack yelled at him. Mijos turned to him briefly and shouted, For Gloria? He then turned back and readied himself to clash with the dark-armored elite guards. Fuck! What glory? What happens about following my order? Jack cursed in his mind. Never mind, that champion's scores won't affect theirs. Let him hold those guards would be good as well, less enemy to come to bother them when they destroyed the carts. When the supply carts came into range, Jack used Sword of Light on one of them. His skill produced damage of nearly 5,000 points. The health point bar above the cart showed that it lost around 10% of life. He made a quick calculation before activating Adrenaline Rush and Overlimit. He then used Lightning God Barrage. This divine skill had just gone off cooldown. He had asked Callan for a 3 hours break after the bonus match to allow his weapons over limit and this divine skill to finish its cooldown period. He targeted 4 supply carts that were near each other. He divided his 20 lightning balls into 2 groups of 10 balls. These 10 balls exploded between 2 carts. Their blast coverage was enough to hit 2 adjacent carts. From his calculation, the carts should have health point close to 50,000 and their defenses were only SOSO. His boosted Lightning God Barrage could produce a total of around 120,000 damages against a target with such a defense. By separating his 20 balls into 2, he halved his total damage, but this half damage should still be enough if his calculation was correct. After the impressive lightning explosion from the divine skill subsided, 4 supply carts were destroyed. Jack looked up to the sky. He was shocked to find his scores had shot up to 12,000. It was already more than double his previous highest score. Each of these supply carts granted 3,000 scores. Around 10 times the scores if they killed one rare elite opponent. We are right. Destroying these supply carts granted massive scores. Let's get to work, Jack yelled. The others also saw Jack's score shoot up on the projection in the sky. That alone had given them the motivation. Leave me alone copied Jack's method. He activated his weapons over limit and used his fire god barrage, destroying 4 carts as well. Copycat, Jack uttered. He then said, let's head over to the farther part. Those black armored soldiers will be coming soon. We will get hindered when they came. Let the Golden Knights deal with them. We focus on destroying as many carts as possible. Spread out. Each person takes on 1 cart. Don't kill steal from own teammates. Everyone agreed with Jack's plan. They ignored the closest carts and head deeper. They could hear the Golden Knights behind them clashing with the enemy soldiers that chased over. There were still some loose enemies hanging around the carts, but they seemed to be only lowly workers. They were basic and elite grades. The players had no problem dispatching these workers before targeting the supply carts. After they put a good distance between them and the battling enemies behind, they got to work. Jack, Jet, and Padawan resummoned their pets and Techno-Golem to help them destroy the supply carts. They dished out all their skills right from the start. Everyone destroyed at least 1 cart because of that, but the progress slowed down significantly when they had only standard attacks to rely on. 50,000 damages still need a decent amount of time if they use only standard attacks. Doman, Jet, and Jack were exceptions. Doman and Jet because they could use mana manipulation in their standard attacks. For Jack, his base damage was already very high and he had a ridiculously large arsenal of skills and spells. Jack went all out. Based on the previous run, he knew they didn't have much time. Added with the 4 carts he destroyed previously, he had destroyed 8 supply carts already in total when he noticed Grace was dealing damage to the cart next to him. She seemed to be having trouble. Although Inquisitor gained decent melee capability, it was still originally a healer class. Its damage was not that impressive. Jack used Wind Slash. The wind energies sliced through his cart and went on to hit Grace's as well, bringing down a significant amount of health point. He also sent Thuras over to assist Grace, but kept the pet in check with a part of his mind so that Thuras didn't accidentally destroy the cart. Grace glanced over with an expression of gratitude. A nice guy you are. Jack heard a voice from the other side. He turned and saw Red Death was stabbing a supply cart on his other side. Go and help your girlfriend. She seemed to need the help, Red Death added. Jack was confused for a moment. Her tone seemed to carry resentment. Was she bitter because he helped Grace and not her? Jack then fired a mana bullet and energy bolts at the cart Red Death was hitting at. Red Death glared at him for the act. I said help her. I don't need your help. She did multiple quick stabs at her cart which was low on health already. It broke and she then went to target another cart some distance away. Jack was clueless about her reaction. He could only go back to dealing with the supply cart in front of him. He left Thuras with Grace though. The girl did need the help. When Jack broke his 10th supply cart, he heard Giant Steve's yelling from the back. Contact! He looked back and saw several black-armored mutated soldiers approaching. Giant Steve had started clashing with them. Jet was nearby so he helped. He was in his panda form. Jack rushed over, firing mana beam in the process, before diving into the enemy's midst with charge, executing Whirlwind Slash and casting Ice Ring before jumping out and casting Arcane Turbulence. Go! I will handle this, Jack said to him. Giant Steve was a sentinel who had a great defense but only average damage, so he hadn't destroyed many supply carts. Appreciated, Giant Steve replied and went away. Jack proceeded to deal with the enemies there. As he fought, he noticed Jet was fighting alongside him. Hey, I said I can handle them. You go and destroy more carts, Jack said. Jet didn't leave. He said, killing these enemies will yield points as well, right? I am getting bored just hitting carts. Now that there are real opponents, let me play as well. Hehe. Then let's play, Jack said. Why are you not in your ugly wolf form? Jet asked as he grabbed a rare elite opponent and threw it away. Who do you call ugly? My wolf form is better than the other standard beastmaster, Jack replied. He then transformed. Now that's better. Hey, stop the others from bothering me for a second, Jet uttered as he chased the rare elite that he had thrown away. It seemed that his intention was isolating that enemy from the rest. Jack did as asked. He clawed and sent range attacks to every enemy there to draw their aggro. Thankfully, there was no mythical grade amongst the enemies here, but a rare elite was also very troublesome already. Jack thought Jet made the right call of not underestimating the rare elite and decided that he needed to fully focus on dealing with that enemy. He looked back just in time to witness Jet performing that complex punch technique that had caused him trouble in their team match, the 7 Injuries Fists. Although natives had higher health point, their movement and fighting patterns tend to be dull. They didn't have complex maneuvers as martial artists. Hence, it was easier for Jet to land his hits compared to when he was fighting Jack. Jet's 7 fists hit his opponent's different body parts one by one. When the 7th fist struck, a series of lines appeared along the rare elite's body, seemingly connecting the 7 spots where Jet had punched. They appeared as if a constellation. Suddenly, these lines that formed the constellation turned blindingly bright. It then exploded spectacularly. The health point bar above the rare elite went down all the way to 0. Its body then disintegrated. Holy fuck, Jack uttered. Is that martial art for real? It can produce a crazy display like that. Jet actually seemed as surprised as Jack. Ooh-ha? I also didn't expect that. When I used it in the real world, it simply kills the target without that weird light show. Wait, you killed someone in the real world using that martial art? Jack asked. Jet seemed to realize something. He hurriedly said, "What are you saying? Of course, I never kill anyone. You must have heard wrong. Ah, more enemies coming from there. I will go there and stop them." He immediately ran off. Jack looked at him. Very suspicious, he muttered. But more enemies indeed came. Several were even rare elites. Although he was able to deal with a rare elite now, fighting multiple at the same time was still an impossible task. All he could do was just hold them and kept their attention on him so that everyone could continue destroying the carts. Penuel cast Healing Field to help Jack endure. While he thought that he couldn't hold on, a blast of energy sent several enemies away. He turned and found his grandfather there. "It seemed like you need help," Doman asked. "How many carts have you destroyed?" Jack asked. 10, Doman replied. "Same as me," Jack thought, impressed. He then said, "Good. Let's stop these enemies so the others can continue destroying the carts." At the same time, he also sent a message in the party chat. "Those that have destroyed at least 10 carts, come and help hold the line. The others continue destroying more carts." As they fought on, Jack saw Jet, who was on the other side, was having trouble. "Go help Uncle Jet," Jack said to his grandfather. "The situation here also doesn't seem good," Doman said. "Don't worry, I'll manage," Jack said and activated gold scale armor. "All right," Doman said. He then used charge and headed over to where Jet was. "Ugga? The situation truly doesn't look good," Jack uttered as more and more enemies arrived. The Golden Knights back there were getting thinner. They couldn't stop these black soldiers from coming here. Penuel had used Fast Heal and Group Fast Heal on Jack, but his health point was still going down steadily facing these many opponents. He even used his Recovery Ring's active ability to heal himself. Jack had also summoned his 10 wolves and called Duras to come and aid him, but he was still having trouble. Has none of the others destroyed 10 carts yet? He wondered. He was about to send a chat message requesting reinforcements when he saw a golden armored figure high in the air before coming down, cleaving a rare elite right in front of him. This golden figure then did a double whirlwind slash, forcing the surrounding enemies back. This figure wore a golden chest plate with a lion head carving. It was the mythical grade champion, Mihos. "You finally grace us with your presence?" Jack asked. "Forgive me, I need to meet my opponents in combat," Mihos replied. "You people seemed safe enough until now. That's why I come." "I'm kidding, mate. I'm glad you are here. Let's deal with these scums." Gladly, Mihos said before unleashing a deafening cry. The enemies around them received damage and were reeling back. "Crap! Do you have to do that so close to me?" Jack complained as he felt his ears hurt, but then he received a notification that he had received a 100% boost in movement speed and attacking speed from Miho's lion roar. So, that roar not only affects the enemies but gave benefits to allies as well? This Miho's is truly an asset in a team, Jack thought. Not long after, Leave Me Alone came and gave his support. He had destroyed 12 supply carts, 2 more than what Jack asked for because he thought that since Jack asked for 10, that should be the number of supplies Jack destroyed. He didn't want to lose to Jack. Yet, as they received extra manpower, more enemies also came. In the end, all they could do was just hold the line. Miho's took the brunt of the enemy's force. He was much more ferocious compared to when he fought with the players earlier today. He had activated his ancestral possession. The lion head apparition was above him as he dove into the enemy's midst. He swung his large greatsword violently while his apparition clawed at anyone who came near. Jack and the others tried to support him as best as possible while keeping the enemy's attention to themselves, allowing others to continue destroying supply carts. Many of the enemies were killed by this rampaging champion. Jack lamented that the enemies inside this ancient battleground provided no soul. Otherwise, these high-grade enemies would have given tons of souls to his container of souls. As they fought, they heard the sound of a horn. Jack's dragon eye, which could see far away, saw the Eternal Grade Commander, Herald of Greed, standing up. Jack had always allocated a portion of his attention to that sitting commander. "It's time already," he uttered as he sent the message in the party chat, telling everyone to double their effort, that this simulation would end soon. After giving his notice to everyone, he used Shooting Dash, heading towards Herald of Greed, who had now turned back and was floating towards the combating soldiers. "Penuel, get ready," Jack said to her flying sidekick. "Leave it to me," Penuel replied. Jack had discussed a plan with her beforehand. The others were stunned seeing Jack going towards the most powerful and unkillable being in this simulation. "Lad, what are you planning?" Jet called out. "I want to test your theory," Jack replied. As Jack got near, he saw several of the black-armored elite guards break away from their ongoing combat and come his way. There was no way a low-level outworlder like him to pose a danger to their commander, but it was still their duty to stop anyone that tried to approach. When they almost came into range, a golden figure suddenly slammed onto one of them at high speed. It was Miho's, who used his enhanced jump assault. A shockwave bubble radiated out from his body and pushed all these elite guards back. "You have guts. I'll join you," Miho's shouted to Jack. He then turned to those elite guards he had pushed back and yelled, "Face my sword of the braves." 8 golden swords came out and struck them, forcing them back even further. Jack was glad for the assist. He used charge to increase his speed. Miho's did the same. He kept himself by Jack's side and struck anyone that tried to come near. The floating black-robed Herald of Greed was now back on the ground. As before, his skullhead staff started to draw runic symbols in the air. When Jack and Miho's approached while he was still casting, a large black-armored mutated human stood before them. It was a level 50 mythical grade elite guard. Jack cast myriad ensnaring chains. But as the ground glowed and the crimson chains started coming out, the mythical grade elite guard struck a spot on the ground. He was using the same method Miho's had used to cancel Selena's flame turbulence. The crimson chains that had only emerged halfway fell back to the ground and crumbled to dust. "Allow me the glory of facing this opponent," Miho's shouted passionately as he rushed forward and met the black-armored mythical grade elite guard in direct combat. Jack took a roundabout way to avoid their battle. But because of that, Herald of Greed finished casting his 9-rune spell before Jack arrived. "Penuel, now," Jack uttered as the ground as far as he could see turned bright red. He now experienced where his entire vision was covered by dense flame for the second time. The difference was, this time he was not immediately sent to the void space like the last time. This was because Penuel had cast invulnerability just as Hell Inferno erupted. Jack continued to run in the direction where Herald of Greed was last seen. The flame was still burning everywhere in his vision. The fire around him felt as if liquid. He felt like he was running inside water, There was pressure everywhere which slowed him down. Even with Penuel's invulnerability which protected him from the pain, he could still feel the extreme heat. As he waded through the hellfire, he was worried that this spell lasted longer than 3.5 seconds, which was the duration of his invulnerability. But the fire soon vanished. Everything was visible again, but the scene was now replaced by a desolate wasteland. Even the supply carts were all gone already. Jack wondered if this world's history truly happened like this or this was just in this simulation. If so, then even if the Golden Knights were all wiped out, they still achieved their objectives because the enemy's commander had destroyed his own army's supplies? He didn't have time to ponder this question because another scene was taking his attention. The Herald of Greed in front of him was casting another spell. Jack used Sword of Light while running forward. Herald of Greed lifted his left hand. Then with that bare hand he caught the crescent light. He clenched his fist and the crescent light broke to pieces as if it was a tangible thing. 6 runes spell on his staff was completed while Jack was still shocked by the way the Herald of Greed blocked his Sword of Light. Herald of Greed pointed his staff at Jack, who was now right in front of him. Jack tried to use Flash Step to move away, but his whole body was getting gripped by a powerful force. He couldn't move even a finger. Herald of Greed lifted his staff and Jack's body was lifted into the air following the staff's movement. "It's telekinesis," Penuel informed. Jack didn't have time to ask about this spell's details as he experienced it firsthand. He felt the pressure around him increasing greatly. He felt as if he was being crushed by an invisible hand. Perhaps he was, because damage numbers appeared one after another above him without Herald of Greed sending any attack at him. In a short time, Jack's health point was depleted. Herald of Greed swung his staff downward and Jack's body was slammed hard onto the ground beside him. Jack failed to even touch his opponent. Herald of Greed turned around to float away, but as his feet started to part way with the ground, he sensed something from behind. The one he had just put down and was bereft of mana a moment ago had suddenly filled up with mana again. He abruptly turned around. A spell formation started forming. But at the same time, a large cross-shaped dark energy engulfed him. Penuel had cast Second Life before she cast Invulnerability, right when Herald of Greed started casting his Hell Inferno. Once Jack came back to life, he didn't waste time and immediately used Devouring Cross. It was fortunate that he was already right beside his opponent. The Devouring Cross hit. Herald of Greed suffered over 2,000 damages. Jack was astounded. It was only half of the normal damage this skill should produce. Even though this Herald of Greed was Eternal Grade, he was only level 50 and was also a magic user which usually had a poor defense. Herald of Greed's spell formation was not slowed down the slightest by Jack's attack. The spell was completed and a huge spear of fire pierced through Jack's body. He was forcefully dragged away by the spear. The flaming spear brought him almost 100 meters away before detonating into a massive explosion. Jack then found himself in the void space. The other 9 were already there waiting for him, including Mihos. "Holy crap! You didn't die from that Hell Inferno spell?" Padoin asked Jack when he appeared there. "How do you survive?" Jet asked. "She can make me invincible for a few seconds," Jack answered while pointing to Penuel. "So, do you manage to hit that commander?" Jet asked again. "I did," Jack replied with a wide grin. A voice was then heard. "Congratulations on your effort in the ancient battleground. Brave participants, these are your scores." It seemed that the voice was waiting for Jack before it informed everyone of the scores. Words appeared in the air before them, informing their scores. Stormwind, scores 48, 570. Leave Me Alone, scores 36, 198. Domenfei, scores 32, 200. Padoin, scores 30, 113. Red Death, scores 27, 324. Genie, scores 24, 560. Unequaled Grace, scores 24, 050. Giant Steve, scores 21, 170. Jet Hung, scores 20, 968. Mihos, scores 16,623. The voice then informed everyone that they received 300,000 bonus EXP points for every 1,000 scores and 200 mana cores for every 5,000 scores. Jack received a whopping 14,400,000 EXP points and 1,800 mana cores. If combined with Doman, Genie, and Giant Steves, in this one run alone, the four of them had received a total of 4,600 mana cores. Genie was very happy about this. She was seriously lacking in mana cores to utilize the divine treasure within her. Jack, Doman, and Giant Steve all gave Genie the mana cores they had gotten from this ancient battleground run. Combined with the EXP points they received inside the battleground, everyone except Miho's leveled up. Jack had all his 3 classes leveled up. His Blade Dancer went up by a level to 44, Archmage also by a level to 43, while Beastmaster leveled up twice to level 43. His pet Thuras only received the EXP points during the killing inside the battleground, but it also leveled up by 1 level to 43. For other players, many of them leveled up twice. Those that did are now level 48. They were officially the highest level now, even higher than the highest level player in the tournament, Spring Crown, who was still level 47 when he left earlier today. Jet only leveled up once since his scores were the lowest among the players. He was regretting now that he didn't focus on destroying more supply carts before engaging the enemy soldiers. With his mana manipulation, he should be able to break as many carts as Doman. Every one of them was wondering if they could do another run of this ancient battleground again. Heck, if it's possible, they wanted to continue staying here and do this simulation daily. But they then remembered Callan's words before they entered. This was a one-time offer except for Peidoan. "You are very lucky you can enter this ancient battleground again," Jack said to Peidoan, who replied back, "I've said it before, right? Without you people, this simulation is useless to me. Even if I know the secret way to gather points, I can't get through the minimum requirement by myself. The natives here never let me join them in their run." "Well, how about you ask him?" Jack said as he pointed to Miho's, who was approaching the holographic words that displayed their scores. Miho's used his finger to click on Jack's scores. Several more words appeared from Jack's scores. It was the breakdown of his score gathering. Out of his 48,570 scores, 30,000 came from destroying the supply carts, 3,000 scores for each cart. 15,000 scores for successfully hitting the Herald of Greed once. The rests were from killing the black-armored soldiers. Everyone was astonished. Just hitting that commander once already netted 15,000 scores? What if they hit him more than once? Would he grant 15,000 scores every hit? While everyone marveled at Jack's scores breakdown, Jack wondered why Miho's checked his scores. Was this native champion bitter that his scores were the lowest? But that was because he didn't destroy any supply carts. To be able to get such a high score simply by killing enemy soldiers was itself a very impressive act already. Jack couldn't imagine the body count Miho's had amassed to reach that score. It would be massive. After studying Jack's score, Miho's came to Jack. "You truly hit the Herald of Greed. You have the guts to attempt the impossible and even the means to pull it off. I'm impressed," he said. "Do you already have a companion?" It took Jack a few seconds before the question seeped in. "Uha? Yes, I have a companion," Jack answered. It's a pity." "All right then," Miho said. Giant Steve, who heard the conversation, uttered, Sir, I don't have a companion yet." Miho's acted as if he didn't hear anything. "Wow. Did you just reject a companion offer from a mythical grade native? A champion from Council of Virtus nonetheless," Penuel said to Jack inside his mind. "I did," Jack said. The realization just seeped in. But then again, he couldn't just let go of Arlcard just because he found a better candidate. What kind of partner would people see him as? Arlcard would be offended. Jack decided that he had made the right choice by rejecting the offer, even when he didn't do it purposely. The reward selection list now appeared, showing everyone what items they could exchange their scores for. The voice also reminded everyone that these scores would not be saved. If they exited this place without exchanging the scores, then the scores would become null and void. Jack looked at the list and was surprised to find more selection than the last time. He scrolled to the top part of the list and was stunned when he saw the top part items. "Legendary," Jack uttered. The others were similarly shocked when they saw the list. In the selection that Jack had scrolled up was the 7-piece Divine Set Armor of Valor, which were all legendary grades. There was also a Divine Sword of Valor, which was also of the legendary grade. However, the scores needed also shocked them. The sword itself required 150,000 scores, while each piece of the Divine Set Armor required 120,000 scores. "Can we combine scores for an exchange?" Jack exclaimed, to no one in particular. He was hoping the voice that had given them the notification would answer. It was Miho's instead who answered, "No, you can't. Each participant has his or her own score and can only exchange that individual score. You can't merge your score with another participant. Then how can one possibly reach such a score? These scores are impossible," Jack uttered. "Well, probably if you kill that eternal grade commander, you can get enough scores?" Padoin offered his opinion. Jack gave him a side-eye. "Is that even a possibility to be discussed?" His eyes said, "I understand your consternation. To be honest, this is also the first time I lay my eyes on this legendary grade selection," Miho's informed. "You've never seen them on this list before?" Jack asked. "The selection is exposed based on the total scores from all the participants," Miho's explained. "For example, if only one person gained 50,000 scores while the others have 0 scores, you will only find a list that contains super rare grade goods. So, even if you have lots of scores, you can only exchange them for meager goods." In his mind, Jack thought, super rare grades are considered meager goods? Miho's continued, "We find the legendary grades here because the total scores that everyone received are enough to open the top list. I must say the total that everyone achieved here is higher than any of my previous runs. In my previous runs with my native comrades, we have only managed to open the selection till the unique grades." Jack nodded. He then scrolled back down, looking at goods that they couldn't get will just cause depression. Better focus on the ones that they could get. He browsed the wares that were below 50,000 scores. While doing that, he explained to the others and suggested they get the Universal Technique book. He described to them the book's usage. Since it only needed 5,000 scores, everyone could get them. While explaining, he also sent a silent message to Jeannie to keep one book so that she can copy it for the other guild core members. Jeannie sent an okay reply. Jack was secretly celebrating. This meant he could now use the book in his possession. Penuel had seen the messages and understood Jack's smile. She rolled her eyes at him. Jack was looking at goods that needed around 40,000 scores, many of which were unique grades. After doing some thinking, he scrolled back down. He asked Penuel after arriving at the item he was looking for, "You have no sure way to get this item, right?" "No," Penuel replied. "Okay, let's get this item first then," Jack said and interfaced with the selection. He paid 15,000 scores. "Divine Gem," Jeannie uttered after seeing the item Jack exchanged. "Yeah." The Divine Gem appeared in Jack's hand. Its luminance was indeed brilliant. Jack could sense incredible mana from that small gem. It somehow also made his feeling calm and his mind clear. This item was indeed not simple. After admiring the Divine Gem in his hand for a while, Jack gave it to Jeannie. "You know what to do," he said to her. The others who were not originally from their guild were confused as to why Jack gave the item he had exchanged to Jeannie. Red Death and Grace were particularly curious as to why Jack gave a beautiful jewel to a girl.